as much. RRQ needs to win the pistols, and they do, because
Chat,
we want them to front run and play with confidence.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, how are we all doing?
Whereas T1 might
Damn,
start
Tyler's
slow,
Candy,
but they
10
can
gifted.
clutch up.
Yeah,
let's
I
start
mean,
the stream
T1, that's
off
probably why they end up
with
going the full series every single time.
the oil spam.
Little moments like this, especially
Everyone say thank you to Tyler's Candy if you got gifted at Tyler's Candy. Say thank you as well. Appreciate the 10 gifted. Thank you so much for that. Very nice start to the stream. Thank you so much for the support, dude.
I think it's a mixture of both. You need good strategy, but it helps when your players are very excellent with the pistols.
Yeah.
The more they practice with them, obviously the better they get. So when you have somebody who's excellent on the Ghost, excellent on the Classic, or a more niche gun like
thank
the
you. I
Frenzy,
really do
you're
appreciate
able
that.
to really get some rounds with it.
Okay, hello,
Also a
Alex.
big
Don't
credit
be
to the
saying
players. I
that.
think they,
Can't start the stream off saying I'm feeling the big tech buzz.
This is always really exciting to see what the coaches end up picking. And Ewok has shown.
Surely this is an Icebox.
Oh yeah, I mean, recently we haven't had the coaches have a chat about it here. T1 gonna take out Ascent. I mean, RRQ's Ascent has looked phenomenal. It's
yeah,
one of the
RRQ's Ascent
that
is
I've
good.
seen on Ascent in all of VCT lately. RRQ gonna take out Haven. I mean, that is a stock standard for T1 at the moment. And then we're gonna get a Pearl pick here for T1, which is an interesting one.
Yeah.
They've got a pretty good rate.
Yeah, we might be getting the third map unless T1 have fixed their Icebox.
This was the one for me where it's T1 have shown a lot of weakness on their Icebox. They're playing this Reigner Chamber. Secret are able to win that map against them. So RRQ definitely smelling blood
RRQ
in
has a
Icebox.
chance? Oh,
it's
for
a clear,
sure.
deliberate choice to pick to take the T1's weakest area.
Yeah, and to touch on that as well, the last time RRQ played Icebox was in the off-season, and they played T1, this exact T1 roster, almost identical rosters, and T1 was playing a Chamber comp back then in the off-season. So although the map pool's been out for a while, some of the same themes remain, and I want to see how much the comps actually differ once we make it through to Icebox.
This could be pretty
Lotus
close.
is the third map decider. I mean, that's another double duelist map that
The
T1
Ascent ban makes a lot of sense.
But they recently just swapped their comp
Icebox
Secret.
picks
Their last
makes a
game,
lot of
they
sense.
just
I can't remember what
changed up the
RRQ looked
Senti
like
that they were
on
playing. They're
Pal.
still playing double duelist as well as the init choice. I think they went from Sober to Fade. So that's going to look a little bit different for them as well. And RRQ, they've been a bit up and down.
Oh yeah,
I think
these
they're
are
1 and 3
KO
in
Yoru.
Pacific right now, and they lost that very close game against Nongshim.
What do I think of Sen versus Loud earlier? It was a bit of a banger game, to be honest. I'm excited. Is it weird that I'm excited for like Loud? I kind of think they can still make playoffs.
One of the most consistent duelists.
I didn't realize they could make playoffs.
For me, he's the real standout star.
Chat said they could make playoffs, and then I looked at it, and honestly, I kind of think they're going to make playoffs.
I would very much expect to still be seeing him on Yoru today, because
it might be a three-way.
Might be a three-way tie. Direction where they see the meta going, so I think.
But I think it's going to be.
I can say the same about Buzz though. Even on a bad day, it's still frags.
That's why I pick him, even if they lose today. And you can see, I mean, I believe RRQ is going to win this series.
Oh wow!
I think it could be. It's a bit 50-50. I think it really comes down to.
I
like
should
I said,
have
whether
no
T1
idea what
just
that means.
pulls their socks up and goes, "We're the
What
best
is
team in the world, and you're not going to touch us." But I think it's still group stage. There's not a lot on the line. I think T1, even if they lost this series, would still think that they're going to go through to playoffs. Although there might be some buy factor in there as well. I can see the
EG has to lose twice in a row, and then Loud have to win next week with 2G losing.
Yeah, this is not overwhelmingly.
Is that not insanely
T1,
likely,
which is promising
though?
for RRQ. Real quick, if you
Did a
get
2G
peak
play.
RRQ versus peak T1, who's winning, Morgan?
I mean, peak
Sentinels?
T1 is very, very good. I think peak T1 will win, but I don't think we're going to see peak T1 today. I think the average level of RRQ is right there.
Text-to-speech donations.
That's
what that means.
It's time to send it down to the stage.
I don't know, we've never really done
T1
donations on this chat. I'm not even sure I have it set up. Kind of just like the gifted system, even though probably way less lucrative for me, but no, my chat getting some wild messages. That's also very true. V predicted RRQ. It's not the craziest. Wait, I feel like his pick'ems this week have been rough. Every time I remember him going the opposite of me, he's lost. And I'm actually doing alright for once. You're an RRQ believer? Yeah, dude, I can see them getting this. Just that Icebox, like they just should have a map. Tyler's Candy as well. Thank you so much for doing that. You said the 10 gifted. Thank you for the tier 1 as well. Will you be doing more charity streams? Yeah, I think so. The charity actually asked me if I wanted to do like more this year. So
2025 VCT Pacific.
We might try and do like 2, 3 a year, maybe 2. I don't want to like. I don't know. I don't want to make. I want it to be like a once every so often thing because it felt like novelty and it was really, really fun. To be honest, it was one of my favorite streams. So. Yeah, it's something that I'll try and do more, to be honest.
T1.
It's stage 1.
Watching VCT China? Nah, not today. We'll raid Shio again. I think he's doing a good job with the China stuff. When we get to playoffs, I'm gonna try and catch. Oh my goodness!
It's always been a little bit
when we do playoffs, I'm gonna try and catch more of the American, sorry, the China stuff.
Already, but as we've already mentioned, this is not a team that wins particularly cleanly.
I mean, the press conference. Yeah, we were speaking about it yesterday.
That's what makes this team so special.
They got thrown a bit of a curveball.
Absolutely, because today is RRQ's biggest day so far. Every single stage
would you want
always
predictions?
this
I can do
close
predictions.
to getting to playoffs. And here they are once again. We're winning or
what was the
losing
first map again?
everything to getting into playoffs.
I think it's now or never for RRQ. They've been an almost team for such a long time, but Jemkin and Kushi are in such phenomenal form. The rest of the core of this team are playing very well at the moment as well. So I want to see them make a little bit of a statement here and actually pick up a win against T1. Not that it would completely change the outcome of this whole season.
How long do you guys want? 2 minutes?
A lot of confidence that they can take out one of the very best in the region going into playoffs.
Now, we have seen the addition of Crazy Guy for 2 weeks now. How are you guys feeling?
It's okay, it's all good. Do 30 minutes? Okay, well, we got 2 minutes.
The more I watch him play, I definitely had my doubts
about too late,
this
Prodigy.
I think he's fit into the team very naturally. His calling has gone from strength to strength, and I think it's clear his relationship with Ewok and the coaching
like 2 minutes is going to be perfect.
I like the direction this team is moving in. Yeah.
Yeah, it's also just really nice to have a Vietnamese player.
It's going to work just as the pistol starts.
I bring it up every week because I think it's super cool to have that here. And we did see the map veto, not surprised by the first
Prodigy.
2, but with these map
as well, dude.
I think it's going to be a very long day.
Yeah, Pearl is going to be an interesting one to start things off. I mean, T1 coming right off the back of playing that in Masters Bangkok. It was the
confident in my T1's Pearl. I think their Pearl's pretty good.
They also played EDG very
I'm not saying it's like a sure win, but
T1 playing some of the best from all of the other regions, the very best in the world.
Like I do think RRQ have a good Lotus, but I do think from what I've seen, RRQ probably have to 2-0 us. That's where I'm at. I like the Boom game yesterday. Yeah, I love watching Boom recently. They play so nice, man. They play like a really drilled, like top European team. It was like good fundamental Valorant. And everyone's just fragging.
On this agent, but you're right, they have to turn around their Pearl. It's not been perfect in the past, so it's about trying to get back your feet on the ground and pull up a win on this map 1.
Yep, that's right. So on this was in Bangkok. So I wonder if they
Red Picks, hello.
Again, we saw some cooking happen yesterday on another Korean team. Didn't really work so well. But
did you want just a general hello to YouTube? I'll give you one. Hello,
like
YouTube.
A pretty inflexible team in terms of changing things up. The most we've seen them change up lately was their Lotus, like I mentioned, where they're going away from a Senti, but they're still playing a core double duelist, and they've gone to Viper Fade. So change of kind of your pseudo Senti instead of your Cypher, you're going for info denial, and then you're changing up your choice of Enir, but the overall kind of structure and strategy remains the same, where they want to rely on the firepower of these individuals.
I think their coach is really good.
Just a random aside, what's going on in these huddles? I feel like
really
they've been huddling for so long. What are they saying?
This is both teams taking this game very seriously.
Yeah, maybe we should have gone for the 5 minutes.
And I love that from T1. You know, they know that RRQ is a strong team right now. They're taking their time in the huddle as well. This is not just like a, oh, well, you know, just another day at the office, should be an easy dub. They know that they've had their struggles lately, but RRQ, I really want to see them play with that
schedule
same
look?
fire.
I like to watch all these games. It's not too bad. It's
so
normal sleep on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then on the weekend you do like a 4-4 split.
So respect to the long huddle. We have the picks coming in now. For RRQ, we are seeing a change. We're seeing them move back to double duelist, where they have Yoru and now in Monya on the Neon. So the roles are getting a little bit crazy here. We're mixing and matching, but they want to take the fight right to T1.
Yeah, they're playing a T1's comp in a way. They go into the double duelist. It's
the
same double duelist over on the side of
T1,
T1. They haven't
same
changed
comp,
their comp at all. The only difference
RRQ,
between these two comps is choice of
double
Enid
duelist
and
as
choice
well.
of Senti. The KJ on defense, which
Yeah,
by the way, RRQ has opted to start attack here, is going to really help lock down the middle of the map compared to the Vice, which is much better in the chokes.
I like RRQ's comp. Seems like a modern, updated version of T1's.
Yeah,
all right, well, I
agree
hope
with
you guys are ready for a good one. I hope you're ready for the party. Let's welcome DJ Achilleos and Sir Paper Thin on the panel.
We'll say the Killjoy does give you that extra bit of info, which is nice on this map.
Week over week, I'm not sure where these names are going.
I didn't know I was knighted. This is a pleasant surprise for me today.
Okay, well there you have it. Congratulations on that accolade. I'm just a DJ.
Yeah, you know.
I pressed the play button.
Yeah, good job
on my set.
Yeah. And you look like you're doing other stuff. Yeah.
Unbelievable. But let's go ahead and get ready to jump into the action. We have
Crystallins, thank you so much for the tier 1, dude. Appreciate the gifted. Thank you for that.
RRQ. They're chasing that throne. T1 has been at the top. They have not really fallen. They've faltered a couple times here and there, but have been collecting those wins.
Enjoyable job,
RRQ,
this
though,
one, for sure.
Get the upset.
I think this could very well happen. I think the map draft isn't that bad for RRQ. Their Pearl can be a little bit cleaner. I mean, you know,
my Joro is picked now. It's just very strong in general. It's also very good against Vice. Like the most, it's the most versatile agent at the moment in terms of like the duelist. But also, normally when your options were limited in terms of like just if we just focus on execing a site, and now the Teo's meta as well. Like there's so many TP positions that weren't viable before, but now you can like salvo 2 areas that would like have vision of this area, so you know that it's clear. You can even like salvo the area that you're TPing into. So the actual options of Yoru, with the addition of Vice and Teo,
it was hailing when I left my.
You just have so many. It just opens the door to so much more stuff.
The weather in the last 24 hours has been
okay, RRQ on attack. We got T1 on defense.
For now, quick little rush out towards A main. Just going to be a little escort as Izu will go ahead and snatch up that orb. Eyes from RRQ right now, tied over towards this C site where Media's going to look to try to hold things down. Overstays on the angle. Does get quite a bit of damage across onto both Monyet and Jim.
Again, I think I think RRQ, if they need to win this, have to 2-0.
You felt like a bit of a gamble there
That's
for Media,
where
just
I'm at.
hoping that you were going to get a 1v1. You can use that Sheriff to your advantage in that long-range situation.
Got a question mark created. Oops, question mark created over towards B. We got jump spot, and then now they insta-clear this.
Can't get there fast enough before the reinforcements are likely to
once
get there.
Astra clears this, I was going to say we're going to see a Euro TP, and we're going to see a pivot over towards A.
T1 doing a good
and
job.
I like this from Neon. Just leaving door because no one's going to 5-pass and hit through this choke. So as soon as you cleared this, you've kind of cleared this area as well. That's the full process here. 3 on site.
Pushed into the back site. Izu able to find one. Jim going to take it down, swinging from Cushy. Does manage to catch him off guard, but now Spike going to be dropped here just outside of Flowers. The aim cannot be set there from Stacks.
Buzz really.
The kill one off, but that leaves Sylvan now in the 1v2. Looking to try to clutch this out. Start set up. Pulls him out a little bit more into the open.
Is here insanely early, and they saw 3 on site.
Sparrow eyes over here on the angle. Needs a bit of damage. Both players got to be tagged up. But both not going to get taken down by a single Sheriff shot. Sylvan needing really
a great little double swing. They don't want it to get weird with the smokes. They want to secure that it's like a set.
Really solid round here for RRQ.
Duel. I like this strat. This round by everyone was like really nice. It's just nice to watch in general.
Trying to make a play out at Long B. Not much support there, and no utility to be seen. And then a good change of directions, change of pace. A really nice relay bolt off the rip from Monyet to keep Izu off balance.
Why the casters need books and pens. They're just writing little stuff down.
So good.
They might have notes on the teams as well, stuff that they want to mention when they do research on teams.
Monyet there doing a nice job, switching over to the Neon again.
Surprisingly, most casters don't just turn up and just go for it. Most actually do like a lot of research in terms of like stats, maybe set strats that they like to do. score lines of what's happened, map results. I'm also like a guess probably writes like pistols down as well.
Crept up, potentially unnoticed.
Oh, well, now certainly going to be spotted.
He's always very accurate with the pistol.
Looks like he wants to try to get a bit more damage in with the classic. Cushy playing ring around the rosy here on the pillar, and there you go. It's going to be the hip fire shot to go ahead and shut him down.
Just a little bit of an off timing there for Izu. Had a good read on how to get behind the pillar, but peaked at the wrong moment.
How many cams do observers typically have? I mean, like sec cams? I think a lot less in this game.
There you go. Slide in from Monyet with that Phantom in hand stacks.
I'm not even sure if it's. I haven't looked into the observing that much. I'm not even sure if you can like actually set keybinds. You must be able to.
Kills. Really get anything on the board.
But I think most of the observers just fly around these days because they have 2. Keybinds are mostly for like when you got like 1.
And Buzz is waiting for a lurk. It seems like maybe expecting a timing here. A little flank coming through water.
Nice round, yeah. Clean little anti-eco.
Yeah, and Cushy's on the hunt. Wants to claim another orb. Get one away from that steel garden. So far, hasn't found anything. So Buzz continuing waiting for that last moment to try to dive in the spike.
The Sheriff is rifled, not another chance for you. It's the same as the Ghost.
As they go, flawless round and 4K for Cushy. Now,
an attacking map for sure. Dependent on comps, like sometimes you get double sentinel comps, and especially on this map,
very critical ultimate here for RRQ
defense side.
Yeah, this is a really cool round for Cushy because he's playing an agent that we really don't get to see him on, right? He's typically
does depend a little bit on the sentinels. Like if you run a deadlock vice comp, a lot of the times it's actually pretty good on attack as well, because you end up getting like double initiate to util from both of them in terms of the flash and the grav net.
And shutting
so
it right
it's not
down.
Always like
so that's
just defense sided.
A really nice feather in the cap for RRQ and a really solid
change of pace on this one for the first buy round. Insta smoke. We sent a
space just very aggressively being taken here by Monyet on the corner. Meteor
he just like wasn't really ready for this.
More and finds it. Both duelists now going to be on the floor here. As Sylvan pushes back away. Not quite where the Thorns wanted to go. Swing out though, Cushy with that Sheriff in hand. We got the Marshal behind, but Sheriff gets the job done, finds a
much more damage they can do.
Meteor will be able to hold his ground.
A great round from Meteor. Once again, of course.
Speaking on for an ace, but not really in a collision path here with these 2 remaining players on the side of RRQ.
Meteor's lucky there. He was 1 shot away from that Sheriff. Just got the angle a little bit ahead of where Cushy was able to see him. Crazy guy X-Pharaoh, 2-man push right up in front of Stacks.
Nice though, but it's nice, but he just hears the smoke and just realizes what's going on.
Overall, not bad at all here for the side of T1 to get themselves on the board. Just going to be that 1 death suffered there, but Buzz, it's one of the players you don't really mind necessarily getting taken down because could just go for a lighter buy like the Judge, but looks like they will be able to pass over the Phantom.
Yeah, I've been kind of curious about Buzz. I've been keeping my eyes on his weapon selection. He's been using the Vandal a little bit more recently compared to what we've seen from him for a lot of his career, which has mostly been a Phantom type player. So I'm not sure if that's just a
weird time to switch
situational thing where it's like, oh, he's going to be holding longer angles, so we want him to have the Vandal. It's a little bit more consistent at those ranges. Or if it's just he's feeling more comfortable with it. Something I've been kind of interested in, but good hold there from T1. Not really taking much damage after the flawless of RRQ on their anti-eco.
And Izu being fully noted. They do get the salvos out. So just go ahead and clear that back pillar position. Spike now looking like it's going to get ushered elsewhere.
And so last time, it was a change of direction for RRQ off the back of that smoke from Sylvan in the pistol round. Same thing this time, well, who knows? They're kind of just going to mid. Oh, Izu though.
He's like trying to dodge the drone at the same time he jumps up.
Just going to get picked off. Up over the top of screen, Izu coming away with that. Solid
it was
kill.
the nicest
comps.
Away. I think RRQ's comp is better, but I will say that T1's comp, like the double info on this map of a Killjoy, especially on defense, is like insanely nice. Like a turret in this corner is heavily underrated. But I think that a Vice will on B and forcing your team to, forcing the enemy team to actually default over towards B is just so incredibly strong.
Trying to see if he can get any kind of reaction. And it is going to be a B hit. This is nice work here by RRQ using those salvos.
Down, though.
Yeah.
Relay bolt going to be sent out. Sylvan just popping that Nebula, looking to further delay, make this unassailable. Creeps forward. Fast lane going to be sent in. And Monyet going to get cut down.
Even out of time on this.
Going to be Izu over.
I'm looking at Izu thinking, is he not just going to own this?
Pharaoh now trying to slide forward, but they're running
4
out of time.
seconds. They actually can't plant.
They can't. It's over. The round is gone. And shades of RRQ from that split attack rear its ugly head here in round number 4.
Really,
As
really
Izu
rough.
picks up a
Nicely done
4K.
from Izu.
T1 ties it up at 2-2.
Yeah, I like the ideas, but it took too long. I think what they're doing is good. They're showing a lot of presence on different parts of the map, making it really hard for T1 to guess. And in fact, RRQ, in the long run, found the weak side of T1, but it was too late. And just some good moments from Izu. A good battle against Jemkin. Really nice maneuvering there by Sylvan, popping that smoke in a spot where he could anticipate the Neon entrance angle. They wouldn't be looking, and caught Monyet completely off guard. Still have a Steel Garden. Izu does his all.
Yep. We got Outlaw, we got 4 players that can go one shot.
Quick pop on that drone, so it doesn't even get cleared out. Izu swinging, shot whipping. He is able to get away. A bit of damage going to be suffered. As Jemkin similarly snapping back over across with the rest of the team.
Still showing the Tejo on that side of the map, but pretty quickly.
Rookie of the year? I don't know. I need to wait until the rest of the year.
So once again,
it's so hard in terms of who it is. Because Cushy plays really good, Dust9 plays really good, Freeing's playing good. It's like, even if we just isolate Pacific, it's hard as to who can win it.
Smattering damage going to be found there. Just fire out though, so they know that there's going to be a player in this position. As Buzz sliding forward, but Jemkin, what a shot. Gets a 1-tap there with the Vandal. Shuts down the Neon. Plant can now come through. Meteor has to tuck back there as the Nebula gets ready to dissipate. Dimensional Drift going to be in play. Izu leading the charge to spot out all these player positions, get that relayed so they can try to put together a game plan. Meteor, however, still scaling forward. Flash connected, but stacks.
Does the Pharaoh need to swing there with his teammate? I
it's just going
think
to be a
so.
firing squad. Meteor again comes away with 3.
Yeah, I think
T1
they gotta
get all the info they need here from the
gotta
side
be
of
more
Izu, and it looks like
proactive
RRQ
there with what's
get
going on.
Frazzled, a bit uncomfortable.
It was almost like a lineup.
They end up falling to the wayside. T1 now gain the lead.
You can kind of safely swing
on
this.
the site for RRQ. It seemed like they were trying to figure out how to like spread out. That is nasty, Jemkin. But you know, with like you were saying, with all that information that Izu's able to filter over to the rest of the team, they're able to just kind of understand, okay, they're all pretty much on site or near dugout. If we all just come around at the same time from multiple angles, we should be able to wipe this out pretty cleanly. Monyet tries to get ahead of it. Stack shuts that down. That's a huge kill for him.
Okay, 3 in a row on the buy rounds, force them down to a low buy.
So good retake, good use of the Yoru ult. Now it's time for RRQ's Monyet to try to get started.
And I'm a little bit worried when I look at this because they gotta set strat that they keep running.
Hunter's Fury opened up, gets a collat pump! Nearly finds them both there on the follow-up, but they are able to avoid that third blast, but can they avoid Meteor is going to be the question. And the answer is absolutely not.
That is real nice.
A flawless here for the side of T1, a 4K
that is
for
really,
Meteor.
really nice.
And it looks like a
Dude,
pump
he
with
makes
the
it look
brakes
so
here for the side
easy.
of RRQ. They are about to go off the rails.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard against this T1 team when they're sharp, especially Meteor. Just forget it. And you got a ton of info off that Hunter's Fury. Meteor, you know, the big win with Buzz, Neon v Neon there against the Overdrive. Everything really going T1's way.
Okay, and I'm slightly already worried for their strap up for RRQ.
On how to deal with RRQ. Again, I
But
think RRQ's
they
doing
can
a nice
definitely
job
talk about
of
the fact
working
they're
the
getting
map.
door
They're
control
always
for
finding the weak
free.
side, pretty much.
A
It's
good
just whether
takeaway at the
was there
moment.
enough time?
Also, every
Are
time
they
they've hit
able to
over
deal
towards
with the
A, once
retake
they've created
potential that
pressure
T1's gonna
from
bring in?
B,
Things
there's
like that.
been
Now, barring
like
that last
numbers
eco
there.
round, I haven't been that displeased with the macro ideas from RRQ. So I think during this timeout, it might be time to start talk about some of the micro ideas. Let's try, if we get that plant down, we're doing a good job with that. Let's make sure we spread out a little bit more. Let's sure we keep some lurk players in positions where we can punish T1 on their retake attempts. Things like that is not what I've been seeing yet from RRQ. It's looked pretty static in regards to their post-plant defense.
Yeah.
See if they can pick that up a little bit.
Let's see what adjustments look like here off the back of the timeout. But 4-2, the scoreline here for the side of T1. Just that pistol in the anti-eco thus far for the side of RRQ picked up. Overdrive committed in the last round. Overall, not going to be too concerned about that loss of the ultimate.
Okay, another big buy round.
But Cushy has had this Steel Garden
for a while.
Quite some time. We haven't gotten to see them get into a comfortable position and actually try to invest that quite just yet.
Yeah, I think since around the bonus, if he didn't pick up an orb on the bonus because he was one away, he's had it. They're going to try and get Crazy Guy closer to his ult. So They have tons of potential in this round. This one's very, very important. Wise time to take a timeout. To try to get these ults to really pop.
Change up.
Exploration of mid though for T1. They're able to at least spot one, but
Safaris is kind of looking at his minimap
so
here.
far.
As we can see, it's just a full retake of B. It's like spot information.
They'll
go hold heavy over towards door, and then kill set up on lane, and then they can just kill Joy out.
It's good flash connection there. Meteor's unable to go ahead and clear that drone. It's not going to spot too much
big
else
change
out,
up from how T1 are playing, at least just this round.
Gate crash into that hall. That's why you see the stack up there with the double nanos and the alarm bot.
Look at this timing from T1. Once they identified that the drone was out, that's their move, that they could start taking space, because there's no idea
RRQ go for a re-clear in middle of 30 seconds.
Some of these battles.
Looking for a double face, it would seem, and Buzz. Those get taken down there. Window crazy guy out towards shops. Sort of Izu, so Duel is going to be eliminated.
Killjoy's got to be tempted to use ult for delay more than...
Still with that lockdown, and there's 20 seconds, so he's just going to go ahead and send this damn thing. And RRQ, they might just
they can't get the plant down. They're going to have to
re-hit. They have to try to clear this out. Meteor now just tucked away. And
oh god, they're so indecisive.
It's already over. Meteor is just closing out rounds.
It's the most perfect Killjoy I've ever seen.
They have to sprint this thing in on Monyet's back. And it's already over. He just had to sit there and send it.
Oh boy.
And the round is done. Everyone from T1 dead on the floor, but they have money. They're coming back in. They're rich as all hell.
I mean, yeah, I was questioning a re-clear at mid with 40 seconds because no matter what, you're never going to have a good time unless you like literally just go through the middle, and even then you're still probably getting through a choke like at 20 seconds against a Killjoy ult.
Coming down to the wire or just losing on time.
My ideal comp on PAL? I'm not sure. I'm not sure these days of like what is best.
That T1's able to take. That's a great timeout for them.
I would definitely be using a Vice. Definitely a Vice, definitely a Yori.
They're lacking information. They have to throw bodies
probably
and problems to get identification. If they're not using an ult like this, they only have the drone. And so everybody
well, definitely Astra.
I'm
not sure what that fifth is.
Counter sprays back through. That fast lane gets quite a bit of damage across on a crazy guy. Stack's going to be dealt with, though. Jemkin here at Dugout, able to find one. Now Buzz gone. Opens up the site a bit. Meteor is still nearby.
Teo's nice with the A control.
And he's gonna have
I would try Teo, or probably try Deadlock, see which works best.
3v3. The Steel Garden going to be invested as well as the
there's a lot going on.
These together. Meteor, however, finding a little bit of a cubby. Stays tucked away here, backside, shorty in hand. If he swings the corner, crazy guy basically needs to hit this headshot. Push coming in.
No way.
Meteor redrawing with the Phantom, able to go ahead and find
the
that
spike
kill.
and to get the Astra suck out of them.
Spike not planted here for him. So looking to try to play delay, but he will fall down as Meteor up to another 3. The Nebula dropping. Sparrow fighting. Sylvan trying to get back in.
5
and it's 5 HP. The
Sylvan
difference is RRQ will break the win streak at long last and get themselves
with how much time is left here?
RRQ, they're able to get the
Sylvan hesitated. I think he's got to swing as soon as he hears his teammate shoot, instead of waiting for like the death of his teammate.
Great timing there from Buzz, but Jemkin able to hide in that dugout after using his ult for quite some time, unidentified. Gets a big kill. They're able to use 2.
Like, look at this for him.
As well here from RRQ, so crazy guy doing a nice job. You know, kind of being like, okay, we got to start turning up the pace a little bit. We've got 2 duelists. Let's see if we can maybe
Hello, Fio. How you doing, man?
Off balance and not lose any more rounds to time.
So good amount of happens, Fio.
Energy built up there for RRQ off the back of the Red Bull clutch, but it's not the circumstances you want to be hitting around wins in, let's just say that.
And their money's still
we rode it back, Prodigy. It's been a while.
Did.
Thank God we remember after that. He's doing it, he's learning. He's out here learning.
These teams as slide across here in that TP forward. Stack's continuing to swing out, and Jemkin is able to take his head off.
Nice shots, back-to-back rounds.
RRQ. Faster pace, maybe catching T1 a little bit off guard, given how slow all these previous rounds have been. Meteor, however, still a bit of a force, still fighting back. Still on the corner swing, able to find an instant headshot, which is Meteor with 7 HP and Izu. Creeping forward over here at Flowers to try to see if they can pull off a 2v3.
It would take quite the miracle.
I mean, yeah, they're in such good positions, and it's just the best agents.
Very, very tough.
Like, they got Astra suck, they gotta find the Yori fast, and then they gotta wait for the Teo.
With a headshot. And ultimately, Izu knows that even if he's not going to be playing for the round win, he can still do quite a bit of damage here to the economy of RRQ. Just trying to pick them off. Swing in, X-Pharaoh
Very
once
nicely
again.
played from RRQ, especially after palm positions.
And RRQ fighting back. Now bring the deficit just to 1.
Yeah, I think now that the tempo is being turned up by RRQ, you got to be a little bit careful here as T1 is taking these individual
block
battles.
the Astra Suck with a
like
Yori
Stacks and Buzz
clone?
just did.
Nah.
They each try to take some dry 1v1s and straight up lost them. I mean, early on in this game, yeah, you were
You'd
winning
have
a
to
lot of
turn
those
it
battles.
to face you.
But now,
Nah, I
kind
don't
of
think
the
so.
momentum is on
Like
RRQ's side.
only the
They're
right
starting to pick that up, but
situation.
I
Like
this
it would have to go
timeout
like against the
from
wall.
Autumn.
You
Let's
would
get
have
T1's
to
heads
be
on
against
a
the
little bit
wall.
more straight. See if you can maybe either get ahead of these moves by trying to put some more pressure at A main to make sure that RRQ can't get accelerated the way they would like. And also Art as well needs to be kind of dealt with in that regard.
No collision with you? Oh, okay,
Maybe
well
something
then there
like
we
that
go.
you could look at. And also don't take those 1v1s like that. Or in some cases 2v1s is what they kind of end up being.
Yeah.
You know, wait for your team, wait for the
A
reinforcements.
is weak.
It's a pretty easy
And the
flow
A is
chart.
weak, but
Yeah.
they'll
Argue
just
about
change
the
it up by
tank, the
fighting over
1v1.
towards A main.
Yeah.
Goes over. Is your name Meteor?
Yeah.
If the answer is no, don't take the 1v1.
Don't take the 1v1.
If
Maybe
it's yes,
Izu.
Take the 1v1.
Maybe Izu. Yeah. Because he's seen a few moments from like Buzz where he's dashed in ahead of the team and he gets taken out. He did have the one where he kind of dashed in the middle of RRQ and had a good kill, but there's been a few awkward moments in the initial stages of some of these executes that RRQ is setting up from the defense of T1. But they're so talented individually, they can often recover.
Just find it. I mean, granted, Meteor with a Sheriff is deadly, but if you're going to be forcing up and one player has to have some weaker weaponry, why is Meteor the one with the Sheriff?
I don't know. I'd give the Guardian over to Meteor or
He's a beast,
something.
though.
Give Sylvan the Sheriff, because he's really good with the Sheriff, too.
Sure.
I think it makes a little more
America's
sense.
game's
'Cause
worth
he can play it
watching.
with those smokes around it a bit, but
Let's
yeah,
think.
I mean, maybe Meteor just wants to
Lotus was pretty fun
you know, I
from
haven't had a Sheriff
C9
5K in a
Furia.
I would assume that he has some say in the matter.
And then
Yeah. Drone
the
cleared.
Sentinel's Loud
So
game
yeah,
was
I like
pretty
this.
cool apart from
Kind
the
of what I was
third map.
talking about here. Some more A main presence shown by Stacks and Izu for the side of T1 to make sure that RRQ can't just get that easy setup for their execute. They can't just dial up a play from the playbook and run it
It's
without
good
any
info, though.
interference.
Well, that is a big
At
info
least
peek
two.
there. Sylvan confirming presence of multiple players, and now Jemkin
Your
picks
oh,
up the
okay.
orb.
So what's the
Dimensional
plan with
Drift's
this
gonna
one?
be online. Overdrive as well as the Cosmic Divide available here for Sylvan if they get into a position where they feel comfortable going for the retake, but he is going to be still fairly committed here over towards that connector. Mask goes on, Jemkin goes on the hunt.
Yeah, I'm looking at the spike
Gotta
though. The
watch for this
spike was
lurk
running
from
away,
Sparrow.
but as soon as they cleared it,
30 seconds left.
Sylvan
Goes his
gonna be
team
spotted out.
back.
Flash goes in behind him. There's a plant now in
nothing
play.
to stop the plant. It's a good plant for
Mon Yet
long,
trying
but
to
they
fill the
want to
space. Double
fight
push
close
forward.
because
Sylvan
they're up against an
gonna be
Astra.
the ride the kill. Gets a bit of damage there on the Jemkin, which Stacks is able to capitalize on. Under that kill,
Speaking
drone
of
quickly
Astra, we've
cleared
got a
out.
really
Those
late
should be
luck.
one tucked over
We
towards
might have
connector.
incredible.
One's going to be down in underneath. The Meteor, however, getting pressured from both sides. It's forced to reroute. They're
Dude.
going in on the hunt. Because in the meantime, trying to
Dude,
hold things down
Mon
the
Yet
other
is
side. Easy
running.
pushing in. He'll
Mon
find one
Yet's
Stacks
running
now,
him
going to be
down.
taken down. He was still trying to scale in, but
When he had like
Sun
scared him
connects,
out of
crazy
town,
guy is
dude.
able to hold his own.
Started chasing him here.
Meteor now once again
Spike was down
arriving
there.
back over to
Nice.
see what kind of damage he can get, but none is going to be found.
Been a
Forces
great
of the
couple of
poor
rounds from
armor by
RRQ.
potentially there from the side of Mon Yet, but in the end, we are tied up now at 5-5.
Yeah, even though I think T1 does some things better in this round, RRQ now really starting to hit their moments, hit their shots. You know, they're not taking 1v1s there. You've got two players to back up Jemkin to make sure Sylvan's cleared out. Everybody's kind of holding their angles nicely. Really well handled. Nice turn there from Mon Yet. Very snappy. See if they can keep this up. This attacker side's starting to look really fearsome. A four-man stack for T1 over towards A, but
Okay,
Meteor
faster
watching mid
pace,
again.
and this kind of
Check on Mon Yet with the drone or the
creates a lot
alarm
of
bot.
pressure over towards here because they did this twice early on, so they don't have
hit
like
by
an
that vulnerable,
instant
but it's gonna be
reaction
another
because they're
pacey
scared
hit
of the
here from the
neon
side of
path
RRQ.
and all the way through. Wait, this is
Clearly in
nice.
the timeout call, it's just like, guys, just don't hit the brakes.
And
just
to
run at them.
see
Got the dimensional drift
that
again,
maybe
though.
the strap
Last
book
time
wasn't
T1 had this,
as
the
thin as I
retake,
thought. It
excuse
was
me,
actually just
looked
like a
really,
bigger
really
plan
good.
for later on. They're going to
Overdrive
start
for Buzz as well.
using the
See if
pressure
they
to
can
split.
combo these nicely.
Astra ult
Cosmic
goes
Divide
in,
goes out, but
Vice
so too
ult
does
to
the Seal
cancel
Guard.
it.
Tuck back.
Did RRQ look kind of nice.
One widely holding onto their weapons.
Ooh,
as
corner
Izu
of the
looking
ult
for
to get out
an
of.
opportunity to get himself out to safety. Buzz finding one. Jemkin, however, coming away with two, and he's just stacked up
Bro.
here with Cushy. I mean, three players from RRQ all fighting out of the same position.
Bro.
Izu cannot hit the
How
transfer.
do they frag so heavy from here?
Meteor now left alone. Here's that reload, but can't quite find the punish. Okay, the second peak does, but time is out on his side.
I like both of these rounds, how they played against the Astro, though. Heavy priority of here, knowing that the ult is like this.
Something that goes amiss here for T1.
You can still have like people in position to hear when to use the salvos when you're going over towards B.
I don't know if that's the Cosmic Divide's a little bit behind it. And maybe
normally the Cosmic Divide will block a little bit of this, to be fair, but they might have looked at how they do it normally and it's like a little bit further back.
So something to kind of figure out there.
Yeah, 7-5 is like pretty normal for this map with these comps.
It wasn't quite drawn up to
but considering
a point
this,
where
RRQ is doing great.
For RRQ to punish it.
Favorite map to watch? Probably still Haven. I do like a Haven.
What a slide in. Sylvan is there to go ahead and trade it out, so it's going to be Neon for Neon, but Isu hits the flash there. Curious to see how much vision Cushy has.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the new Ascent at the moment. A lot of different comps.
Sylvan slowly drifting across, is able to find Cushy. So Sight held down for now. Meteor shifts over, gets himself in position as Turret will go ahead and confirm presence.
Stacks get close enough to use his ult.
Lockdown now going to be
They got a lot of delay.
Expecting that they're going to look to try to go ahead and push forward. Clear this out. Stacks chasing, looking for a little bit more there with that Hunter's Fury. As the spike now does get dropped. Meteor on the re-peek. Knows that he's going to be encroached upon, ends up falling to the wayside. Kill locked in, but Xpharaoh now in a 1v2. Sylvan at 65. Sends out the Cosmic Divide. Plant sound, however, should have been noted, and Stacks is there with the time.
6-6. I think T1 should be pretty happy with that, though.
6-6
like overall, it's great, especially once they lost pistol.
Really streaky half there.
Yeah, I liked what RRQ did in this, though.
For the side of T1, 4 in a row.
After the timeout,
RRQ respectively
the B spams are great.
Really good adaptations. Eventually, there's a few rounds in there for RRQ. Probably like to have back. If you suspect your opponent's going to have a judge, what better way?
Okay, he was fully blind.
He was fully blind.
Sometimes.
Poor Izu.
Sometimes, you know.
It'd be like that.
Jesus, take the trigger. Shot connects. Halftime, though, tied up at 6-6.
APAC rank?
This is more.
Why is it hell? Is it hell because people are good, or is it hell
because we come into this one, it's like, okay,
everyone's flaming, because I'm telling you.
Haven't really even been the bridesmaid.
EMEA ranked,
you know, they've always been on the cusp of getting
like
invited to the bridal
Europe,
party, but then, suddenly my cousin's able to make it, and I got it, it's a family thing, so. Sorry, you're not going to be standing
too many language barriers, honestly. I would think I would love that in EMEA.
Finding a victory here versus T1, that would seal the deal here for them.
For sure. I think this
Trust me, sometimes it's better for to not understand
towards the end
people.
Of this is kind of more of what I was expecting in some ways with double duelists, but RRQ just needed to find that confidence, needed to find that trust in their ability to just run at T1. And I get it, it's hard with the fraggers that T1 has, to just kind of throw caution to the wind and just challenge them, especially when they were losing some of those battles, post pistol and anti-eco. There were a few rounds there where T1 was just straight up winning some 1v1s. But once they got those executes to go, T1 started making mistakes. You got T1 to make some, what I would call unforced errors. T1 made some peaks, had some moments that they didn't need to try to go for a play, and they did. And you were able to punish that.
Honestly, that's kind of, when I duo with Mini, it's so fun, because Mini doesn't have that thing where he can like ignore people.
On this attacker side to T1,
if someone says something that he disagrees with that he thinks is dumb, he'll just go for it. And then it just becomes a voice duel.
So you're checking back pillar, basically.
Yeah. Ranked, I don't know, ranked is its own little beast everywhere, I think. I think it sounds like it's best in Americas because it looks like people come.
That's true. He's been hell of a lot
better. I know they got a lot of raging kids as well.
As Buzz looking to try to take some space. The flash connecting, and oh my god, Xpharaoh! That is disgusting.
That's rough, man. Just got out of the flash.
Solid as Izu comes away with 2 kills, and suddenly Monyet and Crazy Guy, the last one standing.
Okay, looking like a pistol each.
From the spike plant, Monyet.
This Monyet's got something planned.
Comes away with 2 kills of his own. Salvos to go ahead, hold on the peak.
Oh,
but Monyet re-peaks it, finds one relay bolt.
That is an absolute. That's an absolutely sick pistol.
He's saluting him across the stage. He's back on his feet. He holds down the views, and my
double
god,
pistol. Well,
what a disgusting pistol round from Monyet.
2v4, and he's done that.
We were just talking about the old GE team that was just disgusting on their pistol
they were
round.
very good on
and
pistols.
Monyet was a big piece of that puzzle. What a moment from here. Finds a beautiful timing while Sylvan's trying to go into Astral form. Izu tries to bail him out. Monyet's not having any of it. Throws a great relay bolt. And down goes Meteor. Sylvan, no.
Just holding down 4. Unreal. I mean, that's very
reminiscent the whole time he's giving it as well. Sick. Oh, I like the idea from T1. I like the idea there.
We're just off to the races though here as Buzz was trying to
delay the recon slightly, so
quickly got cut down
when
the
you
size.
swing out,
3 players down on the side of
you
T1.
can have someone shooting the recon.
Looking at having a flawless round.
For sure. Just brilliant stuff from Monyet. So much confidence on the Neon. Stacks gets the orb and everybody's waiting.
Hello. Oh, okay.
Got one.
Does find one, but weapon obviously able to be picked up. Someone would be in a great spot to get a plant, but the spike is dropped outside of A main.
Yeah, Sylvan's.
And I mean, RRQ now, it's all about process of elimination. They say, well, he's probably
Monyet on Neon, yeah, he's good. Loves to send
Sylvan's in the same conundrum. He has no idea where anybody is. Just trying to suss things out. Of course, with the spike there, RRQ knows they can wait, collect Sylvan's orb relatively reasonably, as long as you got all the angles covered. Okay.
That they do. All right. Well, damn near flawless. All the weapons going to be carried forward here from RRQ. T1 back in with the buy. As they seek some form of stability here. You see, yeah, that first pump of the shorty just a bit off from Buzz. Unable to find that kill, unable to really find that damage. And RQ very swiftly beat them back.
Yeah, it has looked a little bit shaky for Buzz on the Neon today.
Last big buy rounds. The bonus is very nice, though. We've seen what people have been doing with Spectres recently. Double pistol means we go next map, normally.
And Salvo's just to escort forward.
Not always, but it should do.
Very deep line here. T1 should be suspicious of this.
Well, they've got 3 players stacked up for this, so seems like they're kind of at least anticipating something.
Well, finds the first. He's eating a little bit of follow-up damage, but Jemkin unable to escape. But
this is interesting, though. You gotta look at RRQ right here. They go 1 aggro. It's a bonus. They're playing info, kind of just retakes all over towards A. And they have 1 person aggro with a 3 person hide over towards B site. Like, it's nice. You're meant to see one here and just think there could maybe be like 1 more on site. You would imagine that roughly where the circle is.
They're going to try to catch some people's changing directions off the back
Oh,
of
there's
that.
one.
Use the alt, identify their locations. See
Tunnel vision. Oh, you could see it could have worked, right? The tunnel vision, once he saw one, he didn't even consider there would be more here. Monyet got a really important kill, and he's absolutely crazy, but he's done great.
Sylvan now all on his lonesome. Monyet, congratulations on the 1000th kill. You might have just gotten your team a bonus conversion. If Cushy is able to capitalize, 72 health remaining here on Sylvan. Still some thorns to play around with. Cushy just going to creep forward, swaps out the weapon, holding it to half. Sylvan, if he swings now, will find it.
A really odd way to play it for Cushy.
Bonus conversion to be found. T1 close the gap back down to 1 round separating, but 4 players lost.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of extra time taken, a pump of the brakes from T1, opens up just a little bit of extra space to get that first kill, but then Monyet just comes swinging right back in after taking out Meteor through mid. Finds 2 huge kills, but Sylvan coming up big when they need him most. It's good, yep. And that's the 1000th kill for Monyet. Very impressive player. He's been so tremendous throughout the years across a bunch of different teams.
Former land kill record holder.
It's true. This is also another interesting point of fact for today. This is the 100th map Stacks has played.
Yes.
In Pacific.
That is correct. We did have that.
He wanted to do Astral Suck. I mean, yeah, and I think he thought he was further back than he actually was. Just, I don't know, he was hit very early, so I think you should always just try and use your time, especially when you know where he is. But
wow. He's kind of been playing for forever.
This is a 1v1, so probably would have worked against other people.
Oh my god. Oh, Meteor.
Very important rounds, right?
Just a scrape of damage on a
We've
crazy
got 4
guy.
on each. They can't buy next.
Salvos has the concuss.
And yet would be able to throw his gun across, so like,
quite a bit of delay
at
here.
least.
And get a good read. Heard some shots, so they're actually going to try to push mid. Turret's there to get identification of that. But actually, T1, if
P over towards A.
forward,
30 seconds, full exec from A. Smoke, salvos. They might get 3 here.
Seems to be now.
Slide in, Jemkin dragging across, finds
Wait,
Buzz there.
do they only have 1 smoke?
Back of the head.
Looked like Buzz thought that was looked like he thought it was going to be an actual smoke.
Able to find Cushy there for the follow-up. Continuing to get scrappy.
Big Joe. Oh, Izu did incredible.
Out of dugout. Finds himself all alone.
Time.
10 seconds remaining, as you say.
My goodness.
Hell of a risky
Oh my god.
come through. Star going to be set up looking for the concuss.
No
but
way.
Able to swing just in front of it.
Really?
What a brutal microplay there from the Yoru on T1. Narrowly dragging them over the finish line here in the round to tie things up at 8-8 and break down the economy of RRQ.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah, I can't believe he won this.
If he had, it's tough.
Look at these jaws. Do we get to see all of his?
Press forward, and it's a fake plant of the spike. He just gets killed that he can't win out on time.
27 HP. Oh my god.
There's a whole bunch of little back and forths going there, but yeah,
like
Izu.
Frame perfect for when the concuss hits him. He has the headshot.
Crazy.
God, that's the way that the important round gets decided.
Correct, but still not being rewarded for it. Sometimes them's the breaks. Jemkin going to be looking for maybe a bit of a one and done. And he's not allowed to escape as Izu once again snappy with a headshot.
Yeah, honestly, you rarely get to see people get punished for the Yoru TP.
For the taking. As they continue to scale forward and try to confirm this one, Moniette swinging out. Meteor still wide awake, still snappy. Looks for a little bit more as Xfero. And look, try to catch him by surprise and looks for the timing and finds it. Knows that he's good for it. As soon as that reload, it does get sent out.
Xfero tapped the orb. He's like, oh wait, I already have my ult.
Yep. I don't want that. I want the gun.
Well, that's a nice win. Great guy hiding and profiting with the stinger.
Does go ahead and pick up a judge. Not in a position
It
to
becomes doable.
So
They got their own Astral.
Difficult to really put that to any kind of solid value.
We get to see a big Astral.
But Cushy Sheriff finds one, looks for the second, just a hair off, and Sylvan a little bit fast with that headshot, but now the backstab.
No, that was the round.
Find the kill. Sylvan scouted out, suppressed, just dancing around the pillar. The time starting to get away here from the side of RRQ. They're still making this costly. And Stacks, in all likelihood, not gonna, he commits the ult for this one.
This is risky.
Sparrow's gonna look to just try to run him down.
Nice.
I mean, Stacks, he will confirm the round victory here just on the time alone, but I think RRQ not going to be too
RRQ should be
one.
super happy with this, but honestly, I kind of think they should have won it. But
that's going to be a great consolation prize.
Yeah, as far as eco rounds
the ult was good. It's just one ult to see if he's on it.
To force out that big
cancel it after.
To find that pick onto Meteor. Some really nice Sheriff shots from Xfero. Everybody. Or excuse me, phantom shots from Xfero once he picked up the gun.
No matter what, you're getting him off the spike anyway, even if he was doing half.
Everybody really starting to come online, and Buzz still stuck on 4 kills.
Dude, they put a lot into it though.
Go of it on the Neon today. Izu starting to heat up though.
Was this one?
Can be one of those win conditions for a T1 when he just starts kicking indoors on that Yoru. And there's not much the opponents can do, especially on some of these good combos he has off the util.
It's a nice round though.
And it's
with the late smoke.
They're just sending out some fake info.
Do you clone, close, swing off of it, you alarm bot in there to see if anyone's in the smoke, and then you can push through, you clear the info to know there's a question mark.
Util over on the other side to make it look like he was there, to try to fake out that he wasn't coming in.
A nice round.
It's pretty good.
Doesn't have many options to get out, but.
Armageddon sent easy pushing.
No way.
Transfer over as he finds
it's mad, isn't it?
Go ahead, barrel stops.
It's actually mad. He dodges the ult and he gets a double entry on site. Like he should have just been. He should have got 0.
The dust
shouldn't have got any.
It's going to be Jemkin and Xfero. Meteor dancing around the back though. Maybe suspecting that one of these players has already worked their way forward, but he's not checking in towards Secret for the moment. So Xfero, an opportunity to try to get the jump. Right now the players just aren't drifting into line of sight here for him until Stacks goes right there. Xfero comes away with another. And suddenly it's all down to Meteor. Tap the defuse, pushes forward into the smoke. Now the turret's set up. Has the lockdown as well if he wants to send it, but trusts in his own ability here, trusts in the time that they have available. Now has all the info that he needs, it would seem.
The wraparound's incredible. He's so confident with what he does.
Racked up by Meteor and T1.
That's a shame, man. RRQ are going to look back at this and be like, how did we lose these?
Monyet on the Neon has been really tricky, but again, it's easy to kick things off a really cool idea with his ultimate. And even though there's some recognition that it's going to be an A hit by T1 from RRQ
just kind of saving him.
They aren't expecting that Izu had already gotten to where he was, and he catches two players really off guard. And man, oh man, Meteor again, so smart
double pistol, but they're losing like all the clutches.
Hard to play it better than he did right there. Just creeping in, slow walking the whole time behind the first diffuser, and then can set up his turret for the identification of the second. Just watch one side, you know the turret's got the other. Brilliant stuff.
Right? Kaylee La with the Prime. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
thank you. Arixor as well with the Prime. 2 new Prime users. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for the support.
Bit of a rougher journey to get over to the Sungang Coliseum here today.
It was an adventure,
but
to say the least.
The fans have still made their way out to show support. As once again, I mean, you know, at least for the Korean fan base, another solid day as you have T1 here, then GENG in the follow-up. You get to watch good old RRQ as well as Global Esports look to challenge these teams and challenge them. So far, RRQ certainly has.
Right now, the Goblin of Broccoli as well, another new Prime user. Thank you for that as well, mate.
Another lockdown available here for him. 3 ults to work with.
Thank you very much for the support as well.
RRQ, we'll see.
Okay, the RRQ, they have good ults. It's just low buy.
The shotgun again, last time shut down by Monyet. They get the identification. Slow creeping their way forward. Some smokes from RRQ.
I wanted Broccoli Goblin, but it was taken. It's a popular name.
A bit of a fallback for Crazy Guy and company. Turret to watch T1's back. This seems to be A the whole way.
Trust me, though, I've been there. The reason we got TV in our name.
He did.
Yeah, Buzz does take a nasty amount of damage, but this time the judge is hitting a little bit different.
Well,
2 kills found. Economy a little bit wobbly. Jemkin 650 behind, 1800 for 2 of the players.
Goblin, thanks for sending us all, dude.
Very much is an effect though, so
I appreciate that.
Try to play this out.
There they are.
There's a ping on the 1. Xpero going to be noted in that astral form. There's Cushy thinking that maybe he had free access, just walk in, try to catch a timing, but Meteor sets no. Goes down, Stacks has the follow-up, closes things out.
Now or never for RRQ. They got great ults, probably the best ult you can have for retake almost.
Needing to run back 5 in a row if they want to avoid an overtime.
For sure leave B site, right? Because you can just...
It is a much cleaner post plan. Obviously weaker
weaponry. I saw one of these
Crazy Guy did
after
get
the Astral.
To Buzz when he was sliding in there. That's unbelievable that even hits him with how fast he was going. But I mean, the RRQ players, they look sharp today for the most part, but T1 has been able to find those hero moments themselves, be able to punch back there. But that in particular was a much better post plan for T1. Players are watching their angles better. Nobody's trying to overcommit to an angle or just hold an angle on their own. Have all the information. Do a nice job locking it down. Meteor toying around in mid.
Killjoy on attack.
See if he can catch Meteor off guard. You know,
wait, why is my Astra committed over towards Elbow with
Astral?
Astral?
Use that conditioning a little bit against T1, I suspect, to make Meteor think there's some open space there.
Wait, this is
surely I can just walk through art.
This isn't
Won't be
smart.
that big of a deal.
Oh my goodness, he's crazy.
4 members of T1 on the other side.
I guess you're not going to expect the Astra to play here.
Tuck into the corner, next Xpero now presence notice. He comes away with a second. Buzz similarly going to be taken down, and this hit is absolutely.
The pressure alone maybe thought they weren't going to play on site. I'm not sure.
Lockdown, however, looks to turn the tides.
This is why, yeah, he knows what he's doing apparently.
And this does leave Xpero on a bit of an island.
Aileen Ash River Galanias. Thank you so much for the 7 months. Appreciate the Prime. Brokill's 3, by the way.
Might not die, but he goes down to 11 HP.
Fully questioning his position with the Astra. Kills 3, of course.
30 seconds left.
Plant being stuck. Meteor already going to be taken down. And there you go.
It's the easiest round of all of them.
Once again,
nicely done though. Fair play.
Breaking a 5-round win streak from Team 1.
Hello, Yumpy.
Try to restabilize.
Nothing, dude. It's too early.
Just 2.
Drink water.
That's got to be a frustrating one.
Crazy as well.
I see this all the time with teams across the planet where they don't check the back of screens, and then the player behind it just gets a multi-kill for free. it just be like that sometimes. I mean, you're trying to cut off the angles, you know, using that fast lane and other util. But yeah, just spray him down.
Yeah, dude, he's got the evilest laugh.
I love Money.
I do too. He's the emotional leader of that team. You know, you saw, if you were watching the huddle beforehand, he's the one that was leading the chant.
Yeah,
yeah,
obviously he's Killjoy into it as well.
Up,
and what is this? Wall goes up, split over towards B.
He's got some ultimates
here. Shops. He's coming away with 2. Buzz, Meteor both going to be taken down. Sylvan fights back for 1. As, I mean, the crossfires here just overwhelming.
Damn, we got a new strat.
Just sprinting here. Rotates around back over in towards window. They don't have any kind of confirmation that he actually pumped the brakes in this position, or if he's just
had a smoke in, then I think it's really good. But I get that the star could make it too obvious.
Say, well, he's probably there, and they are
cool round though. It's a really cool round. Force him down to eco.
Side of RRQ. Now we're just 1 away from tying it up.
And what a round to call this on. Not only because it catches T1 off guard, but because now T1's economy is in shambles. You've got that ult. You put some trust in him on yet. And Jemkin to get
makes
the
a lot
job
of sense when you got the neon ult.
Great stuff from RRQ. Love the change of pace. There you go. Monyet on his feet again, letting him know.
Force him down to eco. We got 3 sheriffs.
A thrifty attempt here.
They got a lot of ults though. We can't really count them out of this one as Buzz has neon ult and armor.
900. Otherwise, a couple sheriffs behind Buzz just with the classic and the overdrive, but pinned into the corner.
There goes the neon ult and armor.
Go ahead and pick up the pieces. Izu similarly going to be taking down that Stinger. Not
Dude,
fighting
imagine they can
damage.
actually.
Everyone
Imagine
unscathed for the
whoa!
But suddenly,
wow.
Sylvan with 2 stacks with 1.
What?
What happened?
I am not wanting to see it in the replay either way. A Vandal going to be scooped up. That goes into the hands of Media. The Cosmic Divide immediately called down here onto the site. Thorns.
He's not wrong. He's asking the right question. I don't understand what just happened. I get this kill.
And it looks like they're going to leave him implanted here on the site.
But what happened here?
The Hunter's Fury. I'd honestly rather see him go into the more disconnected position, but
dude, as soon this was like, I just started believing.
How have they gotten to this position here? The push out.
No way.
The instant shot to the cheek there from Sylvan. As Jemkin will go down. And this is going to be a gut punch to RRQ.
What's Sylvan done here?
With a 4K gets T1 a thrifty win to get up to map point.
Okay, 2 chances, but
well, I talked about it
how?
earlier.
Fake smoke swing?
T1 is on ecos, and that's why. So much talent on this team. Unreal. Oh my god.
I mean, nice shots, fair play.
Got
the Euro TP to pull him off the first original
That
angle.
the whole time. He was standing behind that Cosmic Divide. He put his own smoke as well to try to play that angle. You know, expecting the player to walk through the Cosmic Divide, holding the wall, and he read it from the get-go. Oh, here we go.
They're going to get scrappy again. This time Monyet able to come away with the first kill. Izu.
No, this recon. This recon. The recon's actually been causing them
T1
such a rough time.
Looking to bring this
Stacks have been doing a late recon over towards A main. They're mixing it up all the time.
Beautiful recon dart from Stacks in the midst of all of that. Got
it was
identification on both of those players. Bailed out T1.
Dimensional drift.
1, 2.
Players going to be noted. Sylvan going fall to the wayside here.
Izu
coming away with 1 though, and now is all on Jemkin. And he will be felled. The 3K from
that
Izu.
round. Okay, it was still a nice game though, but you got to give it to T1, losing double pistol and winning.
As they close out the map. 13 to
11. Well, I don't want to say like overall better because it just felt like the individuals took them over the line a bit. They won a lot of clutches.
Kills on both sides. Monyet was playing so well on that Neon. X-Pharaoh on the Astra, looking comfortable, one of his most played agents. So
they won like 8 clutches, no, they won I can't remember RRQ winning many clutches.
Man, oh man, I mean T1 just, Meteor came out the beginning of that map and was just destroying.
The instant skin change.
And yeah, it was a little bit of a soft start, you know? But we start getting that 5-round streak from T1. I'm like,
yeah, pistol. Yep, that's true. They won a 2v4 pistol.
All right, they're slowing down. They're not able to get these plants across. Nope. Run it back. 6-6 at the half into this. I mean, this map had pretty much everything other than an overtime. And I'm just fingers crossed, given that this is T1's map pick and we have Icebox coming up, and this is going to continue.
Yeah,
my God,
I think we
this
still
was
go.
a very
We
fun
go
map.
third
Oh, yeah,
unless.
absolutely. I really hope that RRQ is able to take Icebox.
There's two things.
I think they can. I mean, I think they should.
No,
feel
I think they
confident.
should be taking
There's
Icebox.
just small macro mistakes in the
But
beginning of this that
T1,
cost them a couple
if they
big
change their
rounds.
comp,
You can't
I'm
afford
feeling
to make
very
those
confident about
mistakes against
T1.
So hopefully they can learn
If
from that.
Meteors
Go into Icebox, come
hop
in
in
with
on
that
the
kind of aggressiveness that I think was
Reina,
working for
then
them. Saw it on
obviously
the defender side too.
they
started
can
getting
win as
aggressive.
well.
That caught
But
T1 off
overall,
guard.
the Icebox looks
Keep
pretty
those
weak.
things in mind, and there's a real hope we're going to see Lotus.
But
That
again,
would
if
be
you have a
absolutely
Reina,
incredible here,
if your
given how
Reina
these two
players
teams
on,
just
you
played on
can just win.
And you know what? I love this region. I love that Pacific. We can always rely on them to be the Van Helsing to the entertainment vampires that is every other region.
Bannock Tech, thank you so much with the 5
You know
months.
you're always going to be in for a
Appreciate
good
the
time here,
prime.
Pacific.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and go to back to the analyst desk to break down all of the action from that opening map.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
I dig that energy. I
It says
agree
1-1
with that.
clutches here, but
Van Helsing to every other
you know
region.
that it's a little bit weird.
Yeah, I think we got
Look at
what
VLR
we
real
came
fast.
for, which was a damn good start to the series between RRQ and T1. It was neck and neck, gentlemen. We were talking about how close every single round was.
15
and we really
fast
didn't know
kills.
which way this was going to end. And for a short while, it looked
That's
like it
really
would have
rough,
been
man.
RRQ's.
Yeah, I thought
That's
RRQ
really,
played
really
really
rough.
well that game. If anything, it was their map to lose a lot of times. You know,
Okay, we'll
we
look
can
at the
see it
stats
here
in a
in
little
the
bit
first
once
bloods.
it
They
gets
absolutely
uploaded. I'll be back in a
dominated
bit.
T1.
You got double the first bloods, you don't win.
Yeah,
Oh
I mean,
my God.
and double pistol.
And double pistol. That's
Yeah,
tough.
and double
It's hard.
pistol.
I mean, this
Oh
was
yeah, he's
their
not
game to
wrong.
lose totally. We saw so
looks
many
really
rounds
bad when you look
go
at those
right
stats.
down to the wire, right down to those 1v1s, and
Yeah.
big performances across these both teams, especially
I'll be
from
back a little
Monya
bit.
and Meteor. A demon in that first half.
He put Buzz in the backpack. That's how good this guy is. Buzz didn't even do anything. He was dangling his little feet. He was chilling on the neon, like, honestly. And I don't think I've even seen that from Buzz in a very long time. But that is the quality of this T1 team. There is always someone else to carry the weight. But I, quite frankly, feel like you could say the same thing about RRQ here. I mean, Monya and Xfero were kind of the standouts for me. Kushi was pretty decent on the Vice as well, but he wasn't having as much impact as the other two for sure. Xfero and Monya really impressed me in a team where I really consider Jemkin and Kushi kind of being the standouts.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he had a good start on the first half, at least anyway, Kushi, until it swapped sides. But we saw something really interesting on the defense side, especially with Meteor beyond his clutching.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we look at some of these highlights here, I mean, this is quintessential Pearl defense from T1. They've got a very good defensive side. If you go back through their last couple of games, their defense has been the stronger of the two. And over in Masters Bangkok, their defense was what got them into OT against G2 and was a little better against EDG as well, whereas their attack was a little more rough, which on an attacking sided map, is pretty solid skill set to be able to have, and that's thanks to Meteor. Your Killjoy is so valuable at having certain utils to hold down the middle of the map, as well as how aggressive he can be in the mid-round, but also Izu is the other side of that dynamic to the stable anchoring force, where your Yoru is this disruptive force that gets in the face of the attackers and slows down whatever they're doing and finds opening picks.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very strong defense, and I think RRQ did well to even fight their way back. I was definitely getting worried for them. When Meteor starts going crazy like that, it's hard to come back from. But over on the other side of the coin, we really want to highlight Monya. Now, for me, Monya's somebody who's been a little bit quieter over the past couple of weeks.
He's been on smokes duty, mate.
Yeah, but I mean, this game, he was going absolutely mental on the Neon. I was so happy to see him on this role. I feel like it was sort of made for him. Monya is the kind of guy who has so much fun when he plays. He wants to be able to go do crazy stuff, and we saw it this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you even saw some set plays coming in there for RRQ. I really liked the crunch that they did up towards tile side with the Neon ult. MVP goes to Meteor. This guy won so many clutches. He had so many unbelievable multi-frag rounds. I mean, this is why people consider him the best Sentinel in the world, even though he doesn't even play that much Sentinel anymore. The dude's on Duelist half the time.
Yeah, it's the master of masters. It's Meteor. Now, Monyet, you were just talking about him and how you're delighted to see him play to, you know, the potential that he has. And you're right, I completely agree with you. You could see how much fun he has on the Neon. You could see it on the player cam when he was saluting. Yeah. It was a little salute to the other team there. It's just, it fits his personality, like you said.
I mean, Monyet is a chaotic man. That's how I would describe him. You can hear him laughing in half the replay.
Perfect agent.
Neon is the perfect agent for him. You know, this double duelist for RRQ has a lot of potential. We saw Monyet really step up. And as I say, Monyet has not been the highlight of this RRQ roster over the past few weeks, over this year, but looked better today.
Those are very, very respectable stats. Those are great stats going up against T1. A couple of first kills. That pistol round win was phenomenal.
Yeah,
that was a highlight round from Monyet that you used to see a lot more of. I feel like we haven't seen as many of that. So with his role as the secondary duelist in this team with Jemkin, it's interesting because a lot of teams are shifting into double duelists, and that forces other players onto other roles that might be uncomfortable for them. But in this case, I actually feel like it kind of worked for RRQ, despite the fact that you did see Kushi play his first game of Vice ever and shift into the Senti role. You actually did have a lot of players that had some more comfortable agents, as I think Clinton mentioned over on the cast. Xfero, his most played agent is Astra. That was very comfortable territory for him, and they're able to flex into the double duelist, and it didn't look very uncomfortable for RRQ. I thought it was great, especially on this map where it's something like Yoru and Neon. When they're playing like ISO on Jemkin, I don't think it's as good of a fit, but in this particular combo, I think works really well for them.
Yeah, so I think the ideas were right. I think they were definitely moving in the right directions and countered T1 pretty well until they did.
I mean, they just lost every 1v1 and then they got sheriffed.
This is the story of these two teams where I feel like RRQ often play really well but somehow don't win, and T1 don't look like the best team then end up winning. It's the story for both of these teams, and we just saw it play out on this map 1. I thought that was RRQ's game to take, and they just couldn't get over the line, where T1 always seemed to manage to find a way.
Yeah.
What is it? It's the clutch factor?
It's clutch.
I mean,
it's
Meteor cleaning it up?
Those 5 rounds in a row after Pistol and Anti-Eco were like a 1v1 every single time, and T1 won every clutch in a row. Time and time again, reset RRQ's money, and then when RRQ finally had a good answer, which I was talking about, that shop crunch that they did up through B long and straight through double doors, and they crunched mid, completely caught T1 off guard. They won that round. That should be the swing round that wins you the game, and then you get sheriffed because T1 has just got such phenomenal individual skill, and Sylvan even was having clutches and sheriff multi-frags in that game, and that's the player that you're probably least scared of on T1.
Yeah, well, one thing's for sure, none of us picked Meteor as our flex player or Sentinel player. I don't know if it was a mistake, though, because Meteor does play duelist, as you mentioned, Pilsky, on maps like Icebox and Lotus. So, yeah, I think this is going to be interesting going into Icebox now. We haven't seen RRQ play it for stage 1, but you had an interesting tidbit from history.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the last time these two teams played actually was RRQ's last time playing Icebox, which was in the off-season. T1 was still playing a chamber comp back then, but a little bit different. RRQ was playing a pretty standard comp that you'd expect, so there is some familiarity from the last time that these two teams did play. But T1, this is a map they've shown weakness on. Secret worked them out just the other day, and they looked like they were very, very convincing in terms of game planning for how T1 likes to play. So I want to see if T1 goes for the same approach here, because they are one of the teams that doesn't like to change too much.
Yeah, I absolutely think they will, and I think that's exactly what the RRQ coaching staff are hoping for. I think they'll have some good reads. They've not picked this map for no reason. I think they can definitely watch back T1's previous games and see those holes, see that weaknesses. It is a more individual-oriented comp when you have Reyna and Chamber as kind of your stars there. So I think I want to see T1 be a little bit different. They're probably going to play the same comp, but what new ideas have you been able to bring? And from RRQ's side, what counters have you been able to find? Show me why you're picking this map.
Oh, absolutely. And I think at this point, I mean, you boys picked RRQ to win for today.
Yeah.
And while I picked T1, I do think we are going to get a full series today. I'm expecting RRQ to figure things out.
Yeah, I think so. And looking at this, very interesting for RRQ. I mean, it isn't that different from what they were playing in the off-season. It kind of reminds me of what we've seen from Boom, actually, where you're mixing the Teo in instead of the Gecko and you're playing a very standardized comp. They will get to start out on defense of their map pick because T1 have picked attack here.
Yeah, I mean, T1 sticking with what they know. We see the Reyna and we see the Chamber, this very unique style that they love to bring. On their attack, it's all about contacting, getting that space chase for free. That's what they love to do. But this comp should shine a lot more in the defense.
I mean, yeah, the thing is, it didn't work against Secret. I feel like Secret played anti-contact very well. So I want to see T1 play a lot more lurk heavy, to be honest. Although there is a hard senti there on the side of RRQ, so mid's going to be a little harder.
All right, well now we have the DJ music, and that's what I was talking about. We are going to go back to Achilles and Paper Thin.
That's the secret, Victoria. I knew exactly what you were talking about, but the music wasn't
Still
there,
Reina
and
chamber.
It makes you look foolish, so I, therefore, get to have some fun with it. Anyway, let's have some fun with his second match.
I mean, if they pop off, then...
Back and forth brawl to start things off there on Pearl. Now we once again jump into Icebox, which has been
definitely a good chance for RRQ on this one. T1 on attack, RRQ on defense. We've got Meteor raid boss though, so if he starts off well, it'd be scary.
Everything just has to be in the right place at the right time.
3 passing higher, lower, lower.
High, low.
Oh,
great shot. Oh, there goes your raid boss.
Meteor swiftly dealt with. 2 players going to be noted there by the 0 point.
Well,
obviously, space going to be given up here too, but nothing there to really note this. So they do get Buzz on a deep lurk, but this is understood by RQ. They know what they have given up for the most part.
Yep.
Though Crazy Guy's still at risk. He doesn't get forward onto the rafter, and he is able to do so. Buzz does find Cushy though in transit. Sylvan somehow wins out that fight. Xpero going to be taken down.
Totally not.
Yeah, Buzz able to find another one. Jemkin does go ahead. Delivers a shot to the back of the head. Sylvan down to 50. Sheriff Shot will go ahead and take him out. Jemkin, Moniette, 2 powerhouses from the first map, looking to deliver here to try to get a 3rd pistol win in the set.
1 enemy remaining.
Izu finding 1. Jemkin with everything to do.
Hey, nice
finds
pistol. They're on, they're on the board with the pistols.
4th and 5th would have been a very nice
still want to keep a little bit of an eye on Meteor's flashes. He doesn't really use them.
To try to do some lurks, to try to explore the map.
But this was
and it's really well thought out there as
very nice from Buzz.
Buzz holding, pushing past some of those angles until there's contact over at A. As soon as the 0 point lands, get some identification, that's when Buzz peeks out of kitchen a little bit. He checks towards the defender side spawn. I don't know if he saw Crazy Guy or not, but then he's able to recheck the other angle, catch the player coming up from the B site, get that first kill.
Well,
and
knife
Crazy Guy's
full.
in an awkward spot where he's trapped between the main force of T1 and Buzz. And Buzz is able to best him with the headhunter. Really nicely dialed up there by T1.
Buzz is something that we're going to have our eyes on, under the microscope here on this map, because it's not just about the performance on Pearl, but also the last time out versus Secret wasn't finding that much value with the chamber at all. Granted, all of T1 looked very scattered with his composition. But looking for that stronger individual impact here from Buzz. Meteor, though, up over the top, able to find Cushy, finding Moniette, potentially finding
nice
Jemkin
shots
as well.
at the moment.
He will come strafing forward. It's going to be Buzz to take that one away with the Ghost in hand.
Good signs.
Back
we
over
saw
in
some
towards
flashes.
mid.
We
Final
saw
shots
some shots.
And that is going to be a flawless
Maybe they've been
from the side of T1, starting
looking
off
at this map
Icebox
a little bit.
2-0.
Yeah, so now we get to see really more of what the game plan is for RRQ. That first round was kind of interesting because sometimes with this T1 comp, a lot of what it comes down to is
Ooh, that was a nice shot.
Stuff.
Jesus.
Izu there, able to get the spot off the utility, get his own kill. But one of the important things for this T1 comp is finding the right moments to get the Lear to hit, to get the flashes to hit from stacks. And if you can get ahead of that or get behind it, like we saw Team Secret.
Crowd enjoyed that one, wonder what he said. And we got an outlaw, and we got one person that can get one shot. And the recon doesn't hit Jemkin though, even though the knife does.
That's fine, Meteor. Over at Belt, Sylvan only able to
Nice
take one
shots.
back. As this
Well,
round
they
is
went
very
heavy with
swiftly
3.
Getting out of hand here, 4-T1. Sylvan, Izu,
And
last
4,
one standing.
really.
Only the enemy Tejo dead. And pretty much everybody stacked up now on this A site. Looking to make this a nigh impossible go. Swing onto the corner. Sylvan does do well to actually come away with one. Jemkin going to be put down. Izu now watching. Xpero suddenly does die. Cushy now at risk. Pop flash.
No way.
Timing, but Izu
Cushy really tried something.
The flash is gone, and now suddenly
He really
this
tried
round has
something.
been swung absolutely on its head. The tap of the plant Moniette. Weapon drawn out, knows that it's not the real plant. Full kit available to Izu. But how does he try to utilize it?
He might have read that there was going to be a rotate.
He has no clue. I don't think he has any idea. He's just going to face in
Hey,
for
nice.
Moniette.
He handled from Moniette on this one.
The anti-bonus
boy.
somewhat rescued here. T1 not allowed to get the conversion, but Once again, I mean, similar scenes to what we witnessed
10-10
over on
transfer
Pearl.
to Zeta.
It's a devastating
Yeah.
round.
Again, early ideas are good for RRQ.
It,
Getting ahead of the T1 utility puts them in a bad
Dep's
spot.
injured.
But then you fall back and start giving up some of these, trades,
Shoulder
and that starts
injury.
sliding into T1's favor, and you can't give those up to them because they'll punish the heck out of you with their
that's
firepower,
rough.
with their rifling. That's the one thing you can't let this comp do, is just take dry contact against them. Unless you're way ahead of them. But that round, they kind of took their foot off the gas pedal a little bit too much.
Safe 0-point placement there from Cushy. Does go ahead and confirm, I believe, presence on the 4, so there's no ambiguity about this whatsoever. RRQ knows that T1 in droves are here on this A side. It's a matter about, is there a lurk? That's why you still see that linger back from Monyet across the map. Jemkin able to open things up, and Sylvan's going to be taken down. Meteor up over the top, considering going for the peak, but does not. As Snax goes in for the fight, and he manages to catch 3!
What was that?
Looking for that 4th. Crazy guy is down to a sliver.
Oh my god.
And now Stax is maybe on for an ace.
It was so fast,
Salvo's
bro.
going to be sent. They'll offset him. Hey, go off. King, go on the hunt. Call your steed.
He might save. Oh, he's going for it.
He's looking for it.
That was crazy. That second shot was so fast. He's already flicking to the second guy.
Crazy guy plays spoiler here.
Like he knows he's killed the first. Oi, sick
but he
rounds.
will go ahead and lock it
Dude,
down
the
as the
second
crowd
shot is
goes
so
absolutely
fast,
wild.
and the third obviously low HP,
T1,
but
3-1 of the pack of Stacks going nuclear.
And he stood up and he waved over at RRQ after that one. My word, Stacks. I mean, he's swinging this box, and I'm like, why?
whoa.
Oh. Like,
They're headshots too.
Yeah, he's got 3 players looking at him. By all rights, he should at best be getting a 1 and done. But somehow, some way.
Okay, big
Stacks.
buy rounds. He does that as well. Talk about impact.
My, oh my. Wait a minute.
Knife goes in, hits 2 over towards B. There was a recon close towards B, but they should know it doesn't clear Monyet's corner.
I wasn't going to say anything. You didn't have to make noise.
Nope.
Paperton had a misunderstanding about something on the
Nope,
UI.
I read my sheet backwards. That's all I'm going to say.
A tuck away. Does that classic in hand, but T1 not liking what they're not seeing. Slowly drift away. Turret set up. Some contact there at Kitchen. It's a tiny little tuck over onto the side there from Xfero.
I mean, that's a heartbreaking round for RRQ, that previous one. Have a great read on what T1 wants to do, and you can't stop it. That's a gut punch. Jemkin, though, blades in hand, can be a difference maker for sure, but with Stacks and his ultimate, can shut that right
Knife
down.
hits 3, maybe 2.
Be taken away. Just that shorty for now. Stacks once again pushing forward here
All
towards
again.
backside, for the transfer. Takes a little bit longer this time, but still is able to go ahead and find the eliminations. 2 players knocked down.
Meteor,
Buzz
you have
taking
your
his
ult.
time.
Relax.
Just lining that up, checking the wind direction. And finds it, and Stacks in position to go ahead. Get the final shutdown
very
kill.
nice.
Another 3K. Stacks moves up, I believe,
Izu,
8-1, and it's
Meteor,
flawless as T1
for this
gets up
round.
4-1.
Yeah.
A lot of ones
Everyone
in
from
that series.
RRQ kind of won away from theirs, so you would imagine
And it's also, yeah,
they even have a punish. Yeah, they would have a punish.
T1
A
doing
molly shock.
great things in this round.
Air nade,
Stacks
maybe?
continuing, just frag out of control. Great lurk again from Buzz. So he's being really patient there in mid. You might have to send a player over there, a little bit of util, yeah, to deal with Buzz. I think that's what this RRQ timeout is going to be about. Is
Attacker sided. I mean, it can be, yeah.
make sure Buzz
it
is
is.
dealt with. Let's be a little bit more patient
But
if we're
it's
going to have to play
been,
for retake. Like if you've got that full
When they're shooting
death
like
ball
this,
coming at
I
you,
don't know, it feels
you know,
rough.
okay, you can maybe get the pick and get out of there. But think back to what Team Secret was doing. They were playing outside of the A building.
Meteor picked himself from VFL. He needs the eco kills.
Boiler and things like that. Waiting
Put
for
himself as
T1
IGL.
to try to get to that plant spot, and that's when they would start letting loose with some of the util. Use those Tejo salvos to delay the defuse. That's what was really setting T1 off balance, was that util that would come in when T1 was trying to plant. So in this case, RRQ has the Tejo, so they can potentially do that. And that's what I'm really looking for, is to set T1 off balance. Don't let them get ahead of the curve. You know, some of the rounds where you're able to, the round where you're able to win, you got ahead of the curve. You were the ones that were taking the fight to T1. Now you've got
Jemkin op is the main change, but we also got to look at Buzz. Knowing that this is going to happen, they invest the wall over towards A. I mean, that gives you a good heads up of what's going to go down.
Up towards the top of belt first.
We got a recon. Is this the bounce recon that you can land here? Then you can ult off of it. And we're bringing it back. And drone at the same time, lock him in. The middle of site. Yeah, I like the idea.
Clear forward. Empress now popped here from Meteor.
Been ages since we've seen that recon.
Jemkin with that operator. Bringing it to bear over towards this A site. And they know that everyone's contained here. Maybe a slight little lurk into mid as Moniette, though, was out over into the attacker spawn. Meteor immediately going to be shut down. A nice headshot there from Cushy. Puts Serena on the floor. Fragment into the corner. Not going to be finding some damage, but Izu trying to go for the plant. Has to draw off this one. Pop flash onto the corner. Izu will return from it. Re-steadies. Finds the enemy KO. Spike now on the floor. Moniette arrives in from behind. And clearly the message is not relayed fast enough.
Kind of realized there was no pressure over towards B because of the wall as well.
We'll find some stability.
Don't really want to see the wall invested again. It does just become way too obvious.
Versus what we saw from the previous rounds, except that they bring Buzz into the A push with the operator, so there's nobody watching mid, and the whole time RRQ's going, no contact, keep pushing, keep pushing. All right, we're gonna hold on site, wait for them to try to plant, and that's when we make our move to strike. Very, very well thought up. A great timeout from RRQ. Pays off immediately. Still enough in the bank, though, for T1 to buy another op. And this time, well, they're doing it again.
And Dark gets the ping.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go for the
we run it twice in a row.
Surely.
The ult here.
Well, at least Buzz is like.
They invest the wall again. They know they're going to be hitting.
Meteor unable to find the punish, just spotting out the killer there. Backside stacks.
Are they just going to spam A hits until they lose 2 or 3 in a row? Feels like it.
Pulse across. They waited out. Res now.
Yeah, they get their flashback.
Crazy guy finds one, and that fully disrupts here. Sylvan going to be taken down, and T1 start to scatter. You can tell that first kill coming through. T1 was not ready for that at all. Buzz now just having to stay tucked back, wary about that potential flank that they saw from Moniette in the previous round, as he's going to be flushed out a little bit more into the open here. On belt, Moniette down from below.
Very nicely done.
Again,
I don't really want to see the wall invested here.
Now one away from tying this up.
Makes it a little too obvious. You can kind of stack 4 on the site. Cushy's ult was really good here though. Cushy's ult kind of stalled them over towards site. And they were just stuck like past the Viper smoke committed.
Get much value in that situation. Stacks, you know, yeah, you're able to wait out the KO ult. Can't find a moment to really get his flash to connect. So if you can keep those kind of win conditions away from T1. Don't give the operator any opportunities from Buzz. Does have the tour de force. Pop that right off the rip. You can basically take rounds into your own hands, and now Jemkin gonna get identified at least by the drone. Buzz back towards mid.
Hey, force them down to an eco. We'll get invested over towards B. They can actually create a bit of pressure. Oh, we're using Reyna flashes to push off ops.
Jemkin off balance.
Keep some interest
nice.
Here.
Yeah, they're really trying to show that this is going to be B.
Buzz has just held it bay. I mean,
Safara's held this twice now, 3 times. Can't remember.
Until Spike is planted.
No, absolutely not.
Looks like it might work out at one point.
Buzz is just gonna have
you can get spammed here, but
might have made noise. I thought for a second.
No one really does that.
Rendezvous might have been hurt. Not sure if it was.
Honestly, no one really plays that, to be fair.
2 players at A for the moment. 2 more shifting over. Jemkin just going to be left on a late linger there with that operator. A deep line over by Snowman. As your point, scouts out, I believe, it's just on the 2. Armageddon immediately here as the red carpet gets rolled out for him. Cushy collecting 1 as Xfero finds another, finds 2 for himself. So the Sheriff will be able to get a little pot shot there on him on Yet. Just Buzz and Sylvan though left as the lockdown will be invested. RRQ wanting to tie things up here at all costs. Pit, however, going to be sent in,
what do you do? Kind of gotta leave the pit.
Surely within this. Okay, no, quick exit. Trying to escape.
Oh,
Buzz,
that's fast
quick
though.
Draw down to the headhunter, is able to find the kill, but Pit now going to be on the floor as Buzz.
Oh, he got hit by it.
Das Vidania.
Okay, convincing couple of rounds though. RQ did use 2 ults into this though.
4-4.
It's been convincing when they've used zones.
As the coffers of RRQ are starting to get a little bit out of hand.
Oh yeah. Oh, they're really starting to get a read. And some mistakes starting to be shown by T1. That Viper's pit there, a bit of a, in my opinion, a mistake by Sylvan. You need to understand that situation, that there is a lockdown available. So you're just going to be using that ult for essentially nothing. Easy to clear it. There's no hope of you being able to get to the lockdown to clear it yourselves, because you're going to have to play post-plant.
Okay.
T1 trying to be taking a timeout.
This is the classic. I mean, let's try B.
You know, the mid lurks, good.
There's been a lot of A hits at the moment.
From Buzz, but the rest of the team.
The ult, yeah, he like
balance after that early hot
pretty
start.
much committed the Viper, or
really
he like in his head he committed the Viper ult, and then the Killjoy
sure
went down, and he just kind of went with it still.
Kind of win condition for T1 on this attacker side, on the A side, is if they can get there and they can clear all of Raptors, then they feel pretty comfortable to get the round to go. And then for RRQ, it's about battling for that space at the right time. When T1 is trying to get their plant and their post plant set up, that's when you strike and disrupt them. And you can avoid a lot of that utility. A lot of T1 fans out there today. See what they can do after this timeout, but it's so hard with this composition because pushing B is really, really tricky, especially if Jemkin's over there with an operator. He's able to clear a lot of your util early, and all you really have other than that is the deep flashes from stacks to keep him off balance.
Jemkin with the op.
So as the Jet,
guys, don't invest the A wall again. It's way too obvious.
A ton of time for RRQ if there is a B hit.
Okay, are they gonna invest the A wall, but we actually smoke middle so we can lurk this time?
You don't really have a ton of other options unless you're going up against the Ecos.
Yeah. So they smoke the wall, but this time they have the smoke here instead of smoke back here. They probably aren't able to do as many people on site. Go for the old school Sersha setup with Killjoy info into good Viper ult. That is absolute madness, but
find an opening kill. Xfero picked off plant coming through. Fragment offsetting the movements here on Monyet.
Spike planted.
As Buzz is able to find Crazy Guy. I mean, T1 pit will drop here. RRQ now on the back foot. Jemkin swaps over here for the Vandal operator on the ground for the time being.
Dude, Isu's been so patient.
Screen dropping, has to pull back away. Buzz going to be picked off, but now it is all
okay,
on
insanely patient. I like it a bit more because they have the smoke here. Now they can probably do it again and invest the lock. So they want to do.
they
just live next to each other. It's fine.
Yeah. We can be neighbors. And then Izu just sat there the whole round, just hiding his presence behind the box. I really like that from him, that decision. He just walks back into the pit and hides. And waits for his moment to strike, catches Monyet completely off guard.
I mean, the Killjoy can't die there.
It just comes down to winning this fight right around the left-hand side of the A site. So
he on his own covers this.
To the left.
Everyone else should be covering here. It's just the fact that normally when they do the A hit, they had the smoke over towards here. The first time they had the smoke at middle, so they had two people watching the smoke at middle, so there wasn't much help here. And the Killjoy's just gone for a solo play.
And that opens up the site.
The small micro change up and putting the Viper smoke over towards middle actually kept two people here, so it was like super weak. And we got a double flank on this one. So
deep flank here is Jemkin.
Definitely got to keep an eye on bounds.
Swinging around the back, but eyes are there from T1. They've gotten hit from this angle before. They don't want to have it happen again.
Incredible timing for Jemkin.
This is a...
Oh, finds the first.
Going to be in trouble.
Once again, Comms delay is there. As Izu, do they suspect that he's also played Ring Around the Rosie? Oh, they certainly know it now. And just not going to be able to get the shots through. Felt like this round was going to be secured here.
Where's the chamber trip? I looked really early. Like they even smoked for it, but it's not even there. I couldn't see it on the minimap. I don't really know where it was.
Drop back. Hunter's Fury. Play, delay, then go for a retake. Crazy Guy not giving him that window of opportunity whatsoever. 5-5, we say tied up.
Yeah, that's
tough round for T1. Yeah, they're just not great at this map, really.
Because you do everything right,
like this comp can be pretty good as well. They just rely on individuals.
And Izu just missed the timing. They had somebody there to do the job.
They didn't do too much right.
that's a real problem when you don't have a traditional Sentinel back there. Is it requires eyes, and there's quite a few
wall invested again.
That you have to be watching.
Double knife
Well,
goes over towards
I don't
B.
know why you fanned out off of this side whatsoever, but I guess if they just want to play for retake, then that's more than fine. So
yeah,
looks like they're just going to look to try to play for retake. At the end of the day, I think they could have just stayed stacked up in the spawn
get the palm
because
within
T1
the
even
fast
versus Secret
13 seconds.
was just hitting the A side over and over again.
I mean,
Good amount of
23
damage onto
seconds.
Izu, puts him down to 24 off the back of the fragment, and then snake
the
bite.
pressure is there from behind because they've won so many
He's
rounds
still
when they go over
forward. He's
towards
at
A, so
410.
they kind
He's
of
got
know
a
that
Hunter
someone's going to be
Sherry.
watching this. They with the
Surely they
retakes,
try to
like, they don't really have the
relocate
best
this
ults for
over,
it, but they got
but
a
it looks like they
lot
want
of
his crossfire
flashes
set up
and they've
here.
got a drone.
But he's going to stick around. Meteor's going to be taken down. Izu does manage to find one. Jemkin dead. Stacks looking for the transfer once
Did
again.
good.
Able to find it. Sylvan up over the top. Finding the first, looking for the second. Cannot make it happen. Hunter's Fury.
No way.
Oh my god, he just shotgun blasts him with it.
The double, he did not think it would go that well.
Both players stacked up. Puts them down. One pump of the bow. And they will fall.
I mean,
like Robin Hood splitting the arrow in twain.
Yeah, really. That's just insane stuff from Izu. Now making up for the last round, just bold with one.
It just also feels like such a weird, fast, anticlimactic conclusion of the round. You're like,
yeah.
Oh, it's over.
Surely this is going to go on for another 10, 15 seconds at least. Nope. Nope, it does not.
Getting ready for the MMA fight.
Yeah, this time that you put some pressure over towards B, they have an option to cancel.
$120 to watch this on pay-per-view.
Wall gets invested, smoke over towards there.
Oh, takes a lot of face, and Jemkin just narrowly gets the reset. Zach's going to be gone.
Wall goes in.
Similarly fall
There's a ruffle.
Holding off, staving.
Gave him a whole line to stand in.
T1 on the site. Buzz trying to linger around B. Alarmbot just on his left-hand side.
Last round and a half. And now T1 just being very diligent. There was a drone, but it didn't get
yeah, it's just slightly off.
And already, now the util starts getting
it's really hard to fight this
without
RRQ
players.
Shock dart's too late.
Without the Viper wall.
Nano comes back in. Further time going to be bought. Now there's salvos. Looking for that boom-esque delay on the plant. Will be able to come through. Buzz noted, nearly take it down. Rendezvous back behind yellow. Keeps himself alive at the moment. Vanya able to find one. Meteor just tucked back. The flash connecting onto Izu. Still finds
Meteor just left
a single elimination, but now it is all on Meteor's shoulders. 3 players suppressed out. No opportunity to try to go for this one.
Very nice.
Lineup nearly finds himself a second kill. But similar to Pearl,
it's one of those Iceboxes.
Going to be 6 and 6.
It's a lot of A spams.
I mean,
not much to talk about.
It is kind of just
everyone trying to play TDM.
Odd to watch this T1 Icebox composition because a lot of it just comes down to, were they able to get a flash to connect that was valuable, and were they able to win their trades or win their shots, win their duels, kind of find the right moments to make contact. There isn't much macro play.
I mean, there's nothing.
Very straightforward what they're doing, which I don't 100% fault T1 for thinking this way, because you have so many cracked shooters on this team that if you just play a composition that's cracked at shooting, but you also have brilliant minds on this team. I mean, you have one of the best lurkers on the planet in Meteor.
Sure.
Of course. Stacks, who's a very, very good IGL. I think you could do things on this map besides this.
Oh, you absolutely can. And I mean, cracked aim is only going to take you so far, especially here in the region, because RRQ have shown throughout this map, the previous map, that they're right there with them. They can put up those numbers, they can hit those transfers.
Oh yeah.
So definitely is not much of a foolproof plan by any means.
Thinking the T1 need to win a pistol.
I mean, I don't think it feels like there's much difference in the firepower today between the two teams.
Yeah, I mean, this is
everybody.
They honestly got more rounds than I thought they were going to get.
Here and there across the board.
It looks a little bit better, but it's just kind of, again,
like
from the individuals. At least they were using Rainer flashes this time.
Generally, I wouldn't feel like 6-6 is good enough for T1. I mean, I think this should be pretty clean for RRQ to move on. Yeah, let's get the leftover win today. that will give T1 the #1 seed confirmed. RRQ just looking to confirm their playoff presence at this point.
Yeah.
And I think we are going to at least hopefully get a Lotus. We'll see. Maybe T1's got some new stuff figured out on this defender side.
I don't think
Trying
so.
to set up a really big
After watching
crunch.
that, I don't think so.
Seems to be
But
the direction that RRQ is leaning. So
down
got
to
Stats
see
and,
again. Obviously, if they
Meteor
shoot
together,
well on this,
up in
they can
kitchen, pushing
definitely win this one.
down 2.
Flashes over to
Like,
four
fast
here.
trade.
Meteor there on that peak. Buzz with the final one. Jemkin on the floor there, but quickly
Sylvan
traded
goes
out.
for the play.
And that 1-for-1 Sylvan.
Smoke's
not
gonna
getting
go
caught
down
at all.
at possibly the worst time.
0 point will confirm
Possibly
some
the best
presence,
time.
and
Nope.
Not yet. Wow.
Almost.
He's crispy with the ghost. What a shot from him. And now, just pinging out. Wary about any really forward lurk here inside of A main. As Monyet watching this flanker on the back. Stacks though with the classic. Is
shots.
gonna get a shot in, but Monyet still so damn fast.
Forget it. God.
Yeah, like
What
from
awareness from
RRQ though.
Monyet. That first one helped.
Just
that
hold
Cushy
in,
lands at
waiting
0
for some
point.
kind of push.
Get some information that somebody's close. Because it catches Sylvan. You got Izu, Meteor, trying to do something at A site. Playing right on the left of 410 is Izu. That's a ghost in hand. Has to back the heck out.
0 point connecting. Suppress here for the moment. Turn to the flash there. As Izu comes away with 2 eliminations, and now a third. And it's just suddenly all undone as Izu.
What?
Oh, that was some nice shooting you did earlier, Monyet.
But
How about
how?
this? What do you think about this one?
A
Great game.
2v4?
Unbelievable.
It's like pile all over again.
It's just disgusting. For RRQ, it's again one of those just gut punches.
I was just thinking the exact same thing, man. This has got to be infuriating as RRQ.
What's the
Monyet's playing
flash?
great. Anti-lurk.
I mean, nice chance.
And then that happens. It's just T1 in a nutshell, man. Like, you know,
Oh boy.
praising RRQ's
We got
firepower,
3 people
but
that can get one shot. And that's
okay.
one of them that
They-
couldn't have
they
got one shot,
bought
but both
up for the
connected. So
Outlaw.
there's
You see
still
this
3
from
people
time
that
to
can get
time.
one
Yeah,
shot,
Jemkin
but they
does take quite a
know
bit
that
of
the
damage.
Outlaw's in play.
because a lot of teams on these anti-ecos will only buy half armors. Now, Izu does have full armor, but everybody else only half. T1 now, you're going to get a little bit concerned.
Everyone's got to be a little bit scared right now.
That could very well be this round being turned around.
Believe. I'm actually not sure if the weapon was scooped up. That Meteor had dropped. I'm going to assume no.
What guns have they got here?
Repositioning
Sylvan has a
Buzz.
Guardian.
Still going to be playing a bit more of a forward angle. As 0 point does not connect. Wisely is able to avoid that. So he can hold on to the Headhunter here. Sync might just go ahead and further delay. Pop flash at the ready from Cushy. Still has 2 in the back pocket.
Kind of nice from
So
Buzz
careful
though.
about peeking that angle as Buzz.
Does he want to put his TP down
they
and
have the
try
high-low.
Joel, or is he...
Oh boy.
Shots
Got.
out, swings in,
Got.
looks for the second, finds it. Crazy guy going to be taken down.
Oh.
Buzz
4?
build away at down to 4 HP. Jemkin low in his own
I
right.
didn't drop.
As the TP comes around, 2 bullets remaining in the Headhunter. Monyet
Oh.
just about to be spotted
Damn, bro.
as Buzz looks for the finisher here. 4K, the round effectively already over.
10 seconds.
Spamming out with the right clicks, trying to get this through. 1 bullet left, jumps back, goes for the reload, and Stacks is there to go ahead and say,
Okay,
you're
very,
not killing my
very...
teammate. We're carrying
very
3
well
weapons
handled in the
over
end
into this
after
next round. That's gonna be
losing
the
the
Outlaw
fast,
now,
the Outlaw.
getting ready to be used
They take a
against
bit of a hit
RRQ.
though, right?
Yeah,
Obviously, it's a
and
big
Buzz just
investment, so
threading the
someone on
needle
RRQ is
here.
gonna
A couple of crucial moments. Jemkin took a lot of damage
take
in
the
that
hit, the
initial
actual buy.
exchange. Sylvan with a good peak timing. That gives Buzz the recognition that he needs. That's why he had the comfort to keep watching his right. Sylvan was there to watch the left, and even though Sylvan gets taken down, Buzz right there to step up and come up huge for T1. Yeah, Outlaw in hand. But full armors other than 1 player
Oh.
for RRQ.
Flash dash
So-
early on.
Not necessarily the scariest thing ever, but Buzz just holding it be long. Jemkin.
Dude, why is my...
smokes Meteor.
Where's my Reina not showing
Still, though,
confidence and
forced
wants
be
to move
reckoned with this
away?
Crazy guy.
Bring
Taking
you
out
pause.
Stacks, just quick little swap of the weaponry.
Nice though. Can he get out? Does get out. No trade. Starting to see Buzz get a little bit aggro as well. They just took the... Wait. The hell just happened to the...
4v3. Your weaponry still behind here is Stacks.
Is the turret here or not here?
And it's just long enough to linger.
Oh my goodness. Managed to get one. Okay, I think the turret got removed or something. I don't even know, but either way, they got a flank and they don't know about it.
Sylvan hits the headshot on the Monyet. And now it is all on Cushy.
Buzz is so close, but Cushy does have heavy armor.
Other than Crazy Guy, obviously. Looking to deliver. And
nice shots.
A Red Bull clutch
calm shots on this one. Saves them.
Go ahead and bail them out in this round. Stop the bonus conversion from coming through. But
especially the last one.
Again, it's 4 players dead. Playing out the anti-bonus.
Yep. It's brutal, to say the least. Ah, God, Sylvan. That is so good. This Cushy, though, he is tremendous. A few nice taps of his own.
Last one tap. Damn clean.
Woo.
Cushy trying to...
A very important rounds. We got one from each team that can by next.
One of those players that need to be considered for Rookie of the Year.
He's got his ult, so he could really break open some space.
Oh, this is a nice fast one, though.
Oh, he's trying to hold the angle.
The overwhelm of the chamber is kind of insane.
0 point connecting Buzz.
How much Buzz could do on this?
Play this safe. Allow for
up
all
as a
T1 to get
spike,
clustered
wait
up.
for some util, or wait for the ult. Oh, crazy guy. Oh, that spike inside in the open. They can be seen. Yeah, Meets is just swinging. 1 HP on that one. Do Meteor.
Once again, the weight growing here on his shoulders. The flash connects. Backs away, and for now, RRQ are held at bay.
Seems to be good identification here by Sylvan that somebody could be lurking. He's been watching Stacks as well.
Snapping around for play around there for Buzz. Okay, Xferal on that backstab is able to find Sylvan. Stacks now getting a little bit frazzled, but Izu.
Oh, they tunnel visions.
All the way into the back. Plays to the gap in the window there. Finding one, but Jemkin on for a third. The fourth.
Okay, nicely done from Jemkin. Nicely done from RRQ. Kind of played well with a lot of the angles together.
Too scattered.
Pulls him down to an eco.
Devastating that previous round was.
This looked like it was going to be a pretty good round for the side of T1 off the rip. They play a little bit of contact. Meteor gets a kill. Izu finds a good Hunter's Fury. It's just, you know, Buzz sees somebody. Ooh, what was that? Show me that again. Did you see that? Oh my, that was
disgusting.
Oh my God. We need to see that clip like 3 times in a row.
Yeah, this is straight up pretty fun.
Oh my goodness. Well, just murdering T1 players.
Shot.
Very, very impressive. Because again, that looked like
I do think in these positions,
going to take a hero play. And who this time?
The Guardian is like really underrated.
Jemkin.
Like the heavy pen is so good for this plant spot in these corners.
Meteor has the hero rifle. Sheriff's otherwise. 4 T1 players. Drone for Izu. Not going to see anything. And RRQ just waiting that out. And going to use that timing. Try to retake this space. Izu might even try to push up against that. Oh, just holding the angle.
Teleport's ready.
0 point set. Yep, closes the gap. Means that Tour de Force gets lost.
Yeah, let's see how clean RRQ can make this.
For Buzz to do.
Because they are just better on this map from what we can see from watching. Obviously, they got better guns this round. I'm just expecting them to.
Peek forward, Buzz spotting out Cushy.
I'm not saying take it clean the rest of this map, but.
This is your point similarly gonna be dealt with. Fragment into the back with Cushy, not really pressured by it. Swaps over the weapon there, and Sylvan gonna be taken down. Buzz managed to get a shot across, but Monyet one tap with the Guardian into Stacks as well. 3 players standing. RRQ now cash aplenty, gain the lead.
Again, just
again, I arranged the turret disappears from the minimap. Oh, is that what went on? Dude, I was looking at the second of the turret thinking, am I losing my mind?
Then use that opportunity to pop their ult. If Buzz is over here, then he can't use his to shut down your execute. Get the plant into place. Monyet. Absolutely filthy. That is incredible with that Guardian. Buzz, though, finally has enough money to grab an op, half armor.
Yeah, the op does help,
He's
though.
just going to try that play again.
Oh, they go for the flash dash play.
Pipes gets the first kill.
Oh my goodness.
Goes down to 11 HP.
That's fine.
Quite a
He's
bit
gonna
taken
jump
from the
into it.
salvos.
Do they throw
still
the op
breathing, is still in
over?
play
They
for
don't really
T1.
have an opportunity to do it.
Especially sliding forward.
Surely
here
at
towards
one point
Meteor.
this
Maybe
5-ball is
timing,
gonna
yep,
go
it
up,
is gonna be
but
found. Meteor finds it quick to miss out. It's
maybe
Monyet.
not.
Spike down
The
A.
crossover up on top of the box. Just a bit
Oh,
close.
we're getting Reina flashes.
Fire squad set up here. Crossfire. Monyet turns back to 180. Able to find one, but cannot clear out
Okay.
Meteor here from the front.
This is
Somehow,
nice, though.
just the one
Looks,
counter on the side of T1. It's the answer around the back and keep us
It's just a
neck
nice-
and neck. 9-9 between these two.
Yeah, we could see Buzz
Nice
trying to set up
first kill
for
from Izu.
the A-nest push.
Halving over towards here, so he's
And
like
Izu goes
accidentally
with him.
anti-flash.
Flash out early. Jemkin caught by Izu trying to push through belt. Then they're able to just work some really nice crossfires and just around the bottom of the site. Nicely done.
Me, whenever I
T1.
see the Reina flash, it's just
Okay,
purely because he
keeping
didn't
it
use the
even.
Reina flash last time we watched. I think he
See
used
what
it like
RRQ's
twice or
response
3
is gonna be.
times.
Izu again there, up on the pipes. TP out from Buzz. Trying to look for that early pick. Able to dodge the drone. Yeah.
You should run.
Working here on the hunt. Now, lockdown going to be
Jojo
invested.
goes in.
Obviously,
Don't
no
do
Hunter's
a
Fury available.
madness.
Stacks
Oh,
not
they're
in any
going
kind of
for a
position,
madness.
So no fragment, no shock dart combos to try to go ahead and clear this out.
Izu.
Tucks into the corner, stays safe. They try to pre-fire the angle.
Damn, dude, no one went through the
It's flush
wall.
against the wall.
The
Do they realize?
the KO ult was
gap in
enough.
that lockdown.
Go ahead.
They have to.
Stand your ground.
They must know. As he looks for a timing
Yeah,
swing.
tanking
Monyet
a
able to
molly.
go ahead and shut that down. It's Jemkin. Stopping Buzz from finding value. Stacks just swinging out onto the Raptors, and it's just
Okay, that's
a
it for
slow
RRQ.
build up, and then a very explosive ending.
They're very.
watching the
I'll give it to
hateful
RRQ. They're very, very patient.
RRQ just take the round. T1 unable to go ahead and hold their ground in this one.
It just
I think they just force this
It
and
just felt
Meteor takes the
awkward with
hit,
the timing.
or
for T1 when they went
I
to
don't know.
stop this. Izu's position was red. Sylvan finds one, but I mean the timing there. You know, you got one player going up to the nest, you got one coming from rafters, and they all get cut down
just
at different
5-man
moments.
sight
because
hits.
RRQ
Man,
is a
it's
step ahead
Icebox.
of T1 there. It's really nicely done by them.
One suppressed.
Just doing a great job again of finding a lot of value out of their ult cycles as well. Tons of credit to RRQ for the way they're managing their macro game for the most part here today. Other than a couple of those rounds on Pearl where they just took too long, everything else has looked pretty solid. Monyet has a pit. Looking to try to get somewhere. They could potentially get that down. And look at this. They're looking for a big push out. It's on an eco for T1, so they're expecting some kind of aggression. Try to turn the round around. Must have seen this in a previous VOD. T1 just 4-man pushes up mid. I think I remember it from the Secret game, but very ready for that.
Yeah, pretty much not a full eco. Obviously, they got armed sheriffs, but
It's about to have a very rude awakening.
Izu is the person with the gun.
One little collapse shot in as Stacks is able to go
Dax
ahead.
is in a pretty good
quiet
pause.
enough, gets tucked away, and Meteor,
Oh.
target-rich environment, able to find one, backs away with the dismiss. Go for the devour though, as now Pit coming out onto the walkway, the plant coming down,
Oh.
fragment going to be lobbed in. Is the angle good? The answer is yeah, pretty much.
9
Jemkin
HP.
taking the 9, but does not get killed.
So hard to defuse this one.
Check over towards green, nothing going to be spotted there. Jemkin is holding with a shorty in hand. Izu trying to scale forward, finds him. Zach's a little bit faster.
I mean, Monyet might get spammed down.
Fight there on the floor.
The important joke.
Drop down coming through.
Whoa.
Crazy Knight able to find one. Stacks rushes up. Barrel stuffs onto one. Xparrow now finding another.
They got it half.
Refuse, being held with the salvos,
Dude,
go
he
in.
takes
Stacks
so
can take
much
it down.
detail.
They give it
What
the
is this
position from
movement?
Izu. Has to ride the rope.
Half already.
The Nano to buy the time. Xparrow to go for the gap
Oof.
close. Finds the final shot
Close, close, close.
on a knife's edge here as T1 trying to get that thrifty across, but they cannot. Xparrow, the lone survivor, gets RRQ up to an 11th round win.
What a creative round here from RRQ. A plant on the bridge, and they have so
Just
much
stick, there was
util
just non-stop
for this
util on it.
post plant.
Salvos,
Everything in the
mollies.
kitchen sink there to delay. Wow, the fact that Izu wins that is crazy, but nanos, salvos, so difficult for T1 to really do much about that, especially given the economic situation. Snake bite as well in there if you wanted. So tons of post-plant util. T1 kind of has to get ahead of the curve. You know, is it their time to try to dial up something aggressive? We see them put some pressure at the front of A with mixed results, but RRQ's done a really nice job.
Sides look weak.
Not really giving up too much in the early parts of the round. They're pretty patient to watch for that. So it's making it tricky for T1 to find those timings to strike.
I mean, they get an op out though.
Gets down and RRQ gets even
Op
a little
hold
bit
over towards B. Everyone else stack A maybe.
They can just util you out of the round. Very curious what T1 wants to do. Yes, who indeed? We know. We got the answer.
And then look at the, you know, trying to further confirm it. Playoffs is already a lock. Like you said, securing that #1 position in the group is what they're after. RQ though, fighting to the nail, now in an advantageous position.
They do that. This is like their rounds that they do when they know they have an op.
0 point connecting. Identifies 3. It's going to be Stacks getting caught by it.
They just use so much util early on here.
Too much going to be gained here from the side of RQ.
The chamber has to take the TP or is getting hit by the knife.
I was going to say, I want to see at least one player clear the bottom of tube. In fact, I send 2 for T1 to make sure that there isn't any lurk. It's a little bit further on the info, Jemkin.
So go pacey here, but Buzz able to find the off shot. Stacks with the follow-up. Except Cushy. Sylvan so far, the one casualty on the side of T1. RRQ likely to be rerouted here unless...
Man, Monyet.
Monyet finding a huge opening shot. Still this open play, Meteor playing up close.
What are we doing?
Spot on the 1, and that timing is just enough. Crazy guy. The gorgeous swing. Picks up the kill, gives them the player advantage, and now they're going to look to go ahead and rewrap. Exit over towards this A site. And leave Monyet planted over here at B. But it's all a little bit of a fake out. They pivot. They haven't seen anything on the cross, and now they're just slowly crouch walking their way back over to B.
Gotten the op off the angle.
Yeah, and T1 know that they've given up this space, and now they have to be cautious about this forward push over towards Snowman. Buzz, it's going to take them a while to try to regain this space. Plant now in play. RRQ has the upper hand.
1 by 1 into angles where they could be facing anywhere. Got double flash, but with peek and dry from the KO. Then we double down by doing it with the Reyna. It's almost as if we have an op that we could set up with all 4 of our flashes.
Trying to extend this, Buzz. Finding one, Izu finding the other crazy guy now, last one standing. The tap
and they still win, it's criminal. Holy hell.
Plays it gorgeously.
Nicely done from Izu.
Knows that curiosity will get the better of him, knows. That crazy guy will have to confirm whether or not that defuse is being held. Closes the gap back down to 1, op carried over. Cash though, wobbly to say the least for T1.
It has been an outstanding map for Izu. Last 2 maps have been very, very good. Things get a little bit awkward here. T1 has a good read off the rip, and then they start pressing to get information, and then Meteor just stranded out there trying to set up some kind of bait, I suspect, for Buzz behind him. But the double swing...
Really nice to go to the off angle for the jump peek ready.
Perfectly timed, and it catches...
Dude, if they win this, they actually have such a good chance.
Die. And then you're left in an awkward situation. T1 just able to scrape out of it again.
0 point out, Meteor no longer can dismiss his way out to safety. Updraft up and over the top of Cushy. Just kicks the door in. Will be put down on the floor. Flashes
nicely
out
done from Stacks.
Able to collect another as Jemkin will
I
die.
believe they're still in this.
Res is available. They're going to look to go for this one. Pick it back up. Target rich there. Stacks ends up getting taken down. Snake bite out from Sylvan, able to find one, but now it's all on Buzz. Finds the shot. Spike not yet planted. Opts the back off. Plays it a little bit more patiently. Xfero just with the taps, just trying to bait him forward here. Play with the info, but also play with the time. Ooh, 47 seconds. And he's going to slowly get his way out. Back across.
This is nice from Buzz, though. He kind of reclears this. Now, does he push behind, or does he
Real question is the timing on the turret.
The problem is,
I
kind of want to leave this trip up for a little bit, just to get info of when he's in range.
The reset on it quite just yet, depending on
multiple ways of playing it.
Goes sprinting back forward. And will be the alarm bot there.
Yeah, that's why he picks it up. He doesn't want to give him info that he's pushing back. The alarm bot's great though.
Being well read, Xpharaoh. Just wait for these timers. One more
Xpharaoh's played this insanely well.
Set out that turret wide to maybe just go for contact, but looks like he's thinking better of it. He knows that Buzz could be close. He knows that he's going to be damn close, and he doesn't want to give away his own position. So setting up the turret now is going to be a bit too risky. But the alarm bot does not get the trigger, but the time is starting to tick away.
Yeah, he doesn't have time.
A nano, just on a timing here. Buzz needing some damage. He's going to die. You know.
He tried to guess.
He was like, you know, I have to go for it now, or else it's gonna the round's over. And if it kills me, then
then I die.
Just good overall sense from Xpharaoh. It was just like, and this is when I pop this.
I mean, just getting caught in awkward positions. First two T1 players. I mean, again, you just don't have a lot of delay or stall utility built into this composition. It's all contact for T1.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. The other team's
2 chances.
Maybe Sliggy told him the volume. Somebody's like, well, I don't have any, but there's one right here on the floor, so I guess I'll just jump into that.
Yep. I mean, I do appreciate we are in the toxic Sliggy arc.
What the hell?
So damn toxic.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm holding back from super flaming T1, to be fair.
Speaking of toxin, Sylvan.
I'm trying my best.
Just a stinger in it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the best in terms of economy, but you know, Buzz's ult's a tour de force in play. Stacks and, of course, Sylvan already in his ult, but Stack's still waiting for the null command opportunity. Buzz just trying to push forward, but Stealth Drone gonna push him.
Oh, it does not see him.
Oh,
Buzz, he chases it. But this kind of disguises Meteor's position.
Please get out, dude. Come on.
You're
killing me. I
kill,
hate his Reyna. I hate it.
He was uncertain if he was going to get caught by that 0 point.
Yep.
And then as soon as he affirms that he's in a good spot, it's just far too late. He's off the angle. As it looks like it is maybe far too late for this map to go the way of T1. RRQ are looking to take us over to Lotus. Armageddon available, crazy guy trying to stay alive. And Stack swinging, finding one.
Full bullets.
We're on the backside of yellow now, all alone. A lockdown set.
Okay.
Crazy guy there on the angle.
Got it over.
13 to
Nice
10
enough from RRQ. T1 still pretty bad at this map. They all got that map that most teams will beat him on.
They peel the plates back. They're setting us to a third and final map.
Yeah, another team displaying really good understanding of how to deal with this T1 composition. Able to weather some of the counter blows that T1's going to throw your way. And RRQ has looked sharp all day, especially Monyet, man. He has had some just nasty shots. Cushy was coming online there on the KO. You'll love to see it. Jemkin on the Jet was heating up. Lotus should be interesting. I mean, for me, what I'm really curious about coming into this Lotus, what's the composition going to look like for RRQ? Are they going to try the ISO stuff again? Jemkin did not look comfortable on it. And going up against what we assume is going to be Meteor on the ISO, that's a tough ask. So maybe if
the Reyna comp, this comp is actually fine.
Or either of these
they just play it so badly.
I think the game plan is don't win the pistol.
Like I don't understand. I don't understand why they pick Reyna. Like, they play the Reyna like a ISO, just without the good stuff of an ISO.
Tight maps between these two squads, and hopefully Lotus is not going to be any different. RRQ. That's where they set the overtime record. Was on that very map. T1 maybe a little bit of a different beast. We'll see how prepared
but honestly,
they are
the comp does work.
Against Meteor on that ISO.
It relies a lot on the individuals, but I just don't. I don't think he understands
RRQ and T1
the Reyna well, which is mad because it's one of the most simple agents ever.
With things swinging in surprising ways from both of these teams, and RRQ closing this out, thankfully.
And I think he's one of the best, if not the best player in the world at the moment. Oh my god, he's not good on Reyna, which is crazy, because all you gotta do is just put some forward into your positioning, dismiss and flash.
And a series we do have.
Yeah, I think RRQ, they've really done a good job in the veto here, being able to pick up Icebox against T1. It's been a bit of a glaring hole in the map pool.
Lotus would be a lot better.
Secret has abused already T1, who did look like they were bringing pretty much the exact same thing. Maybe have not had the time to kind of rework things. I do know that, you know, partially that game may have come down to some players not feeling completely 100%. So maybe that was kind of the mentality there. But for me, this game might not have even been as close as it was if it wasn't for so many big rounds and clutches from Izu.
Yeah.
Stacks had a big ace as well. You had, I mean, that's what you get for T1, to be fair. It is big individual plays, but this just really doesn't look like that great of a map from them, to be honest. And RRQ, they didn't do anything outrageous. It's like I said, similar to Boom. Like, even going back to before Icebox went out of the map pool, I talked about the off-season game that these two teams did play against each other. But even for Boom, going back to Ascension Jakarta, they haven't reinvented the wheel. It's almost the exact same kind of KO Sova comp that you would see, or KO Gecko comp that you would see in the past, but just putting the Teo in and adding a little bit of the flair of the current meta. They haven't really reinvented the wheel at all.
That's right. Now, we did see some really interesting things from RRQ's side with Xpharaoh. He's cooking something in the kitchen.
Yeah, this is something I really wanted to highlight, is how he's playing around this mid setup. And this is something you can totally steal for your games. It's very simple to use. So he's playing on the opposite side of the turret. So if Buzz moves forward here to break the turret on that noise, he gets a free kill. And Buzz can't lurk to either side because it's covered by that util. Buzz didn't manage to get anything done in this first half. He couldn't find his way through mid because Xpharaoh had it routinely locked down. So steal that setup, it's very, very good.
Yeah, for sure. Especially for ranked, it really just kind of like simplifies where the enemies can and can't go. The rest of the team can kind of focus on holding A, which is where everyone goes in ranked anyway. And then the B side's more so like the one-way orb on the Viper, if your team is not picking 4 duelists and you've just chosen to play Sentinel.
4 duelist Clove.
Well, it was a good setup, and we could see Buzz had a lot of trouble hitting mid. Now, there seems to be a strategy. Do you guys want to explain this in simple terms?
In simple terms, for sure. So we're going to explain how T1 plays attack on this map with a simple game of scissors, paper, rock. Morgan, you'll play the part of RRQ.
Okay.
I will play T1. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, I win. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, I win. Okay, Morgan, I've thrown rock twice in a row. Okay?
Okay, I'm
Think
ready
about
now.
this one, okay?
I'm ready.
What am I going to throw? Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. That's right.
They love going A.
They go A every time. We got some replays. I think we've made a little time lapse for you. How does T1 play attacking side Icebox? We go A every round, except, we'll throw a little conditioning round in there. Anti-eco, let's go to B. Let's throw something a little bit different there. And this is something that Secret recognized in the game last week. They look at how T1 plays their attacking side, and it's just contact A every round, time and time again. They mixed in the chamber ISO and really played disruptively around Maze. They played anti-contact. They got in the face of T1 and gave them a lot of problems. And RRQ, I felt like they didn't have that same approach, to be honest. And it felt like they were still having a lot of problems with the contact A, and they got most of this game done on the defense, because although T1 just went A every round, they still got a 6-round half, which is ludicrous.
Yeah, it was 6-6, but, you know, I think RRQ probably didn't quite use the answers that they had prepared. I think they knew this was going into this game. But, yeah, T1 did well to get 6, and that shows the kind of individual strength, but RRQ did manage to close out the map in the end, so I don't think they'll be too upset about not being able to follow through on their plan.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, we could see why Team Secret would also understand that strategy. They deploy similar tactics on bigger maps. And Jemkin's going to be our MVP back on the Jet. Again, Jemkin just doing Jemkin things.
Yeah.
Morgan, why don't you go ahead and glaze your boy?
Jemkin is fantastic on this Asian, man. We love Jemkin. I mean, he goes crazy consistently. How could I not choose him in my team? You guys both went for Buzz.
Why don't you do the other heart for me? Just
complete
There you go.
Look
at love Jemkin.
On his face. There we go. Look at that. We gotta love Jemkin here. Jemkin is wonderful.
I like his
Great
player photo from kickoff better. That one was hella cute. But I'm glad to see him on the Jet. They banned Haven, which was the map he was going absolutely ballistic on the Jet in kickoff. But they're not even playing that comp anymore. They put my boy on the ISO. Please stop.
In fact, let's talk about ISO. We'll probably see an ISO agent happening on map 3, which is going to be Lotus. Definitely for the side of T1, at least from what we've seen so far. How are you guys feeling about Lotus.
Oh, I'm not sure. Here's the thing, okay, so RRQ, they did not have a lot of success on this map during kickoff. They lost to Secret, GENG, and then that mammoth overtime against Nongshim, but that's when they were playing kind of the old meta comp. They have since switched to this comp, which looked a lot better against Talon with the Breach Teo. They're Sentineless, and they're playing with Jemkin on the Yoru, which he's been fantastic on. But T1 have also swapped up their comp. They haven't gone away from the double duelist, but they went away from Sova Cypher and subbed it for Fade Viper instead in their last game against Secret. And the first half was very close.
Yeah.
Bards had to drop 30 to win them this last game of Lotus, and it did not look convincing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't love that. I mean, I think they have good ideas on this Lotus. I wasn't convinced by the ISO. Then I watched T1 play it, and I thought, wow, okay, they actually have nice ideas, and this is well fleshed out. But part of me feels like it might have run its course. I think that is sort of the idea behind ISO. Is it's built to be simplistic. It's built to be able to take those duels. But as you say, they needed Buzz to drop 30. They need Meteor to step up massively on the ISO. But Buzz is having a slow day today. Can he replicate that performance? I'm really not sure. So I think RRQ will be feeling good heading into this map 3. I want to see them stick with what was working. I think Breach Teo is a very nice fit for them. But are you expecting to see the ISO still?
I think so. I think T1 will go ahead and play that same comp that they just played against Secret, and I think the reason for that is because it does actually give them slightly more options. The Viper gives you more info denial. The Cypher is a little bit more one-dimensional on the attacking side, where it's literally cage cam and try to lurk out A, or you cam in front B and try to lurk through the middle of the map or something like that, whereas the Viper is much better info denial. You can wall cycle and actually kind of confuse the other team a little bit more, and it gives you different timings, whereas the Cypher, it's just like I said, just a cage or a cam or something like that, and then you just try to dry walk out and hope for the best. And the Fade as well is a big change, because the Sova drone, it's just a drone, and then you got the rechargeable, you know, signature util that a lot of people use of the Sova dart. Now it's more so Salvo's.
Both teams look alright on this. One of T1's best maps.
Prowlers as the solo init
Really,
has been
maybe even the second best map, really.
For such a long time for a reason, guys. It's so good at re-clearing space and, you know, challenging those lanes on the attacking side.
Yeah,
we got a
think
leaker.
personally,
What happened there?
If T1 want to stay with this,
Gemma
they should
Yuki.
run the Viper, because I think Viper is better against
Gemma
that
Yuki,
Teo.
thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you, thank you.
Can get destroyed a lot more easily, so I think that's partly why
Gemma Yuki, I was looking over just as it happened as well.
So I would expect to see them stay.
Now, let's break down
RRQ
a little bit. We've seen them play on Lotus quite a few times now.
I didn't want to pretend to either. I didn't see it,
again,
but I saw it.
Thank
you so much, Gemma Yuki. I appreciate the 5 gifted, dude. Thank you for that.
Some changes happening and coming through since.
Yeah.
What do you make of RRQ
Prodigy?
on this map?
Prodigy was fast with it as well.
I think this is a very winnable map 3 for them, and I think that they'll be happy that it's gone here. As I said, I think T1, you know, T1 have looked solid on this map, but I don't think it's without their weaknesses. I don't think it's without their holes. So
we got a bunch of snitches here. I was flaming Jorgamo's ult yesterday. 20 seconds later, he's in chat.
Onto that Yoru, a very classic look for RRQ here.
Yeah, and I want to point out as well, this is somewhat of a similar approach to what G2 used to great success against T1.
Can't say he'll do anything around here.
They are playing a different style since that game, so at least they're going to have, like we said, the Viper as well as the Fade to kind of play things a little bit differently this time. And of course,
easy GFX now. We'll raid Shire.
Yeah, it's hard.
When we get to the playoff games,
they're going to do their best to copy it today.
Then we'll start watching
China. I do miss seeing Monyet on the Neon.
I'm trying to
completely honest, but on
relatively
he
chill
can be
at
a
the
bit
moment.
of a menace as well.
For sure.
All right, we're going to go to the last map of the series, which we are absolutely not surprised to be here at this destination, and we're going to send it back to Achilleos and Paper
Wait, if FPX win, do they get buds?
Thank you very much. Here we go on map 3. Between
if EDG lose that, they get 4th seed, right? That's kind of crazy.
Taking this the distance.
Do they? What's the head-to-head between DRG and...
Just talking about here, some minor adjustments.
Yeah, it's not crazy. It's the difference between 2nd seed, 3rd seed. It's
going on a pivot, bringing this Viper in.
It's not
another one of these maps that RRQ will have plenty of tape to kind of look back and watch as the T1 overall likes to approach this.
We got RRQ on attack. We got T1 on defense.
Yeah.
T1 back on one of their better maps.
Team Secret making some
we got
really
the
good
smoke
reads,
over towards Heaven.
In particular, finding great timings to get behind the defenses of T1. Meteor
Then we got
off,
smoke. I like this. We got a set strat where we got all three bits of B locked, and then we want to push through B with a Yoru Omen flash.
Double tap popped. Prowler
Okay, but then they pivot back over towards B.
Presence
The original
still
idea was
here
pretty
on this B
nice,
site.
and I feel like the backup idea was pretty
Looking
nice.
for
Like it's a good
He's
mid-round
good
call with
timing
this,
here.
and they kind of got the Viper luck
He
with the
can find
Viper
the
smoke to
breakthrough
help
on
the
that
team on
C
the
site.
side as well.
Really
And
draw
yet
the
it's lucky to
attention
be
away.
alive with the 1
That
HP,
could be huge.
and
Eyes
we
for
definitely
now.
got to keep an eye on
Not paid in his
Sephiroth's
direction.
luck.
Pushing to be taken down. Jemkin
And the
staying
smoke
quiet,
gives
trying
you a
to stay
little
tucked, but
gap to
Buzz
play in. It's cool.
gets
It's
out a
cool
little bit
idea.
wider. Is able to find him. Looks for a little
They're
bit
gonna lose
more.
the
And will
pistol,
be
but
able
it's
to
a
go
cool
ahead and
idea
take down
still.
Mon Yet. Crazy Guy falls. And that's going to be a flawless pistol going the way of T1. The trend continues. Congratulations, RRQ. You win the series.
well, T1 has to win both pistols.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's very true.
So now as T1, you just throw the.
You just sandbox
yeah,
the second half start. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So I'm already kind of I'm really watching the map intently to see exactly how RRQ is going to try to find those lurks, try to find those timings. And in this
You
round,
say went too early?
you know, Xfero's trying to, but by the time he gets there, it's already kind of too late.
Yeah.
Izu head on a swivel.
No one like stored
a lot
enough
of
for him.
contact on site. It's just kind of looking back and forth, He's over at Waterfall. He's checking C-main.
Okay.
You know, popping back and forth a little bit.
No
He's at least
investment
being
into this
aware,
one,
'cause
so
that's something again
could be a
that
nice-
really hurt T1 on this map without having that Cypher to rely on.
Nice
big
clean
opener for
round.
Izu, right on top of the box.
Interesting to note they all
Get some damage suffered
they all
there,
go
so
for light armor on this one. Where in
little
the
down
last
to
game
47, but still
they
breathing.
bought that hero
Yes.
outlaw, so
Pushing forward, playing on that corner, finding Cushy tucked away.
maybe because they convincingly won that, they
Jill
thought
just
that they
go
weren't
ahead
going to
and
go for it
basically push him
again.
Back up to full HP.
Not much for RRQ to do except change directions. Too much resistance. You know there's at least 3 guns there. Based on the crossfires coming through that smoke, so gonna try a different attempt. Try to find that weak side at the very least. Hopefully get a plant down. Think about B. No. Prowler from Stacks not gonna see anything, but still holding their ground. T1 trying to find the timing.
There.
Now you know.
Yep, Buzz just around the corner. ADS in with the Phantom. Footsteps. I mean, no real ambiguity here. Just sprinting forward, trying to get out forward, take some space. Stacks holds the line for 1. Tucks back. Buzz now out
Very
wide.
nice.
Slowly able to go ahead and drag
Best
across, find
person,
that second kill.
agent-wise,
Flawless pistol,
gets
flawless
a good amount of the ecos.
T1 retaining
Buzz one
everything.
away,
Buzz now
so
one
the
away
easiest
from a
call ever to
showstopper
go
as they
aggro
into
over
the
towards A
bonus.
and try and pick up this orb is probably going to happen.
All
So
right, let's see
I
now.
imagine you're going to see the
RRQ,
double damage invested.
the full weaponry, what they can do. Great job by Izu. He has been
You think the
stellar
do
today.
you think Fade or Sova is better for the
Stacks as well.
T1 comp?
Really
I think
hitting
if you're
some nice
playing
shots. Buzz
the
still
ISO, you play
pull it off, but That's
Sova,
okay.
just as a
You
set
get him
role.
that showstopper, get him rolling, and I can see that they're set up to at least try to take Rebel control. You have Stacks and Meteor here, right behind Buzz. Falling out though, right into that line. Good recognition from RRQ on
This is
how
nice
T1
from
likes to
RRQ.
line
They
up.
knew this was going to happen. They dodged the double damage. They stunned to make sure you can't go aggro. They do tank a little bit of damage with the nades,
Nice delayed response from Stacks there.
but they mainly
Back and forth from both teams.
got the orb away from them.
Catch, but just the hair off. Otherwise, that could have been absolutely catastrophic.
Artist raid. Wait, is Artist streaming?
Buzz was poised
Artist
to
never
go ahead and
streamed
pick
in
up a triple.
specific.
Doors being opened. This is all
He's
just a
streaming?
ruse.
Wait, he's up at... What time is it?
See if
Oh, it's not
Stacks
that
can
bad.
Get the read on that. He'll know pretty shortly here. Yeah, throws a haunt out. Great stuff from Stacks.
He decided
Knows
to
they
do a
can't
map
be there
and
anymore.
left.
So now they're going to be
Mate, it was his map.
changing directions a
Oh,
little
dude,
bit.
honestly though,
Meteor on his horse, trying to get over
the map that
towards
he
C.
chose to do was T1's
Flashing
Icebox.
for a cross.
I can't even
Making
blame
catch
him
a
for
timing from
leaving.
T1. And it's a double back.
About to come pushing
Can't-
right
we
back
can't even
over
be
into
mad
this
at him.
angle.
Locating target.
With a spot out, stealth drone leading the way. Buzz now
30 seconds
swinging
left.
forward, gets himself in behind the box. A couple shots going. Cut through the smoke. The repeat, Monyet wise to it, ready. Gets a
Wait,
shutdown.
what?
Buzz.
He had the
Showstopper
most
gains
perfect
in
timing.
Death, but not going to be seen here in the bonus. Haunt to be cleared out. Paranoia goes across. Jemkin tucking back around the corner time. Starting to dwindle, but Monyet continuing to come up with value. Finds a kill. Meteor going to be taken down. Drop down from Izu. Needing to go absolutely huge. Then back around the opposite side. Picks up another weapon. Concusses there. And Cushy
Okay,
has the
very, very
final
nice.
kill.
I have no
RRQ,
idea how Monyet won
once
this
again,
duel though.
Not allowing for any bonus conversions. I don't believe we
On
had a
Demon
single
time?
bonus
Nah, I
conversion
just
in this
wanna,
series, and we
like,
have
I don't want to
not.
flame.
Teams
But
have not been able to
again,
get away
I
with
just
those.
wanna. I
And
feel like
this
when
time,
it's warranted,
a bit
and a
cleaner.
team,
3 players surviving,
I can't see
not just the
what
one like we've been seeing
improvements
time and
team
time
have
again.
made in a
Well, and it
week
just
on like
goes to
maps
show
that they're
the
weak at.
class of both of these
Then I'm
teams
more
that are in this
likely to
lobby.
give it.
And again, great
And I
macro
think
from the side of RRQ.
I mean, this was a good
They're
example.
making it so hard to read what they're doing.
I don't know what they did with their week on
And,
Icebox.
you know, with Jemkin sitting
they know
outside
it's their
of A
weakest
Rebel,
map.
he's able to see that haunt from Stacks. He's able to know that that haunt got nothing. See if a Rebel fight happens.
They're looking for this delayed hit again, it would seem. I kind of like this. It's just the undercut that comes out from Meteor, but they're not just going to be, it's not a full send. They're not putting the paint shell and that season behind it. It's just trying to see what they can get out of RRQ here.
Yeah. And
then have those bits of util still for a later period in the round.
Well, they're trying to find new answers with this comp.
Portal closed.
A Rebel fight kind of became a bit of a problem as we saw at Champions, or
Here we
excuse
go.
me, at Masters
One
Bangkok.
pass and fake over towards A.
The way that
Didn't really
G2 in
angle the
particular was
TP
able to
far enough
shut
for him
down
to
that
go
early
hop over
execute. I mean, that
towards
was the
C.
Sova for Stacks, not the fade. So a little bit of a different look.
Do pass and bait. I mean, they might just call
Yeah,
their team back
RRQ
here.
spreading the
Let's
map.
see how much space they get.
Difficult to read.
Investing
So
the
this time,
smoke over towards stairs.
T1 though, keeping both
Open
of
up
their
the door. I
controllers
think they're just going to call their team back,
towards C.
surely.
Another door tap as
Let's
players
see.
moving towards A.
As we can see
It's
in the
worked
minimap,
again.
heavy rotate over
And
towards
then you
A.
send out the clone from Jemkin.
A little bit of a double back. Just Meteor playing towards that side, but time is starting to dwindle. 30 seconds remaining as the hit gets ready to come through. Salvo's going to be sent down. Paranoia try to slow them up, and the bite as well. Down on the entryway. Sylvan able to find one. Just going to be the one-for-one exchange.
Oh, hard for
Showstopper
them
now.
to
Drop
plant.
out, sent, delivered. Monyet will hit the floor. Crazy guy. Nothing more to be done other than to try to escape and hold on to this
what can he
weapon. 10
really do
seconds.
here? And
Similarly, RRQ,
the Pharaoh,
once
it's like,
again,
sure,
just
man, you got the
work
hole
this
at A
clock
late
all the way
luck, but your
down,
team
and when
can't
they
get
try
over
to
towards
strike,
the site.
the util
Playing
that
against
saves from the side of T1
playing against
ends
a
up biting
Razor.
RRQ in the rear.
The Raze util was nice though.
Yeah, it's
Nades
just
over
enough
towards
of a reaction
default, you
there
pop the
from
ult,
Izu.
knowing that most likely
He
people are going to
slides over
double swing
just
this
in time
angle.
to get that util to help out. Buzz is hoofing it over there to try to get that showstopper in play, and does. Sylvan playing really nicely, got the first, waited right behind that pillar that's on the back of the site. Didn't get hit by any of the util, stepped out on the timing, and at least got one to slow things up as well. So T1 there, staggering their utility, staggering their players really nicely to shut out RRQ. And it's hard when, for RRQ, yeah, you're reading the map pretty decently.
Oof.
Nobody's going to make a push just yet.
And they
from
really want to get that
RRQ
Raze
side,
ult
but
early again.
when you're reading the map decently, but
Omen
you're taking
flash,
too
double
long,
damage, nades.
T1 can react really quickly.
Pick
And
up
they
that
do.
orb.
T1 trying to go for a little bit of a change up there.
Yeah, trying to force them over
Conditionally,
towards
okay,
C.
yeah, we're not.
A lot of
It's just the
util
undercut.
used.
We're not sending the paint shells with it. They do it, but no one's there to receive the trap. Izu just slides down in front of that aftershock. Avoids taking
Not sure about the
damage.
Prowler here. I feel like the Prowler's insanely
TP
early
up from
considering the
Sylvan.
util,
Stop
but
himself from potentially getting caught there, top Rebel.
Still, nobody giving Jemkin any opportunities to find those 1v1s.
Jemkin's, even though he's 0-3, he's
his
doing like a
damnedest.
good
He's at
job
least
over
getting
towards
info.
A.
Again,
Like every single time
You
he's
don't see
making a
Buzz
lot of
over here at
space.
door
It's
just yet.
very early on as well.
About the same fight up against each other here. Couple shots exchanged. Flash going to be sent. One wall crashing. One
Smoke
still raised up.
investors.
Or gets
He's
down to
gonna,
go pushing
oh
forward. Sylvan
boy,
just flush
it's
here.
huge, man.
against the
He
smoke.
either gets spammed or he gets...
The push forward. Jemkin, yep, able to get on the board. Goes for the barrel stuff. Buzz coming away with one, but Monyet, Jemkin
Time to jump.
open things up. T1
Spike planted.
to be scratching their heads here a little bit. Money is not in a comfortable position at all.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, Jemkin
Look
now
too easy.
starting
It did
to
look too easy.
very much come online as, hey, it's another milestone achieved. The thousandth kill picked up here for the side of Jemkin.
I think Jemkin's looking nice.
Just
Gets
Izu back
gets
across the
rewarded
map,
in this
waiting
round
for
with
this spike
kills.
to go
for
off. So
what he's been
solid
doing
answer
over
back,
towards A.
RRQ
Looking
not
nice.
allowing for T1 to start running away with this one.
yeah, it looked really nice, potentially, for T1. They were getting their pieces into place. They had a crossfire set up right outside a tree and outside of A stairs, but because this time, you know, Sylvan's been trying to work on the edges of those smokes like that we've seen at a bunch, especially on Pearl. And this time, he just gets walked right into, and the body block gives it away pretty quickly. So, you know, you gamble a little bit in those positions, and Sylvan doesn't get it. Yeah,
Do they work B against the no sense comp? They're doing so fine. They get so much free space over towards A once they create a lot of pressure on C. Like they have options.
There, you're going to buy plenty of time for Meteor to get over with the ISO to help out, but got dissected very quickly. A very nice round for Jemkin. He's had a very solid series today. See if RRQ can keep the ball rolling.
Okay, great impact of the round. They got Hero Gun, we got Outlaw out, we got every single person that can get one shot for the Outlaw as well. T1 not wanting to go aggro over towards A, and RRQ again just taking a lot of space early on.
Contact and maybe a dip.
Gotta give.
Late triple swing for T1. They kind of end up just getting caught. They got unlucky with the timing here, really.
1,000 kills on the wall. 1,000 kills.
We're not starting that. We're not on a. We're not on a drive across the country.
Oh, all right. No road trip.
No.
No.
Stealth drone. Let's go ahead and poke and prod around. Just a single rifle here in the hands of Meteor. Trying to find an opening, and Jemkin says absolutely
They're looking
not.
good.
Shuts it down. It went from 0-3-0 to now 5-3-0. Big swing across these last two rounds. As RRQ will tie things up at 3-3 here. Barring an ace clutch with a sheriff for the hands of Sylvan.
Well, stranger things have happened. But, I mean, should be impossible.
This is the timing there to catch a glimpse. And swings it. It's going to be a flawless as we get tied up 3-3.
Timeout, or
Fantastically
are they
done here
okay?
from the side of RQ, finding some stability.
It feels like they're bleeding over towards A main.
I think extra credit to Jemkin when you consider how long he's been playing in Pacific to hit 1,000 kills.
Yeah, very quickly.
I think the pace setter, I think probably for all time is Karon.
Yeah, we saw Tanuki.
Yeah, he was built
So,
different last year.
A bit anomalous.
I mean, it's a rough hit for Zeta,
But
really.
Jemkin, to get there in about a season and a half is very, very impressive.
Well, he's a tremendous player. You know, when you look at all the stats and statistics, he's top in the charts. And you can tell in game as well what he's capable of. He's going to put the mask on, go for a journey.
No.
Figure out we can, trying to find that
Back
drone,
out
but
TP on this.
unable to with
That I
Sylvan.
can see him.
TP's behind him. He didn't see that. Didn't really matter.
Nice little set
Rolling Thunder
strat.
hit him.
Rolling Thunder is
Yeah, that's why we don't have a
much
backup
there,
TP. We got it all.
off the site.
We got it all thought out well. And then you follow the space towards B. AO is incredible. You force him into the luck. Oh, this is a beautiful round. That is
from RRQ. Absolutely
really nice.
phenomenal.
It's really, like really nice.
And flawless at
Yeah,
that.
obviously
The
you
lead
invest
now
3
theirs.
ults into it. You
Now,
should
this
be
is
winning the
brilliant.
round,
RRQ has
but
been doing a lot
it's like
of just
secured,
kind of
clean.
5-man executes. We haven't seen any big lurks, and this time Xbarrel.
It's a good round to do it all as well. Good understanding of how important this round is.
Set up for him as
Ults
well
go
by
in.
Cushy,
Super low money again for
pushes the
T1.
players
Probably
right
forcing
into
down to a
him.
low buy.
and it's lights out for T1. Brilliant.
That was
Brilliant
nice.
stuff there.
That was really nice.
Hard to draw it up, but that's like that's one of those rounds that as a coach you're just like, that's exactly how we drew it up.
Very nicely done. So for the first time, we have the opening timeout called.
RRQ has some brilliant set strats. You can tell that the coaching staff's like really good with like all set strats.
Shifting on Lotus.
They're
As granted, yes,
they're a Senteo ult as
starting on
well.
this defense.
Like their aggro A, it's very
But RRQ
strong.
have had some very good reads in these last couple rounds, being flawless as well. Is more than enough to give T1 pause.
Oh yeah. No. It's already getting a little bit concerning.
Nice, yeah, not wrong.
Because you're having a little bit of a hard time reading in the macro game. You're looking a little bit scuffed in kind of your combined team play when you're going.
They're struggling. They're struggling with this at the moment.
Map awareness,
and I wonder
again,
if it's a little bit to do with the ISO double damage nerf and only having one of these.
Hard to get in.
They're not getting that much. But also, I do feel like they are using util to get A. Then they're not really like holding A that much. And I think this might be the first time I've seen the fade eye over towards A to secure and to know that they haven't got out. That's going to help them a lot. It's a good changer from T1. I want to see them do it in the buy rounds. Honestly, I think RRQ next round probably go aggro A, but we'll see what happens.
Quick hit. That just gives RRQ a little bit more time to consider the map. Buzz pushed really far forward today, so that's why everybody's leaning BC.
Fade has been there. Interesting.
Quick clear, though, of that Prowler, and Stax is immediately starting to take space. That's really wise by Stax.
Buzz can find the first one.
Yeah.
Showstopper is online, but he's not going to get the chance to use it. Quick little swing in from Jemkin, puts him down before that ult can come out. Stax, though, now scaling. Eyes are tied in this direction, and Stax is going
It's
to be
really unlucky timing.
I think he should have just been a little bit more patient behind that box.
Yeah, it's hard though. Because if they're running out towards A, then
expected they keep pushing after they got Buzz.
He's kind of won the round. No Sentinel comp, can't be angry at it.
Smoke just cycles them over here towards C, where now pressure is on Sylvan to see what he can do. Finds the first one.
Oh, the opening of the door at the same time.
Looks for a little bit more, but Jemkin is just
still good damage.
Dominable again from 0-3-0.
It's kind of winnable.
Jemkin is
the Viper's one body shot. Oh my goodness.
Cool. Snappy shot from Izu.
All that.
But now 11-3-0.
Jemkin looks unreal right now.
He's just insane. He's incredible.
Yeah, he's doing so much.
Tremendous right now. He's reacting so well to what's going on around
and
him.
He's taking space.
And he's doing a great job. In the early part of the game, he was part of the reason he's 0-3 is because he's essentially on information gathering duty, not really on frontline fragging duty. Put him on frontline fragging duty. The man's good for a bunch of multi-kills. Just disgusting. So a bit of a game plan change for
person
RRQ.
aggro.
Worked out quite nicely.
They thought what I thought, that they were going to go super aggro over towards A. Definitely in the timeout they spoke about aggro A because they're investing the util but like holding on to it.
Oh, sorry.
And RRQ have adapted well, knowing that the focus would be over towards here, and now we've seen a couple of C hits.
That's why I just want people to start playing Harbor again. You miss him a bit.
This Harbor? We got some in the EMEA.
Meanwhile, CGRS in the wings going, anybody going to play Harbor again?
Right there.
Maybe?
Pit up at C. Locking off that position. Spike is still set up outside of it. It's just a peek out here from Buzz. Show some face.
Goes in. Omen flash back, but the wall up is going to create a little bit of pressure. We got Yoru. Oh. Spots one. Stun goes out so you can TP so they know the left side's cleared, and they Omen flash on top to get out of the ult. Damn, they're good though.
Getting taken down, but now it's going to be a counter pit here from the side of Xpero, just setting up where the previous one had dropped.
Oh, the timing!
Man,
he is just an
look at him.
Look this is unreal.
Another multi-kill round. The drop down noted, yeah. Noise is made. Wanyet, I mean, he could just blind fire into this one. Doesn't manage to go ahead and
damage, right?
Jemkin runs out of bullets. It's the only thing stopping him from finding the ace. As
very,
Buzz,
very nice.
sure
Dude, they handled this so well. Also, the pressure of the Viper pit, and he's walking out at the most perfect timing, so the pressure's there, so Buzz isn't on top of it. Dude, they handled the Viper really well.
Just absolutely destroying T1. A great paranoia to set him up there as well. Some good breach util. Meteor finally getting involved. The timing there. The Haunt goes out, and that's when he steps out of the pit. Takes Stax out. Stax is trying to clear the pit there, and Jemkin's ahead of the curve. Things starting to get pretty desperate. T1's already used the timeout, and they haven't been able to recover.
15-4-0.
Force them down to another eco. Every single time T1 have a buy round, they got to deal with a Yoru.
Head gets the TP from Sylvan.
And
RRQ
are way too drilled
after the 4K picks up an orb. He's one away from
to have like bad Yoru ults.
Yeah, why not?
Like the util, the util and the decisions they make with the information that the Yoru gathers is it might be the best I've seen. It's up there. It's reminding me of like you know when Fnatic used to play Split, and it was like back when Dirk was there.
They need a miracle at this point.
It reminds me of that, where it's like the ult of the Yoru is a secured round.
Escapes back, but dangerous.
They would always have like
21 HP
breach
overall.
util,
So even going for a showstopper
Omen
at this
flash
point
behind it.
Very high risk. Likelihood of getting punished and not getting the rocket out is very, very high.
Yeah, you can't imagine.
And when your Yoru's farming like this,
that he'd be going for it.
like, it's done. It's
It's
gonna happen again. They go down to an eco.
Everybody's
He's
over
gonna
at A.
have another Yoru ult.
Buzz on his own, trying to find some kind of value.
And here's the raid boss.
Layouts ready.
Instantly finds it. He's now 4.0. It's a monstrous KD at the moment here for Jemkin. Stacks on the peak, able to find one.
Bro,
She's gonna be put down.
relax, man. He's killing so many.
Now, looking for a little bit more. Swaps over to the shorty, the push up into the smoke, getting ready to come through here. As Izu, okay. Wow.
What the?
A damn
1
good
HP?
shot.
He survived at 1
A round
HP.
winner. Izu will put up.
Dude, another Byron for
solid little
T1.
fight
They
here
got to
for
go
the
up
team,
against
but
the Yoru ult.
RRQ,
It's just
They
unfair.
are starting to run
They
away
do
with this.
have 3 of the best ults on their
And,
comp.
I mean, it's got to be the change of tempo
So-
right now for T1.
They should
They're
be able to
gonna
handle it well because
Keep
no one can get
themselves really
space.
in this map.
But
I mean,
the
sure, it's
RRQ
Lotus,
just like go for a
the
fake here.
defender side, little tricky, but RRQ is playing it very,
A
very well.
fake here could work so well.
Sure, Jemkin is fragging, but the macros
T1
really
have been
good.
struggling so
Finding the
much
weak
they might
side
go
of
for like
T1
a
more
set
often than
strat.
not.
But
To jump.
And even when they don't, Jemkin's just bullying his way through.
yeah,
Really dump a util, and
Here we go again.
yeah, this is
Now
what
they're
makes it
gonna
worse,
think
is
that
when the
they're-
Yoru's fragging out of control like this.
wow,
clear
the
the door
salvos
for
to
him.
break it so you get
Salvos
space. It's
breaks it
another
open.
set strat.
And he says, yep, a site
Clean
looking
tree for
pretty
them,
good.
goes back a
All
sight.
right, this showstopper has to be great. Nightfall, you've got Meteor's ult. It has to be the round
Chill,
for
bro.
T1.
You have ult.
Shield is popped.
Meteor's so far forward.
He's just going to go for the drop here.
Oh
and
my
he is able
goodness.
to find
Shot.
one. Now
They got the-
Sentinel
got the
ult
clone.
is potentially going to be vulnerable. The swing can come through off the back of this. Unless they're covering fire. There you go. Monyet finding one, but then going to be caught on the timing. Izu pushing forward. Doesn't manage to find him.
Poison's off.
Oh, Sylvan was
The
looking
lurk,
for the
though.
lurk.
God, every single time
Experiment.
they make the most of
Find the
this B
shot.
space.
He's trying to find this punish, but now he himself is going to be pinched into a bit of a bad situation. Tucks into backside, the snake bite going to be lobbed in. Tries to steady the sprite, cannot. Cushy able to strike him
God,
down.
they're so good,
No
man, I
idea,
can't.
the crazy guy.
They
is going
make
on
the
a late
Yoru ult
linger
look like
over
the
this
most
A
broken
orb.
ult in the game.
Spike planted.
Now it is once again all
Because they
on
just
Izu.
take
There's a
this,
shorty
they
around the
take so
corner.
much space
Look
with
to
it.
try to divide and conquer, but Cushy's
Every
the first
single
one that he
time they're
fights.
going, they're
The
doing a
last
strat
one
through
is
B,
RRQ.
and you see
Now up
Safaro go,
8
oh,
to
B was
3.
3, there's no one there, sure, I'll
7
take the
rounds
space.
in a
Because everyone
row
else takes
to get
the
to this
rest of the
point.
space.
Looking for a 9-3 half.
I mean, they're just out of
Dude,
control
as if he
right
ulted
now.
the clone, it's so devastating.
Showstopper not able to find any value. You committed so much here as T1, and RRQ just dodging it.
Why is
playing
no one
this so
covering Micha? But
beautifully
it's kind of
around the
Micha's
door.
fault though. He committed.
Using the
He
ult early,
committed
find the
before
open
everyone else
space,
was
and then
even there.
realizing that they
Like
were
he's
gonna
out
be
here taking a
facing some big
1v1 with his
ultimates.
ult,
Take a
with
bit of a
shield,
pause
and
switch
there's no one
sides.
past this line.
And again, the lurk timings. T1 just not on
I
point with
agree.
them.
You
That's
look
some
at that and you
damage
go,
to
damn,
Xpero.
no one's covering
Hey,
him, but
Stacks.
it's his fault.
Solid taps here with that Guardian. Looks for the third, cannot make it happen. Cushy brings that to a conclusion.
Lovely shots from
Again,
Stacks.
it is online.
Kind of looking like
And
Icebox
Meteor,
again.
Similarly, Guardian
Just
in hand.
Stacks winning rounds.
Trying to fill some spaces. Monyet not going to be sticking that teleport. And oh, Buzz, yep. Xpero, I mean, look at that smile. More than happy with what he's just accomplished, and now he's going to continue to go on this lurk.
There's
Sylvan
no way though.
now needs to be wary about that
Oh,
pressure coming
gosh.
through. I mean, Izu's just dead. RRQ have their
Wow,
pick
man,
of
they're
the litter.
sick. They're sick,
Everywhere
but at
they
the same
want to
time, I
go,
feel so sorry for
there is a
T1 because
path
every
paved in gold
single
in front
big
of them.
buy round they went up against a Yoru ult. And it was the
What an
most
unbelievable
drilled
half
Yoru ults.
as they look to go ahead and
We've
seal the
honestly
deal on this
seen.
9-3.
Well, they guessed strong on the ult.
But it also helps to try to narrow it down a bit.
Oh, hold
Sylvan
up.
finding the first, but cannot get
Damn,
the second.
bro. Look at
Xpero
this.
down to
That
3
was an
HP,
absolute
survives, and Monyet
masterclass
with
of
the
an attack
crossfire
half.
locks in
Shout out to
the
Jemkin. Even at
monstrous
0-3, he was doing
advantage for
everything good.
RRQ. 6
And
rounds
then goes
at the half.
0-3 and gets
No,
17
this
to
is just
7.
stellar stuff. I mean, you know, even though there's a couple big moments here for some T1 players, the timings are all on RRQ's side. They've got the reads.
And it's just another huge turnaround. I mean, Stacks gets those 2 kills.
Yeah.
He starts things off for them so well, and then the 3v5 happens. Brutality.
Yeah.
T1 looking absolutely lost.
No, they do.
66%
Oh, yeah, no, they're
of their
getting
round wins. That
annihilated.
pistol And that anti-eco.
I mean, since they've
This
switched
map
over to
looks
this
so
comp, it has
drilled
looked
for
really
RRQ.
uncomfortable to me on that defender
good.
side. I don't think there'll be too many problems on the attacker side, but I don't feel like they have that same level of coordination. Losing the Sova for the Fade, I think, makes it a little bit harder for them to get some of that deeper info. Even though, yeah, the Prowlers and the Haunt can give you some, I think you're having a tough time without the Cypher in particularly, you know, keeping track of what's going on around B and C. And then you have to make hard reads off of contact, and RRQ was just toying with them. And then that was able to set up some of their players for some of those lurks. Obviously, yes, it helps when Jemkin's just going nuclear, when he's breaking through sites. Yes. But part of it is the way that they work the macro of the map. So a lot of the times, you know, T1's getting to the site just a step too late. Jemkin's ahead of him. And then he's cycling ults like crazy, and things are just snowballing out of control for T1.
Yeah.
Really well handled.
No, it was a snowball.
By RRQ. I mean, hats off to Crazy Guy, calling a great game here on top of his players playing very, very well.
Yeah.
And they are looking to get aggressive off the rip. Prowler to scout as Paranoia goes across as well. That undercut with the smoke. Ultimate ban. Monyet gets himself a second elimination. Meteor fighting back for one, but Jemkin gets one, gets out. And once again, T1 just absolutely knocked on their rear. Stealth drop, that should have spotted them both. And Cushy, no way he didn't notice the gun barrel. Back rubble, the pings are there. Izu was able to pull off a bit of a miracle pistol on Icebox. Now he's going to be asked to do very much the same, and he's not going to do it at all. Damn near flawless, Monyet, the only casualty, leading the charge outside of Mound. And that is for the first time in this series. I was going 1 for 1 in pistols on a map itself.
Yeah.
But RRQ, with that win, get up to 10.
Now,
I just don't even know how they
so huge for RRQ.
They would lose this here. They're just playing way too
So much
good.
of the story of this team in Pacific has been they're close, but no cigar. They fight to the nail. Overtimes all over the place. Every map is just an absolute grind. And then they get here to Lotus against a T1 team that has been fearsome with ISO in their comps, with Meteor there. And right now, they are knocking on the door of a blowout 2-1 victory.
Jack, and RRQ can finish top of their group then, right? We got to start looking at it. Because then we would have Boom RRQ
this out.
With the
T1
1-1 seeds.
Classics, no buy-up, just a share for Meteor.
That's
They're
insane.
looking to do the impossible and turn this map around. 4 Bulldogs and a Spectre.
They only have to be Team Secret.
Not much.
Damn, the gatekeepers.
To speak of in terms of util. Just mostly the standard stuff for T1. Cushy, hello,
well,
sees everything.
That is so much information.
Team Secret? No, it is the kind of Team Secret game to win.
They have no money. They have no guns. Everybody from RRQ is gathered up over towards this A side. Quick little pivot here from T1. Just get themselves a plant on the B site.
Spike planted.
But how entrenched can they be? Still going to try to watch here from behind.
How early does Zafiro go?
Catches the kill on a Meteor.
Just looking like he's not going early at all. Waits for the Omen flash, waits for them to send it. That's the go signal to turn around the corner. But he's not even going to need to activate. Still nice though to see that it's all fought through.
Once again, another damn near flawless round here. RRQ 2 away from taking this series away from T1 in dominant fashion on the closeout.
Just brilliant. They look so well coordinated, so in control right now. Everybody doing all the right things at the right time. Jemkin happy to push past that snake bite. Help out his teammates. Monyet running and gunning. Everything looking good. Two more rounds is all it's going to take for RRQ to close out this series.
4 Bulldogs.
T1
got to start now. They're relatively close to Meteor's ult.
Do they have it in them?
Meteor's having a bit of a stinker day. His first map was good. Then the Reina was really bad.
Hasn't been looking that way.
And then at the moment now, I can't even blame T1 that much. In terms, I just feel like RRQ did too much good.
For the players from the side of T1, I mean, Meteor, what a start that he had on Pearl.
He's definitely not fragging heavy.
Severely lacking here on his agent pick that so regularly does deliver Strikes fear into the hearts of his opponents right now. RRQ are just impenetrable.
Yep. They are just flying.
Sparrow's just like, oh, I'll just adjust my sleep.
I know, I saw that.
It's like T1 doesn't know what they need to do.
Yeah, they're
going to run the
lost.
clock down. Let me just make sure I'm nice and comfy. Up towards the site. Paint shell up and over the top, getting bogged down just a little bit here as they try to go for the entry. The stun does connect. Shock to try to hold them back.
They're gonna.
Try to go for the reset. Buzz gonna be taken
Dude,
down.
they get so many people here.
Gotta
Gotta pivot over towards A. Door open, so they know that someone's like around that area, so they need to re-clear it. It's really weird at the moment for RRQ. They gotta clear like all of this.
This is still gonna be really difficult.
They go early and Zafiro goes late again.
Could find a couple quick ones.
Crazy guy. He's peeking in. Jemkin survives. Even with 19
good
HP,
omen
just
flash.
dodges those bullets.
Wait, it's not a good omen flash. Went too high.
Now just 3 players left here from T1. Smoke it up or dissipating. Jemkin fallen. Stacks able to find 2. Finds himself a 3rd. It seems like there still is yet a little bit more fight left in him, but it's at cost. Xpero looking for the stick.
Hey, no matter what, it's good damage.
Be able to go ahead, bail them out. Deny the bonus conversion, deny the match point. T1 get to 4, but similar to what we had seen back on Pearl. 4 players dead.
Yeah, it just looks really uncomfortable. And the timings are really good for RRQ. They're playing off of each other nice. I mean, Stacks comes up with another hero play. Probably too little, too late, it feels like. See if they can continue to rebound, but that damage done, and they know it, so they're going to grab an Outlaw, even though a couple full armors are still able to be bought.
Got 3 targets, though.
Yep.
Lion Share still looking very good and very vulnerable here as they look to try to take advantage. A couple shots there, Monyet.
Trying to take the orbs away from them, especially as they got that ISO. They do not
TP's across, however.
want to play against
ready for that. And Sylvan and Stacks playing around over here towards this A side of the map. They're going to be the ones at risk.
They left the spike behind. They wanted to.
Okay, but
try
this
to
orb's still here,
right?
right? Oh my god, that's an absolute shot.
Sparrow hitting that.
Where's my fade? So I was so confused though. What the T1 doing? Where's my fade solo? Taking a 50-50 duel on A when I got a double duelist comp with a Rainer and an ISO.
Put Sylvan on the floor. Smoke's now lost on Xpero playing forward. Wall, however, does fall, and he's not quite ready for them to be this far forward. So kill is going to be found, but the TP in, maybe not even necessary. It's Jemkin. This continues to be so damn good.
Oh, unfair.
Oh, sorry, I'm in a race.
Draws out of it, is scoped in, the shot's whiffing. Izu finding one.
Damage is probably done though.
50-50 here for him. Desperately tries to separate them, to divide.
I don't know what
T1
are doing though.
Together.
I don't know what T1 are doing. It just felt like they so desperate to get around that they tried to do it individually.
Round wins just to get it into overtime.
Match point.
Okay, not much money.
So
Everyone's sitting about 2,000.
Like this.
Let's think they had like 6K, 2,400,
so
2,500.
matches and maps to walk in against the defending Masters champions and destroy them on Lotus like this. It's been a long time coming.
The fade luck.
Monyet
He's not even lucky though, is he? He's
fired
just
up
duel
all
in the
day.
first 30 seconds.
With good reason, because RRQ has looked phenomenal. They are just so dialed in, not just individually, been talking about it a lot, but in the big picture scheme of things, in the way they're working the maps, in the way they're keeping T1 off balance, it has looked rather good. Uh-oh. Now you might not be getting that 4th stamp today.
That stamp is run out of ink.
Do you have an RRQ stamp?
If so,
now's the time.
Just take Chobras. He doesn't need it anymore. True. Just a reminder to everybody, this is what happens when
Don't say
Chobras, you know, signs with another team and he signs with somebody else.
Sure.
His RRQ ascend to new heights.
Let's not put that on him. You poor guy.
I think he still quite happy.
Just as Nongshim style, I'm underperforming as well.
Mix that Shinramen together
It's
with
crazy.
make a new little creation.
Look, I'm happy because the SCA teams are playing great this stage.
Oh, yeah.
Boom yesterday, today, RRQ. Yeah, I've got some Indomie at home. I'm going to eat some.
Whoa. Oh, boy, this is going to be a hell of a fight. But Buzz gets that pink, that reveal off the haunt, finds Jemkin. Monyet going to be taken down. So, bit of a rush play here. As RRQ want to bring this to a swift closeout. Not quite going to be able to do so, it would seem. Cushy Xparrow still could make this potentially expensive, but Buzz with the third kill.
It's T1.
Bring Cushy to his lonesome.
Reset RRQ in terms of money, and then you look at the next Byrons, and they got 2 ults to win the next Byrons.
Doesn't quite find it.
So that will get him up to 6. Then there'll be eco, that should get him up to 7. And then we'll see where the ults are. In 3 rounds, they kind of got to get the ISO ult up.
Can no longer hunt for this man.
Nah,
except
ISO can definitely hunt.
There's a little bit more surprise factor in his position, but is also not necessarily ready for Cushy to just walk his way into B. It's okay. 7 more chances for the side of RRQ to close this out, but T1 fighting back for a little bit more.
Well, okay, but seemingly feeling like too little too late.
Okay, RRQ.
You know,
2 away from their ults, but they're always going to have to beat an ult round anyway, so might have provided him to get an ult and an eco and just feel like he uses it when they have a chance.
I mean, that's just a freebie, I guess. But, well done. Using the contingency.
There you go.
Yeah. They both started with C.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
Okay, do T1 use ults in this round?
Nightfall available. Armageddon,
are they
Thunder,
confident that
there's
going to be 3 people that honestly can't have much?
I mean, this could likely be another round for T1, but beyond that, it's going to be so challenging to get that many in a row.
Okay, the answer is yeah, they want to use some ults.
Paranoia and response.
Trying to chase off that Prowler. Cushy with the classic is able to find Izu.
Yeah, and Izu's
that's going to be a weapon
giving him a gun.
Armageddon for the retake. Do they invest it here?
Yeah, this is the thing. It gets tempting now.
Yeah.
Looks like the answer might just be yes. Stacks out and away, tucked in behind rubble.
Well,
we can rep weaponry, but well, 3 players outpacing. Cushy puts that.
It'll be so tempting to use this ult now.
Stacks eliminates Buzz.
Oh my god, Cushy's what's going on? He's wrecking everyone.
The door open, Xparrow rushing forward, Sylvan snapping with a headshot.
Oh boy, they did it with an eco hero gun. Damn, bro, they fucking vibed them.
On top, closes it out the same way.
They looked insanely drilled. The calling was good, the prep was really good. Their Yoru ults was some of the best we've seen. Like, just full stop.
First loss in the stage.
Really, really nice. Really nice. Jemkin played incredible.
Electric today.
This is the team that has been promised for so long. So much hype behind this RRQ
they might come top in their group.
And today, one of their biggest wins yet. And who knows how many more to come. These guys looked so good, top to bottom. I am just floored with this RRQ team. And to push T1 like this and then just destroy them on Lotus. Few teams have been able to do that. One of the few others was G2. So this should be a really exciting playoff because it is confirmed for RRQ.
Not this again.
They are going. And now that #1 seed in this group is up for grabs.
It absolutely is. This is shaking things up in a major way, and we wouldn't have it.
Dude, their map pool looks nice, though.
What a performance
the Pearl
from
doesn't look great. The Icebox looks pretty good.
13-5, dominant
closeout. Ascent looks really good. The Lotus looks really good.
Good job, RRQ. Congratulations.
What else have they got?
Hello.
Haven? I can't remember their Haven. I think it's good, but...
Alright. 몬예 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 축하드립니다. Hi, Monye. Lovely. That's a beautiful smile we see 오늘 T1과의 접전 끝에 승리를 가져가게 된 소감부터 몬예 선수에게 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You stopped the unstoppable T1. You stopped them on their win streak. How was it taking that win today, Wonye?
It feels nice though. It was like our goal to win against T1 so we can get the first seed on group Omega, right? Yeah.
당연히 승리해서 너무 좋고요. 오늘 경기 승리를 가져가서 그룹 내 1등 시드를 가져가는 게 목표였기 때문에 목표를 이루게 돼서 너무 좋다고 전했습니다. 안 그래도 오늘 승리로 플레이오프 진출을 확정을 지었는데 오늘 몬예 선수의 네온이 정말 그 필수적인 역할을 했어요. 다시 타격대로 돌아온 소감을 직접 한번 들어보고 싶습니다. Yeah, I was going to mention congrats to making it to the playoffs, and I think that was mainly possible because of your neon. You were popping left and right, north, south, everywhere. How does it feel to be back on that duel?
It feels nice. I think that's what what I really wanted because I've been playing Astra before, and Astra is nice on pro, and then Ewok said like let's give it a try to play the double duelist, and I think it kind of worked. It's just like the small mistakes that we can fix later on.
안 그래도 본인이 원래 하던 아스트라 요원은 좋았고 펄에서도 아스트라가 좋은 픽이라고 생각을 했었지만 이웍 감독님께서 우리 그냥 이번에 한번 투 타격대로 진행을 해보는 건 어떨까 해서 아주 만족스러웠다고 이야기를 했습니다. 그리고 아까 전에 경기 중에 세레모니 겸 의자에 일어나서 뭐라고 소리를 질렀는데 그게 뭔지 좀 저희가 안 들려가지고 한번 뭐였는지 물어볼게요. We saw you getting up from that chair and you were yelling something. But we couldn't get the audio. What were you saying?
I think I've said a lot. First I say, hello Stacks, and then the pistol on pro I said, yo Silvan, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Alright, 스택스 선수한테 안녕 스택스, 그리고 두 번째 일어났을 때는 실반 선수 뭐 하고 있어? 라고 이렇게 도발적인 세레모니를 해줬다고 이야기를 했습니다. 몬예 선수 인터뷰 만나봤고요. 오늘 1층에서 T1 선수의 팬미팅 준비가 되어 있으니 많이 찾아주시길 바랍니다. Thank you, Monya, for that interview. And for all the T1 fans at the venue, we have the meet and greet in the lobby, so make sure to stop by and don't miss out. Alright, I'll be back after match 2. 감사합니다. 감사합니다. Let's go!
Yeah, very, very nice. This is a fun game. This is a fun game. RRQ looked, I mean, this is like a masterclass on how to snowball, but it does help when Jemkin's fragging like this. There was a stage where it was like, you're all eco, you're all eco, you're all. To have your ults that consistent, that fast is it's unheard of. They made the most of it.
Not quite himself, but today. You know, it's the Monya we know and love.
Yeah, I mean, look at him in that interview. He's so happy, he's so smiling.
Really cool though, really cool. This is fun.
T1 streak and could put that to an end. They soared through to the playoffs. So potentially
chat, I'm going to eat early, so I'm going to be a little bit longer with this one.
It's nice to see this squad close out a game that they should be able to win. You know, T1 didn't find a way to wiggle back, especially
we'll be back
in
in time for the next game,
They looked incredibly dominant, so huge respect for RRQ.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's great to see RRQ as well kind of overcome some of the problems that they've had previously. I think the opening of this series was a good example of it, where I remember their game against Nongshim on attack, they couldn't get rolling on attack and they ended up going 0-9, and you saw some of those slower attacker rounds on Pearl where they couldn't find the plans in the mid to late round, but then they kind of made some adjustments and solved things. And I think that it is that specific example in combination with the fact that RRQ has been able to close out this series so cleanly is very impressive to see. I feel like RRQ are starting to work through a lot of the things that have been holding them back as a team, and they've just got such phenomenal individuals right now. Like Jemkin is unreal, but even as we mentioned on some of the other maps, like everyone contributed. Xfero was fantastic, Monyet was fantastic on the secondary duelist, Cushy is always amazing as well, and then Crazy Guy just doing a good job calling on the attacking side. That was another fantastic attacking side.
Yeah. I mean, and it's also hard not to credit Jemkin. We see him topping the scoreboard.
Jesus, man.
He was electric this game.
He might be the best Yoru in VCT right now.
I think so.
I haven't seen him internationally, but it's unreal.
Absolutely, and they didn't even have to play a cent to get these kind of numbers from Jemkin today. This is a really good look for RRQ. Like you guys said, the entire team stepped up, and when they do, they look so playoffs ready at the moment. And of course, you have Jemkin on the board here, and against Buzz for Pilsky and myself, not great for predictions, but great for RRQ. And Jemkin has been very consistent. I'll have to say, throughout stage 1. So in fact, let's just admire all the Jumpkin kills that we saw today. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, for sure. I think he wins a lot of openers. I mean, the great thing about Jemkin is just the entry power and the pseudo init that he plays on the attacking side. But you can see when he gets comfortable, when he's able to play in some of these post plants and things like that, he's able to be very impactful. He can play these positional aim duels very well and win them. He's able to kind of anticipate the way that the other team will come in on some of these retakes and move across the map, which I think overall was a big strength here for RRQ. I kind of pointed out, like, they are playing the same comp that G2 beat T1 really hard in that Masters Bangkok Grand Final on this map with. And I saw a lot of the same themes. It was a slower attacking side from RRQ, and they were able to kind of play very skirmish heavy and wait for T1 to make moves on the map and then punish them in the mid-round and just be very fluid with the way that they were playing the rotations. I felt like I was watching a very similar game in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like they had a really, really strong game plan. So credit to Crazy Guy and the coaching staff for kind of building that up, and we saw it well executed. But Jemkin is, of course, going to be the MVP for that map. I mean, he was just unstoppable, especially in that first half. He was just going insane. I mean, it's hard not to love this guy. As you say, I think he could easily be one of the best Euros in VCT, if not the very best.
Oof. I mean, chat, tell us what you think, if he's the best Euro in VCT Pacific. Wait, Pacific or all of VCT?
I said VCT full stop.
Yeah.
Damn. Well,
I mean, Pacific is the best region, so if you're the best Yoru in VCT Pacific, then you're the best Yoru in the world, right? That's how that works.
Yep.
1 + 1 = 2.
yeah, biggest take. I like it, and that's why he's our match MVP here. Like you guys mentioned, the entire team played really well. Xfero really happy with how he was performing there. The team surely is like delighted with this. Monyet as well, but Jemkin by far has to be the match MVP.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this team is finally hitting their potential. This is what we've wanted to see from RRQ for so long, where they've just never managed to get the ball rolling and make it work consistently. This team is finally coming together, spearheaded by Jemkin. They are now soaring into the playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he is just that disruptive force entry on the attacker, very disruptive on the defense, playing the off angles and using the TP very well. And when you have your Yoru fragging very hard as well, it's very easy to keep snowballing because you're just getting the dimensional drifts and chaining them back to back. And that is one of the strongest ults in the game right now for just having an attacking side round that can play itself, or just being able to streamline a retake and realize exactly what the other team's doing on their post plan and adapt accordingly, especially if you're playing Breach Teo, because you just scout the entire setup and then util dump them and complete the retake.
Are you guys Euro fans in general, like of the agent and how much he's being played?
Yeah. I think it's been a long time coming for Yoru. I think Yoru's been in a very strong
Yeah.
state, but Yoru is trickier to use than a lot of the other duelists. It needs more time, and you need a duelist player who can give it that time and, you know, figure it out. Compared to Jet and Raze, they're a lot more simple to play. So I think now Yoru is finally getting to the point where you can't not play him. So we're seeing more and more Yoru, and I think it's great for the game. I think Yoru is so fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Always fun, always chaotic, and you know what, who's really good at that? Pacific teams. So I'm not surprised SEA is doing really well, and Jemkin especially. With that, we're going to go on a very short break, and when we come back, we're going to see the Gs. We're going to see Gen G versus Global Esports. So guys, don't go too far away.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
It's VCT Pacific Stage 1, Week 4. I'm Victoria together with Pilsky and Big Time. We just saw a SEA victory with RRQ defeating T1. And the question is, can Global Esports follow suit? Because they're facing GENG. And Foxy9 is back in after a little bit of a coach timeout. And he's looking pretty fire.
Yeah, in that initial game, given that that was against DFM though, so I think, look, another not as difficult game for him if GE shows up in the same form that they have the last couple of weeks, but I'm interested to see how GENG do go. Both them, as well as GE, I feel like making some changes after kickoff and then going back to what was working for them. In this case, you do have Foxy9 back in the lineup, and he did look great against DFM. You can see, though, they've already taken a loss to Boom. Win over PRX, 2 games left to play. DRX is going to be a difficult game to play, so this is the simpler matchup that they just need to try and get over the line here.
If they get this win today, they are in the playoffs, so big game for them. They're going to be giving it everything they have to try and clinch that spot.
Absolutely. It's similar to position to RRQ, right? If they win, they're in. If they don't, it gets a little bit complicated, and they're kind of leaving their fate in the hands of the rest of their group there. They are facing against Global Esports, though, and I know a lot of us have picked GENG for obvious reasons, and partially because Global Esports has a bit of an upheaval. They had Darion in, they had him out, and now he's back in. So yes, he is officially back in today. Now, we didn't see a great performance of Patrick Hu, and there could be many reasons for that. But how do you guys feel about Darion stepping back in?
Yeah, I think it's a good thing. I think it's what I wanted to see. At the end of the day, Patrick Hu, similar to Suggest in GENG in a very different way, has been put in a difficult position. He did not have a lot of experience. I like the addition of people like Kelly S or people like Puppy, where these guys have proven experience in some of Philippines' top teams, whereas Kellyas did not have that same pedigree playing in the challengers scene, playing on some of the top Filipino teams. So I think it was always going to be difficult for him to transition into a stage environment. You see someone like Primi with limited experience perform so well on Talon. That's the exception to the rule. Usually as a rookie without much proven tier 2 experience, you're going to have a tough time here in Pacific. And unfortunately, that's what we saw from Patrick Hu. So maybe there's a bit more of a future there. But I think in this do or die game at this stage, when you're 0-2 in 2 of the series here, you've got to get serious as GE. And I think putting someone with a lot of experience, even if he's not going to light the world on fire like Darion, he just needs to be decent. And I think that that's going to be a lot more of a competitive GE. I don't need to see something outrageous from Darion.
Yeah, I mean, I got a feel for Patrick Hu. I mean, 2 of the 3 games that he played were against Boom and DRX, which are incredibly tough opponents.
That's true.
But I am happy to see Darion join this roster again. I thought he looked good during kickoff, and I think he'll be looking to pick up where he left off and try and really get the ball rolling for GE.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. There was a bit of a shine that we saw from Global Esports in kickoff, and we have yet to see that come back. Now, GENG is another one of those teams where we obviously saw fire from this team last year, and now with the roster changes, it's been a little bit difficult for them to find their footing again. But one thing we know for sure, whenever they do those walkouts, whenever we see them sit down, they just start yelling with like all this energy, they're probably going to win. So is that all it takes? It's just Texture to go, ah!
No, I mean, at the end of the day, the championship core is still fantastic. These players are still some of the best players in Pacific. I think Ash is still developing as a player, and he's playing that init role after playing a lot more duelist, although Teo is something that he has played in the past. So he's kind of finding his footing. But I think definitely the addition, or the re-addition, some might say, of Foxy9 was the right decision. And I think in the game where he came back up and played against DFM, he was fantastic. So I want to see if he's going to continue in that fine form, because although it was a weaker opponent, given how DFM's been playing after kickoff, he still did look confident, and particularly this Lotus was like, this was where you saw that him and Munchkin were like handshaking their way to a victory. You just could not get past that combo.
Yeah, I felt like he came back with something to prove. Yeah. He was basically saying to the coaching staff, hey, I can't believe you took me out. This is what you were missing that whole time. And he lit up the server, so he's going to want to bring that energy again today. And, you know, Foxy9 is always a fun guy to watch. Let's say that one fast. That's a tongue twister.
He's a foxy guy.
He's a foxy guy.
These stats are so misleading. It's ridiculous. Like, the dude's played 30 rounds or something. So, like, I love this. But this is farming DFM in a singular series. Let's not get carried away. Let's see some more samples, guys. Let's see some playoffs. Although I will say in kickoff, he was decent. And the agent to the left of him is interesting to highlight, Cypher, because that was by far his worst agent in kickoff. But a lot of that was predicated off Abyss games, which is not in the map pool anymore. So I think overall, if he's playing Killjoy, he looks phenomenal on the Vice as well on Lotus. He shouldn't have as many issues, to be honest. I think Cypher's been more so his weak agent.
Yeah, well, hopefully he picks up on the Cypher here. And as you can see, well, you don't see it here. I did put Foxy9 on mine, and it does seem to be a little bit of a hot take. I know when we have options like Munchkin that could be taken a step, but I do trust in his Sentinel ability, especially against this matchup today. Foxy9 did say in his interview last week or the week before, last week, anyway, that he's matured a lot. He's learned a lot during his little bit of a time out session there, kind of reframing things and kind of understanding the importance of team play. So I think this counts for a lot when it comes to all of these teams. And we're seeing growth across the board. We saw it with RRQ as well. You've seen Monyet grow from like his little Monyet days, and now he's, becoming a playoffs Monyet. Yeah. So we do have our map draft. I'm a little bit curious how this is gonna go. And I'm, of course, hoping to see Global step up a little bit. We don't want a 2-0 kind of day, right?
Yeah. So GENG... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. GENG have been changing up their ban time and time again. This time again, they're going to ban a strong map for their opponent. They take out Split, which has been one of Global's more successful maps. Lotus is going to go out on the side of GE. They're also banning a strength of their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting because we've seen GE be perma-banning Ascent before today. Yeah. So that is an interesting change tactic that they're bringing into their veto. Clearly, they've got something prepared for that. GenG picking Haven.
Yeah, I mean, that's not too surprising. Global have changed up what they've been doing on Haven. They did have Yutatan over on the ISO and they were playing double duelists, so we'll see if that continues, especially with Darion coming back into the lineup. That is something they could definitely consider. Pearl going to be the pick there for GE, which is something that they've dabbled with a little bit, and I believe you've seen GenG play it once, if I remember correctly, and yeah, they lost versus T1 in kickoff.
Yeah, I think this is another idea of kind of spotting that weakness in your opponents when it comes to the map draft. I think that's what Global are trying to do, but Ascent is that map 3, so it's going to be interesting if it goes that far to see what GE you've got prepared in a short time.
And worth mentioning, you were saying they were perma-banning it before, they were mostly banning it. GE had the choice between the last two. It was Icebox or Ascent, and they've opted to start Ascent, and they will have to face GenG starting off defense. But I don't think I mind that as much, because I remember when GenG played that initial game of Ascent, and I was saying, man, GenG used to be sick on Ascent. That was when Suggest was on the Cypher, and they had the core 3 of the players playing all of their comfort roles. I was thinking they're going to be sweet, and they did not win that map. They did not look great on Ascent. So maybe that's not as safe of a third map as I would usually say it should be for GenG.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, but I am curious, and I do like to see how each of these teams have reworked maps, especially like Ascent, because as we've been seeing, the meta has shifted a little bit, and it's a little bit more fun to see what they've cooked up. Now, Haven, we've seen both of these teams show their Haven. As you were mentioning, the Global Esports does like to play that ISO as the second duelist.
Yeah, I mean, they lost to Boom in a closer game, but I remember that game being Boom front-running a lot, and GE kind of made a comeback towards the end. So maybe a bit misleading that it was a 13-11, but at least a little bit more promising. Like I said before, though, for GE, if they are going to play that same comp, that means Darion as well as Yutatan on the two duelists. Darion will have to play Yoru, and that will be Kelly S on the Cypher, and he'll have to call on the Cypher again, which I wasn't as much of a fan of. I would rather than just play the meta comp, Darion maybe on Cypher or Yutatan on Cypher, someone on Jet, and then Kelios on the Breach. I think Kelios is phenomenal on the Breach. It's my favorite agent to watch him play. Whereas GenG, they love this Viper comp, right?
Yeah, I mean, one thing quickly for GE is we don't know how long they've had this swap in the works for. So if they've only put him in this week, you've had less time to work with stuff. But to the point of GenG, they love this Viper on Haven. They've been doing it forever. And I think we should expect to see that again, because why would they change? They love it.
Can I share a little bit of like the bumping into the player in the elevator
thing?
Of course,
But this was like 2 weeks ago when Darion wasn't playing, and he looked pretty confident that he would be playing again. So I think they've been talking about this for a while. That's my assumption based on that. So I think we should see good things from Global Esports.
Oh, Mika.
So despite Mika's bias pick, I guess we're gonna call it what it is. Despite that, I think there's a chance here. In terms of percentage, yeah, it's a GE, you know, the rest of us have picked GenG.
Yeah.
What kind of percentage, chance of winning
I would give it 80-20 for GenG.
80-20?
In my mind.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I think the change kind of hurts that. I would say if Darion was in for longer, I would even give it like a 65-35, a 70-30, to be honest. I think GE, with Darion, I would rather see him in the Senti role and Yutatan on Duelist, but I'm not sure that's actually what's going to happen in the server because they've had to, work on these roles in particular for quite a while. Yeah, I give him 25. I give him 25. I think GenG is still a little bit on the shaky side, but they're probably the pretty safe bet here. Particularly the Ascent as a third map, though, does scare me a little bit because GenG did look pretty shocking on that the last time I saw it.
I also think Ascent is scary if you're a GE fan. They've been banning this map. They've been consistently banning this map, so whatever they're preparing, they've had to rush. So I think if this goes the distance, GenG will take that Ascent. I'm still pretty confident in GenG.
All right, I'm inclined to agree with you guys here. The math checks out for GenG, but we'll just have to wait and see. We're going to send it down to the stage and welcome our two Gs, GenG and Global Esports. Oh, no, we're not. They're not ready.
Oh, no.
They're, getting ready because it's
They got stuck in the elevator.
They're stuck in the elevator, but I'm not there. But I'm not there to talk to them.
Not looking confident anymore. Mika, you want to change your... No, okay. I think for GE, the thing that I really want to see is, what we saw from kickoff. The individuals need to wake up. Like Patrick, who did not have the best performance, we've subbed him out. We put somebody else who has got a little bit more experience in. that's a thumbs up from me. But that alone is not enough. You need to see Puppy winning clutches and getting in some better form, because he's been a little bit shocking since the later stages of kickoff and into stage 1. And I say that lovingly because I love Puppy with all of my heart.
He plays the Puppy song until he started getting disappointed.
I know. I've stopped playing it, so I'm hoping that I'm going to put it on again. But also, I think Crystal, since he's been off the Sova and onto Teo, his KPR's gone down a lot. The fragging potential of him as the individual player has gone down a lot in this current Teo meta. I need to see some big plays from Crystal as well.
Thank you, Temiyuki. I appreciate that.
Different players for Global here. I've gone with
yes,
Kelly and
Darian.
Udatan. Why do you think Udatan was
trying to cover it up as well? Thank you so much, Temiyuki. Appreciate you did. Thank you for doing that.
Even though they didn't have a good time, he's still fragged out, and I think he's trying to play with confidence, play on something like the ISO. So I think Udatan is a good pick. I hope he plays a lot of Duelist, even though I know that's going to give me a lot more -5s. But I almost did pick Kelly S as well. I'm a big Kelly S fan. The thing is, I knew that Haven was definitely going to be in the pool here because GENG and GE, both of these teams are fine to play Haven. And I think Kelly S is going to be on the Cypher again, and I'm just not a big fan of that. I don't mind his deadlock, but I just don't want to see him on Sentis as much.
I think his Cypher is good. I think calling from that Sentinel role is harder, but you could open yourself up as an individual, because how it will tend to work is if you're calling, you're able to find those lurk positions, call the team back. So I think you can call around yourself a little bit more. So that's what I want to see from him.
I have to say I had the same exact thought process as Pilsky. Both of them really solid picks, and going with Udatan here. But I do want to see the rest of Global Esports step up. We've seen their full potential already. Let's see if they can do it again.
They need some confidence.
Go to the stage and welcome the teams.
They need some confidence. Oh, they heavily need some confidence. Yeah, they just need that. They just need that win. The Patrick change is interesting. He's definitely been looking nervous and not up to, for sure, his potential.
Rise Pacific. GENG.
All right, we got new walkout music for these two teams. Now we got GENG in a very interesting position. If they win today, they are in for playoffs. And if not, a lot of fate lies in the hands of their group. And it's also very fascinating. 2025 is a very different year for GENG.
When the sub in making more nervous for next time? It kind of depends, right? A lot of times people are nervous because in their head they're just thinking of the worst, and like the worst possible outcome is getting cut, right? And then when you get cut, you're like, hold up, maybe it's not even that bad. Especially when you get like that second chance. Like it's never as bad as your head actually imagines it.
Now, Global Esports,
so when he comes back, he might just be like, well, I know what it's like to get kicked, and it wasn't as bad as I thought. So now I can just focus on the game, and I'm not focused on other things.
They've shown it in various matches.
Like it does help. The best way to overcome like nerves is obviously reps, but experiencing like whatever
they've had someone different step up into the head coach role. They took a
gamble
on a rookie that didn't work out.
Getting absolutely wrecked
a different player
and like having really bad games. When it happens, you're like, well, it's not that bad.
You're versing two former Pacific Titans to close out this group, and they both look shaky and susceptible. So if you can, ignite that spark and actually make some upsets happen, you could still go to the playoffs.
Foxy Nine will suggest.
Absolutely.
I think this is the best 5 for GENG.
Can happen here.
But from what I've seen out of the 4 that they switch around, this is who I kind of back.
When it comes to Global Esports, again, the potential is there. Can they bring it back up? Can they shake shake off a lot of the losses that have been hitting them over the last few weeks.
Yeah,
interesting that GENG picked this map.
I think it's very, very unlikely, but again, it's going to come down to what they built this team off of, which is the individual
It hasn't been like their most convincing
that
map.
they have in the roster. The
And there's a lot of demos out there in terms of how they like to play the
confidence
Viper.
and find impact in the server. You don't need some crazy in-depth strategy or anything like that. You don't need to outplay GENG tactically. You need to outplay them on an individual basis and let these fantastic players actually shine in the server.
Yeah, you can't let those previous losses get to you. You are still in playoff contention. They win this game, they are able to control their own destiny very, very confidently and have some of the other results fall in their favor even. So it is still all to play for both of these teams today. But yeah, Global need a hard reset. Hopefully them bringing in Darion will reinvigorate this team, relight that passion that we saw from them in kickoff.
Yeah, now they are fully global here, bringing a Singaporean back onto their
Also,
squad.
he actually called me.
This should be a good one. I'm hoping all the best for Global Esports. And of course, I say this, they are, in fact, the underdogs today, just to be absolutely clear. The first map is going to be Haven. Here are the Asian picks. Not too much has changed.
Darion on a Jet. They go Jet Yoru.
Yeah,
Jet ISO.
GE, I mean, GE sticking with what they were doing before. Crystal's on his comfort
okay,
role
well,
of
they're
the
just
Sova.
relying
I
on
need
individuals
see
to go
him and
crazy.
Puffy get involved in the mid-round and have a lot of strong plays. And then obviously Yutatan and Darion being the duelist duo.
If they can get an op early after
ISO
Darion when they go
Jet.
over towards
GENG,
defense.
why would they change? They don't need to change. They love this composition. They love doing it this way. We've seen this time and time again from them. They love the Viper here. They are 3-1, only losing this map to Boom in overtime. So it's no wonder they're going to be heading into this map 1 feeling very confident.
Absolutely. Foxy9 looking good, looking happy, being back in the squad, being welcomed back there after, you know, sitting in the naughty boy corner for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, mum and dad put him in the naughty corner, and then they came back, and all of the chores were done, and they were very happy with him. So he's back on the squad. Love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're gonna send it back to our casters to take us through the second series of today. It's Kilios and Paperthin.
Alrighty, second series coming up is GENG going up against Global Esports, but a different look, obviously. Darion back on the starting roster. This double
Not
duel
sure about the Jet.
Through here.
Yeah, I mean the comp doesn't really make too much sense. It's got really strong C hits, so it can C burst quite a lot on attack. On defense, it kind of struggles to hold over towards A. The only real way to cover this up is a little bit of just individual heavy
really
fragging.
pushing Boom Esports on this map the last time they played it, so really curious to see if they're going to be able to continue with that. Obviously, a Jet instead of a Yoru is going to be kind of the
Darion's been chilling there the whole time. I mean, yeah, I think he was helping out Elevators.
We know he can slam on. Is he going to be able
And
to
then
bring it here today against a very tough opponent in GENG, who look
probably just vibes-wise and fragging-wise, thinks that it's an upgrade to put him in.
Bangkok spice it up a little bit here, make it a little bit more palatable, perhaps. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it as we get ready to jump into Haven. And yes, I just enjoy smack talking the other regions. Yeah, a fun little pastime.
GE on attack.
Meanwhile,
GENG on defense. And I think GE needs to get off to a good start on this map.
I think life's just easier and better when you realize that you can't do that, and it's better to just piss people off instead.
Is it easier, though? Is it? Well, you know, a little bit of util thrown out early, but they're just going to use that opportunity to real clear that space. Ash looking for the jump peaks, but didn't find the timing. Orb grabbed, trying to fast track those kill contracts for Yutatan.
Yep. Peek out there from Ash.
Yeah, there's a good amount of info though. They spotted 3.
Multiple players. We'll just go ahead.
Do they stay strong with their
Global Esports quickly backpedaling them?
Yeah, they do.
As Munchkin with a peek out from window, able to find one. Kelias going to be shut down here.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Not going to be much
If they see the Omen, do they even expect Texture to be up here? Did they jump across from heaven?
Very much going to be a bit more of an unexpected angle when you're not playing against a Jet. Clear out on that recon. Nothing to be seen there.
Yeah, they see the Omen on default, so they don't think that this angle is possible.
This site absolutely locked down, and once again, Global going to have to go on a bit of a pivot.
This has to be where they go because of timing.
Dash at the ready here from Darion. Just waiting to see if he gets a peek out, and we'll just go ahead and abandon this one. Munchkin leading forward. A bit of damage across on the Yutatan, but overall, plant can come through.
Salvo's might do a little bit of damage. What is that? How does he still win that?
Probably should have had an
Okay, nicely done.
to rights, but
Couple of duels there that I think G should have won,
the
but
lone
here we are.
casualty here on the side of GENG, and they will take the opening pistol here on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, Texture just barely sliding underneath Poppy's Classic, but you know, GE trying to work the map as best as they could.
EDG are playing Neon Fade, ISO,
Poison
Omen,
Cloud there,
Cypher.
you know that Munchkin's probably not too far behind. Snakebite was coming through. Didn't feel like they could comfortably push C, go over to A. There's a stack there. They get a sense of it.
It's not the best combos, but they can force
at
a lot of fights.
The time was ticking down, so GENG was able to make a pretty good read. Come through there. Nice
I'm
shot.
Neon ISO on split.
Through.
You can probably do some mad stuff in
For
middle. Slide in, run and gun.
Poison Cloud landing in the right spot.
Okay, nothing on this one, and we got, dude, we're real safe. Yeah, we can farm the orb every single time with this wall now.
Could have it for the bonus.
Good news is they will have the
even if he just dies
ISO or if
here,
they want to get another orb like this into the next round.
In the next round, so good management from GE. Global Esports.
Oh.
Ooh. Munchkin's like, if there's more than one, it could be a problem.
Yeah, opts to back away. Snakebite, though, at the ready here is the entry. Coming through on the garage. As it's going to be a bit of a meat grinder situation. Texture's there in window. The double push down. Spike now going to be on the floor. There's a smoke. Lands here right on top of Darion. Swing in. Quick little cleanup here. GENG looking for the flawless anti-eco Texture. Needing to maybe tuck away. Does have 2 HP. All it takes is one stray right-click bullet to just come flying your way to put you down. As Darion also looking to make this costly.
Okay, Munchkin with the high HP takes over. Because everyone else gets out of there, doesn't want to lose their guns. Especially they invested 5 into this one. So, nicely done for GENG. They've got a really strong bonus. And everyone's going to be talking about that one orb right now. They got one orb away from the ISO orb. They definitely could try and do the shield thing that they wanted to do.
Give them that preparation they need to get that set up. Saw Paranoia flying through. Everything in the kitchen sink for GENG. As usual, Texture.
Yeah, and you can see GENG want to go for aggro, so it's Omen Flash, Stun, Salvos,
for GENG.
and then one way after.
Early smoke out, Munchkin trying to disrespect it, but absolutely cannot. Might have gotten spotted by Global Esports briefly. Texture going to clear
well, that's a lot of info. Do they want to speed up now and send it?
In the back of Global's minds that
you go for the A orb because the C orb's too obvious. It's pretty nice. And you got to imagine the Munchkins get in.
A bit more cover here for him. Here's the grab. Yotan snatching up Munchkin as that Bulldog, so it can be a quick break on the shield. Then Yotan still able to go ahead and confirm the kill. Crystal comes away with 2. Foxy 9 at range, Spectre in hand, able to find 1, but looks like barring Texture.
This was very nice from GE though. I like this a lot.
That might be the one kill that GENG is able to find here.
Very convincing.
Esports looking to play out a very clean anti-bonus.
Yeah, really nice to see from them. Just good patience all around. Finally got that ult into play. Texture, what do you have in store for us? Everybody's hiding.
Just Crystal, who's out in the open, and shot goes whizzing past his shoulder.
Yeah,
a 3K here
as soon as you see him, he crouches.
As Global Esports will quickly get themselves on the board.
Okay, this was a nice convincing round, but they don't have an ult into this one, but they are in a similar spot where they're 1 away from the ult in terms of Sova ult. So does GENG want to do their same punish over towards C?
Gonna need some more of that. Crystal is very capable of popping off.
Heard one of those keywords there. I believe it might have been Kelly S who shouted out. It was confidence. You know, play confidently.
Well, for what it's worth, I know things have been a bit of a struggle for Global in this stage. I do love the way Kelly S maintains his composure, his energy. He's done a really good job as the leader of this team.
It's a free Sova ult.
Even though it's been rough sledding at times,
so
he has always
both of the buys right now, they have
impact on them, and
an ult to make it easier.
All the time up here in the booth. We're 2 stories above the players, and I can hear Kelly screaming down there sometimes. And now Crystal also has a Hunter's Fury off the back of that previous round. Ash does have his ult. So trying to get a little bit of info. Now you're going to know Ash's position. How do you want to play that? Do you want to keep trying to press forward. All of the info utility used for Crystal, still waiting on the recon to come back up.
Thinking maybe they get a catch here on one of these players, but Armageddon not going to be finding anyone.
Yeah, let's go for the blind ult.
Try to hold things off. The spike, however, a little bit faster this time compared to what we were seeing in the pistol.
Okay, C hit and Sov ult. Sov ult to make it easy for the entry, or I mean, Foxy9 literally plays like this every single time. Surprised he's allowed to get away with it so easy. But
approaching from garage, finding that kill. Munchkin tucks back, avoids that blast of the Hunter's Fury, but they still need to get the spike planted.
Stun.
10 seconds remaining. Actually going to be taken down.
Wait, how did he get in the middle of that?
Here versus Crystal. The swing coming through. Goes for the slight little adjustment
That is
on the wide
very
swing.
calm from Karan on that one.
Karan playing it beautifully. And that is going to be
Stunting hit. Yeah, dude, I don't know how he managed to get in the middle of it. It looked great.
Yeah, that's. I thought
I'm a little bit.
had some potential there for Global.
I don't want to say annoyed at Global there, but if you look at Foxy9 demos, if you got like 30 rounds of Foxy9, he'll be in the smoke like 25 out of 30 of them. But as soon as you see the smoke, I want someone to be spamming it.
He had his turret pretty far forward there to kind of give him the early warning.
Like, even if you just did like a quick heat map, it would just insta-show him here.
Fights between Crystal and Karan, just because I feel like both of them are going to be such a good
God, there's spam over towards here as well. We had spam over towards A, and they lost the duel over towards middle.
Of them there in that previous round. But I'm hoping that we get to see a couple more 1v1s between those two.
Ignore that initial spray from Karan a little bit.
Sure. It was all just to give Crystal a false sense of security.
Yeah. It's like, he's whiffed, I've got time. I swear. Well, Yudotan got really beat up at the beginning of this round. Kelly S downed by Karan. So they're going to try to clear out the util. They do.
High value shock dart.
Yep. That was a nice one. Good memory from the previous round when Kelly S ate a lot of that nano. Drone cleared. So you know there's one back site. The real question is can you break through?
Ooh, Foxy considering swinging in. Might be getting timing now. Nope. Faces back forward. The tail went up. Chases in. Finds the headshot. Looks for a little bit more.
He did pretty good though. Karan shouldn't be sending it in, but he's having such a good game that.
Paranoia sent.
Okay, does wait for his team.
Connect onto either of these players as Poppy looks to go ahead.
Doesn't want to be responsible for a 2v4.
Karan able to find one. And Crystal,
very nice.
It's going to have that aim broken as Texture goes sliding across the way. GENG going to be off to a 4-1 start.
Yeah, some really solid side anchoring from Foxy9. He's doing a great job of playing delay. Just having a little fun here. Our Munchkin and Texture. I don't know what has gotten into those two today.
I heard Texture yelling.
Yeah.
I think he was screaming at him to give him the defuse.
I mean, those two are quite the combo. Okay, I was hoping we'd maybe get a little bit deeper into that. There's gonna be a timeout from Global Esports.
A little. I want to see them just fast
I didn't get to see the ult charges, so I wasn't sure who maybe.
This comp is really good fast
was more deserving, but maybe Texture just wants to get the overdrive going and slide through. But yeah, just really nice classic stuff from GENG there on that retake as well. Karan was sitting in the smoke waiting, got his before he was traded, and then you just send Texture out. Munchkin follows up off the crosshair break. Get that final kill. So elevated, very animated. Looks like he brought Patrick into the booth with him there.
Yeah,
a little bit of moral
it's good
support.
to have an extra eye on it.
Aw, that's cute.
There's a dad and his son.
Aw.
That was like a dad and his son, yeah. You look like a proud dad.
Is going to be a bit of a weaker purchase here, and
I mean they got a hero gun into
it. The ult charge, and I mean they're both at 2 remaining.
Okay, so there was a reasonable argument to be made for both sides. See, that's my diplomat coming through again.
I'd say given the economic situation of GENG, they probably could delay the overdrive and go for a defensive pit.
Yeah, I mean Munchkin's probably got more legs to stand on for sure. There's that early turret. Last time Foxy was playing close.
I'll be in for them to go close.
Sort of again.
dash
wider
over.
on the angle this time. No,
Recon lands late.
Poison Cloud isn't up
Like,
yet.
they should
It's
have an
in
incredible
front of him.
burst. Or we can just duel it. But honestly, the trades are incredible.
Sheriff shot there from
Damn,
Darion.
bro.
Two.
Unreal
Draw down on
shots.
the rifle. Caron now gonna
I
be
said the
noted.
C hits were good, but this isn't what I had in
Exchange on
mind.
both sides. Darion does get stunned up the side in here from Texture. Is able to collect that kill. Chico peeks out. Gonna try to spot a little bit more here. As Elias is quickly going to be backing away. Crystal sprinting over a long sight for the moment. Completely opened up. Ash not too far away. They're just trying to double stack and note this, but Caron will just go ahead and win out the fight. The flanker now dead.
Now you know it's clear. Can get through
Crystal
and get that play pretty
with
easily.
a plant gets
Texture's still
all,
over on
but
C. I mean,
don't
there's a
really want to
world
mess
where he
around in
dashed
this. It's
over.
more about the next
Be a little
round.
bit
Gonna have
careful
to
of that,
hit
but
shots anyways.
no guns
Never
are
gonna
be
be in
able
a
to collect-
position to feel comfy
be
to use
collected
it.
by Poppy and Crystal, so just those sheriffs, but see if they can match what Darion started the round with. A couple sharp shots. Just watching Heaven. Up close as Poppy.
Hello. Oh,
God, that's a
hello.
that's a. I don't know how that one hit a headshot,
Did
but
Texture land into that shot?
Seemed like it. Time is ticking here. GENG need to get a move on. Global Esports. They're going to try to seal this one away.
Oh, what's
Crystal
going on?
Finds that hit. There's the ping reveal. Ash gets the spike held up to half. They push forward into
okay,
the smoke. And
absolute
they
shots were hit.
What a round up the back of the timeout. Global Esports pulling off an effective thrifty.
That's just beautiful. I mean, those are nasty sheriff shots. Picks up the Vandal.
Opening two from Darion.
Yeah, hits a stunner. Oh, Caron through the wall there. Yep, he landed in it.
Why are they playing ISO Jet? I think confidence, confidence,
Getting
bacon.
a little bit energized. I love that the other.
I'd rather have an
players on
ISO
Global
Jet
add
than
up
a
to
Yoru
Crystal's
Jet.
kills right now.
Hey, yeah.
But at least
I
it
mean,
can
he's a
AD
tremendous
for a
player.
little bit.
They close the gap down to half, so two more.
And they might, honestly, be
Try
starting
tie
to
things up here,
C-spam.
needing to find
So
some impact on the attack. Turk going to be cleared out. Foxy just
we might be starting to realize we're
getting
getting this all every single time as well.
Contract online.
You can see they know they have full control because of the contingency over the Sea Orb. There really isn't a lot that GENG's been able to deal with it other than the early salvos in the pistol round. And Ash has been on permanent A duty ever since, so they've done a great job of finding the advantages where they can, really putting them to good use. Obviously, with the way Yudotan performed the last time out on Haven for GE,
Okay, we clear over towards here.
fired up and
Does have
rolling.
his ult if he tags
Crystal's popping behind him.
Ash
This
or
could definitely go well
Texture.
for Global Esports. Yep,
very nice.
Texture trying to get away with
Okay,
a
so they
forward
know there's a
position,
double
but it's
hold
noted
there, so
with
once they pop the
diligence.
cage, it probably keeps two there. They pop the
Foxy.
cage,
Jiggling to try
they
to
keep
reset
two
that.
there,
Manos
and then
trying to buy
insta hit over
himself some
towards
time.
C.
Gonna go for a reposition.
Foxy 9 plays in
See a
his
red
main
one,
pulse,
he's
and
gonna
this
expand
time,
down. Yudotan able to take him
we're
down.
spamming the
Crystal, Hunter Fury
smoke.
finding Munchkin. The site now
Very
wide
nice.
open. Couple shots out here from
And ever
Khan.
since the timeout as well, they're doing what the
Bronze,
comp
best
is good
spot
at.
on Yudotan.
Good.
Whittled away at down to 36. If he sends the ultimate, does go ahead and get that health
Wants
reset.
to save the ult for the next round as well, trying to think ahead. Just to see if they can clean this round out. They play off-site pretty heavy against Omen, which worries me, but at least they kept one on site and they got a late luck.
That way things went sideways.
Two players have gotten out onto the side.
Smoke goes onto the spikes is what I was worried about. Here comes the spam fest. Ult goes in, it doesn't hit the diffuser. We're just straight up diffusing this. No one's spamming. Oh boy.
He'll win that fight.
Well,
with the round victory, it goes the way of GENG.
yeah, I was instantly worried as they started playing off-site against the smoker.
Ahead, once again, ahead by 3.
Yeah, I mean, the whole way through here, GENG is knowing that Yudotan's going to throw his ult once they start the defuse, so they're throwing players ahead. And Ash just sticks it and spins.
5v3, yeah, they had to play on site until that. They've had to play on site, or if they were gonna play really far back, I think they need to get earlier info, so the Cypher has to be able to know when to luck, or he has to just gamble early. But yeah, it's still pretty criminal 3v5 to play like that.
Seen some trickery early.
Like the set rules, can't go down long unless the smoke's dead.
Tucking into smokes, trying to play aggressively off the back of those. So GE has to be very careful. There goes the util dump.
I mean, the double damage Did hit Ash close.
And Kaur on Ash, one apiece. Yukon turning over, looking for a second kill. Munchkin
No,
out
dude.
wide, trying to
No,
steady it, but
dude.
just dancing
They win
around
the
them.
rounds. They eco for
You say,
next
okay, we got
round.
the
They end
spike.
up winning this
Hell yes,
one.
you're
They
by
pick up the
yourself.
guns.
That's fine. We're gonna
Money's
send the
just
pit.
insane.
The corpse is out of reach. The neural theft, no way in hell.
Oh,
Well.
man, it looked like for a moment there, because Yudotan got the reset on his shield, and maybe he was going to be able to do something about it. But
Send Vortex. Thank you for the
Munchkin,
raid, bro. Thank you. Thank
just
you.
one of the smartest players you'll find. Just dodging back and forth until Ash could get there so they could combine fire.
Looking like a 9-3
so they
half.
could take him down. I think Texture got involved, or not Texture, but anyway.
Yeah, GE should be able to get
Hell yes.
at least one with the C hits.
0 credits behind him, so.
I feel like they can. I feel like an 8-4.
Fearsome with the Sheriffs as always.
I'm looking at how Foxy9 plays over towards C, and I just don't think he can.
Free orb,
I
too.
feel like you're at least
Closer to
getting
another
2 free
Armageddon.
rounds from that.
Phenomenal round here. I mean, those entry kills were stunning.
Thrifty pulled off here from GENG. Securing themselves now a 6-round win. Still have that lockdown available. 2 charges away from an Armageddon as well. Just
Man, it's looking like that, Pecan.
it's been known.
Looking like a Cryptic demo.
last
You look at the
year,
heat map and you're like, hold up. Why is this
Thrifty's,
guy playing only the one
Still
spot?
seemingly in GENG's blood, even with some of the players' changes coming through.
Well, I mean, you've still got Texture, Munchkin, Karon,
Yeah.
and they're all nasty with the Sheriff. Ash getting involved. I'm sure Foxy's no slouch. Clear the dart, and yeah. Ash, not really much he can do to contest that at this point.
Seen the elevated tweet about the GENG
Timing
Academy?
is in which
Yeah.
direction
I mean,
it
honestly, I
goes
respect the
wrong.
attempt. If I was playing
Smoke.
people and I
Karon
had Bacon in my academy team,
expecting the
I'd be telling
execute.
him to play all the teams that I'm playing that
Util
week.
for it, but
Give me those demos, Pecan.
again, GE so scared
Give me-
that there's
give me
gonna
that
be players
recording.
inside of those
Give me
smokes
everyone's
because of what they
POV.
saw early. Has to respect that. Minute left on
If
the
it's in the
clock.
same org, I think it's fine.
Foxy,
If it's other
really
orgs
see
doing
much.
shady stuff, then it's
just the
fucked.
Cypher spotted by the drone. But there's 3 players here. This could be tough for Global Esports.
Aaron, this entire time, he's just
Like if
jiggling.
you're
Now
practicing
he's staying
against
tough.
the orgs
Wall
academy
goes
when you're
up,
playing them
shield
that week, like
Raised paranoia.
you had it
Marksman
coming,
plays
kind of thing.
Darion. Was looking to go there. Hit the updraft, and now Util has been burned. GENG just slamming the door here in Global Esports' face. Foxy's still stagnant in case they go for another late pivot. And walks forward into the smoke right into Munchkin.
gonna say there's no way he gets out of that
Doing
one.
well to go ahead and
Karen
trigger
might
one
have to
back.
do a madness again, but honestly,
Crossfire
there's 3
setup
puzzles.
is broken.
Whoa, I was gonna say the
Finding
3
one
person
Texture sliding
crossfire
into his
looks
demise.
okay, and they won
Foxy's
every
just gonna
single
go, guys,
duel.
what happened here?
Yeah. That is
Yeah,
crazy.
and they're still
Global's able to
prioritizing
break
this
through.
ISO.
That
Like they're
is
doing good. They're getting plants.
Pretty
They're
well
getting
set up by GENG.
orbs all the time.
Just good firepower there. Everybody sticking together, coming through at the same time, watching the proper angles, and they all hit their shots. The dominoes just fall. I mean, that looked like it had GENG written all over it.
I know.
But
I was looking at
sometimes
the
you can
setup
just
thinking,
fight your
well,
way
they're
out
fine
of those
here.
bad spots. Good shooting can get you those big round wins that you desperately need with the economy being the way it is for Global Esports. That is huge. Yudotan's going to have his ult going into the next round. There's a lot
Yeah,
to
I
be
mean,
scared of for
San,
GENG.
unless I see
Yeah, they have a lot of ults too.
the actual like proof on that,
Kill
I
contract can
wouldn't
be a difference
really
maker.
say anything about it.
No matter what you've got to throw at it.
GE fighting back a bit. Still potential to run this all the way to a 6-6 half and try to recover it. We'll take a look back. I mean, yeah, sure. The spray down on a Munchkin. Ooh, expected, but yeah, really nice, crisp shot from Yudotan.
3 more rounds, it will be good for us.
Yeah, 3 more, super good.
Yeah.
Hard to disagree with that, considering, you know, just the pace that has been set so far. It's been, you know, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
And considering there's only 3 more rounds in the half.
Well, yeah.
But he's absolutely correct. They could get it to
Here we
6-6.
go, set-
I mean, they
set
probably feel
all.
pretty comfortable on their defender
Looking like
side
the
here.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
no.
looking like what Liquid wanna
might
do,
be
but
continued.
without the
Oh,
ult
no.
invested.
it's continued. Well, GENG's just
Yeah,
say,
it's the
okay,
Liquid
drop
set,
that one. Go for a crunch play. Ash can take it down. And
the Liquid set Teo ult, but they didn't need to ult. Here
completely catches Global Esports off guard.
Caught me off guard. And those were deep kills. That was outside of A Garden.
I'll take a look back. I mean, maybe. I think the replay officer.
They're trying to figure out what happened. Yeah, they weren't ready for the replay button.
Yeah, but San, you got to think, okay, let's just use our brain for a little bit. If we've historically looked at things that are illegal in Valorant, when proof is there, teams and people are getting banned.
Global Esports, it's one of those rounds you want to just try to shrug off.
Why is this different? That's all I'm saying. Like,
saying,
if there's proof of stuff that people think is shady, then show the proof.
The issue is the economy still.
Like, we can't just believe what people say.
Really rolling for Global Esports. GENG's sitting on a fair amount. Karan loses the battle to Yudotan. Nice step up, and he's still got the double
tap. The grab on the Munchkin.
Yep.
Texture arriving, and again
nice
just swinging out. Loses the fight. Wow. Yudotan finds Munchkin.
Nice shots. They managed to get might be able to get 5 here.
Foxy and Ash, I mean, do you even try to make a go of this? Kelly's is still on a lurk.
Well,
C hits equal win. Yeah, I mean the comp's really good for C hits. Yep. Very hard to hold.
Well, you will make it a little bit more costly by finding the 2 eliminations, but that is going to be Global Esports.
The G comp struggles on defense. It can do everything okay, but when you have a Jet these days, the Jet pretty much has to have money to get the op to have like good impact.
As you would like it to be, given the double duelist composition, but running it back in any capacity, it's going to be a much better feeling here for you.
He's trying to scare his teammate.
Hello, Darion.
Surprise him, scare him maybe a little bit.
Welcome back. Just phenomenal stuff from Yudotan. I mean, his ISO is very, very strong.
Last round before the
individual shooting is through the roof. Let's see this again. Just hops up, boom. And then Darion right there. The double duelists in combination, shutting GENG out of that round. Just aggressive positioning, hitting their shots. Catching GENG a little bit flat-footed.
Yeah, speaking of the op that we need to see on the defense half, we got Texture, backup ult. Definitely want to see this ult from Ash. Been holding it for a while.
Boot, so GENG has an opportunity here to claim their 8th. Just can they stop?
Do I hate the G comp? I mean, I understand it. They bring in a sub. It's relatively last minute in terms of they've maxed out a week probably since they decided to do it. And so you go for their comfort. In the situation, I don't think the comp's good, but I don't think it's. I've seen way worse.
They're gonna look to drone him off this as well. Backs away. How much did they get to see though? Curious if they were able to identify this. Texture still playing up close, but it's going to be more than enough. Finds Darion. Elias trying to go on this lurk, and Ash able to note that. TP now going to be canceled.
Okay, well, we wanted to see an ult. We go on.
This just leaves Kelly's
each time they had their ult over towards shot.
Ash contains the Cypher
they
back.
didn't really hit on this one.
Ready. Footsteps going to be heard.
Could definitely do some kind of set ult with contact of. Ooh, very nicely handled. Set info maybe from the Killjoy, something they can add for sure. It's a great molly from Munchkin. His timing on it is perfect.
This is a great round by Ash. He plays this so nicely. Sees a little bit of contact, sends out the ult so that no matter what at that point in the round, because there's been a little bit of scuffling over at C, you know that time is going to be dwindling. If you can just buy that extra second for some of those players to get over to the site to bail you out, they can come through, combined fire, and they do. Really nicely played by the Tejo for GENG.
What do you mean, Bacan?
8-4. It's going to be that defender side, a very solid defender side for any team on Haven.
You got to elaborate on that one.
But especially against the double duelist comp. Very impressive. See if they can kill it up.
Patrick got changed out for this week.
Also works,
they haven't really said why, but you would imagine just from performance.
Sign, it said 4 kills.
And then Ash has been here for a little bit, Bacan.
Dude, that suggests drawing.
They've been switching. like 4 people around GENG, but it looks like they've settled on a 5. Beast,
that was great.
he's got a lot to learn, Bacon. He's like,
honestly, like
he's like
if I'm
potential
GENG, Arnold, if you're listening,
role fill at the moment.
I would
like he's doing his role well.
fire those drawings.
He could be good.
Yeah,
I think it'd be good.
they're cute. Yeah, I like that.
Nice little drawings of all the players.
No, Rex Time. Maybe similar to Rex Time,
Well,
to be
4
honest.
to 8 to try to recover from here at the half. Global Esports.
I would say Rex
And
Time
they've
probably has
talked
more
about it
potential.
themselves. You know, they have
Just like pure
unfortunately
skill,
been
but
a little bit
it's still
prone to some
early.
softer starts in their series. These first maps being a bit rougher for them. Still an opportunity though to try to turn things around.
Like
See
he's
how they
doing
fare as we
he's
get ready
doing
to go
well,
into the pistol.
Bacon.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
Okay,
I think there's
we go 1-0 for the
plenty of
Pistols.
capable players on this team. Just putting it all together. It's been a bit of a tricky affair. Karan and Yudotan exchanging some damage. Karan took the brunt end of that. Down to 20 HP. But this is all seemingly set up for a B hit. Poppy, now Crystal sliding over to watch. Some fire exchange, smoke comes down for Poppy, and
Spam on the angles, but I mean GENG right now are quite scathed.
I don't like that. Yeah, I wouldn't like that crossfire either. This might have bought them the opportunity they need to go over to A, but instead, they're expecting some kind of pressure, a lurk potentially out through mid. I see this a lot.
Foxy just
What's the timing like on all of this? Incredible for Foxy9.
It just happens to hit the god timing on it.
Couple of low HPs though.
Munchkin Karan still 41 HP between the two of them. Could be at risk. Tarrant seeing his shoulder, opts to back away. He gets a Seward, nothing spotted now. They're going to be sent, relay into the corner. Texture looking to try to get the shutdown, finds Crystal, but Darion barrel stuffs with the Sheriff, finds him. It's Foxy.
Nice from Foxy9. Yeah, okay, he handled it really well.
10 health remaining. I mean, GENG, they're in absolute tatters.
No, it's super doable for the two.
Advantage. Munchkin out, flush against the walls. The plant comes in. And has Ash here for a bit of backup. Swing forward, Poppy collects them both. 30 health between the two, and Karan is just
again,
so
man.
damn
He's
crisp.
so consistent.
Both pistols
So reliable.
here for the side of GENG.
So consistent.
9-4.
Man, a lot of back and forth, not just in terms of the rotations for GENG, but how the round felt like it was going to go. That's a great paranoia from Karan. Connected right on top of Crystal. And the early recognition here from GENG with that crossfire, able to bait that out onto the B site, allowed them to shift their weight to the other side of the map. Draw some attention over there, find a free pick, and then Foxy finds one of his own so that, you know, he's got some space over there. Doesn't necessarily find Kelly S initially, but eventually gets there. That opens up that B site just enough, but weak health, and looked like for a moment maybe Poppy was going to want to have one of his
double
classic
pistol
clutches. Couldn't quite
makes
come
this a
through.
nightmare.
All those players in Cubby, if only there was a Tejo on the other side. So juicy. Who used to play with Darion.
True.
Nice, they're doing the this is like the most common, well, it used to be one of the most common anti-ecos.
Plant now coming in.
Like with a Sova.
Smoke
Going out, but
falling.
they do it with
forward. Darion trying to play a
they
little
do it
bit
with the
right
solo
there, Karan.
Teo.
Still coming away with two.
Drone and clear over towards the top.
Poppy.
I actually think they've
Able to
done
do
this a
the
lot
same.
in their anti-ecos. I
Flight
feel like I
around the back,
remember
though. Foxy9
this
will go
exact
ahead,
same
puts
round
him
with the
down.
same path thing
GENG.
before.
Two players lost.
It might just be
believe
their
one
common
weapon
anti-eco.
gonna be left
I feel like
behind
they've at least shown it
as
twice.
they close out the anti-eco.
I mean, this is just classic GENG. Kind of wait for your moment, get to the site, set up the crossfires. Round over. That's crisp shooting. You know, they love those one-tap guns.
The triple
Over the
pistol and 2 guns on attack
In the
for your
round.
bonus.
Easy money.
Okay,
Couple
I don't know.
Guardians.
It gets a little bit risky.
Surprisingly, Munchkin not one of them.
I would rather just have like a
That's the
Marshall.
Bulldog. Foxy as the Phantom. The full rifle.
Yeah, I think it's literally just because it's strong
Well,
bacon.
3 players from GE going over towards C.
Snag of damage taken once again. Shock dart lobbed in. Unable to find contact off that. Oh, HP bars.
No,
steady.
I mean, GENG love a Viper on this map though. They're trying to work out what makes the Viper comp work instead of their old Sky.
For a peek there, but almost certainly would have been his demise.
Him and Texture were so close.
Do you feel like the
Might be able to find a solid flank
the
timing,
Teo
though.
and
Here's a drone coming out that
the
might
Sova kind of,
think that he's got enough opportunity.
and they still struggle with the same thing, which is info around the map anyway.
The plant coming through.
So I think the salvos help you to like force fights a little bit better.
Position, sending out the pings here.
I just saw it.
It looks like Charon. Just go ahead, TP out. He's gonna go into the spawn.
And he actually sticks it in spawn.
He's likely to get caught. Kelly S is in a solid position. Yeah, we'll go ahead, scoop that kill.
Time though.
An opportunity.
Alarm bot goes off. We got Molly. We still have salvos. Oh, second Molly missed, so they gotta go early with this one.
Layer it in. GENG is looking to
Should
try
be
to play
so
delay as
fine
much
for
as they
GE,
possibly
right?
can. Foxy9 now eliminated.
Yeah, very nice.
The cleanup is there. Defuse can come
It's a
through.
shame they didn't win a pistol.
Global
Might have been
Esports.
pretty close.
Flawless anti-bonus.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean,
When are they gonna nerf
how cleanly GENG
Teo?
was able to
We've been saying
get through
after
and get that
Toronto,
plant down.
feels
It
like
looked like it might be
feels like the
difficult
right
round,
time.
but Kelly S reads that off the
We'll
rip.
see.
That's where Charon had gone. Shuts that right down.
One enemy remaining.
And then they're just cleaning out the players from the courtyard. And good understanding of the composition that they're going to be going against, what those B post plants are going to look like, of course, with the Teo util and the nano swarms and all that for the delay. Just pressing forward the whole time. Global Esports, very nice.
Good off angle.
Slow walking up and
Just missed. Nice. Honestly, in terms of the peak, was pretty good from Texture. It's a great trade back. It's a lovely win over towards Garage. They stabilize. They stabilize pretty good.
GENG still trying to push forward, but now Charon going to be picked off, and Poppy, I thought for a second was just going to go ahead and stick that one, and he might as well.
Dude,
have.
an easy round when Kelly needed time to kill everyone.
Double tap expiring. Just on now. A bit at risk.
Oh.
We'll get headshot and take him out. Ash, no matter what now, confirming that he will have an Armageddon. Drone will go ahead. Get the spot out. Capital plant, the paranoia going to be sent in. Goes for
Playing
the
it really well.
Getting pressured here. Double swing around. No!
Holy, bro, he played that so well. Oh my god, dude.
Delivers a heartbreaking round to the doorstep of Global
Esports. That was a sick round.
Oh my god. This was such a nice round for GE. Kelly S and Yudotan just shutting down these dry pushes from the side of GENG. But then Ash, he gets tagged up too. They have the spot, and they just walk into that last one through the box on the Crystal.
The last two kills are kind of crazy.
Oh no. That tripwire really weird from Kelly S too. Over at Garage that last round.
That was an incredible 1v4.
Yeah.
This is Bacon is asking how Ash has been playing. He does that.
Collect one, tucks back behind the smoke, eats quite a bit of damage here. But critically, he stays alive.
Guys, Stun Grey gives him so much info.
Is this toxic screen and Munchkins play around it. And I like that Global Esports wants to get proactive. To try to make sure that he can't set up those lurks. Because that opens up the C side of the map a lot more for GENG.
Having to go big.
Timing's outrageous.
Will just be
they have enough money for an op, but they didn't buy one.
Carrying forward from the previous round. Cut at the ready. Yudotan popping the shield. Setting up the wall. See, going forward now turns his sights down to the sewer. The double tap, however, getting ready to expire. His back, face back over now in towards main, and Ash just does not lose. Texture to
good shot.
He is up in arms about
Dude,
it.
he might be able to get another. Wait,
Around from the
doable.
back. We'll find Munchkin, the neural tap now going to be infested. The reveal's coming out. Crystal. Any amount of damage taken. Here's the drone, goes chasing forward. Ash will face forward just to go ahead and clear that out. Gets pinged. Charon identifying the position here of Kelly S. ends up falling to the wayside. The kill coming through. Foxy
really
now
nice from
swooping all the
Foxy
way
around the world.
creeping up over
Just
towards
went
Long.
where he
They don't think they have a read on this
re-cleared.
one whatsoever now.
One enemy remaining.
The Rude Awakening comes through.
Dude,
That's just gonna be
Foxy
util
has
in
played
hand
this
from Crystal,
so well.
not realizing that he's already pushed forward onto the site. GENG.
Okay, 7 chances. I feel a little bit bad for GE. They played better than 5.
Madness here. I mean, Global Esports has been so close in some of these rounds, and then at the very last moment, things just go awry. Ash in the previous round. This time, Foxy9 with the late lurk. Ash again hitting a great shot.
Chat, relax.
Kelly S gets
He
his ult,
kills him,
puts
and
it to
most
good
people will go
use.
play time. So he thinks that he's going to
Just
go
weren't
play
quite
time.
ready.
It's smart
The
from
other
Foxy.
Sentinel
I wanted to see a full screen of Texture's reaction.
just losing his mind after he gets shock darted.
You guys are the
Can't
biggest
believe he knew I was gonna
hindsighters.
be there. Did
Crazy.
he miss the shock dart? Wasn't
He
he supposed
was-
to be at the plant site?
Like, what do you mean they don't have full info and know
I
everything
hope
that's
they bring
going on?
back the little kind of like I don't think it's quite the right term, but like the chibi drawings that they had on Instagram
Yeah.
of the players and like all of the moments that
Have
were
to buy
happening
op, yeah.
last
I'm
year.
not sure they got
Oh,
enough money
yeah,
for it.
Like
That's the issue.
the Karan like rifle, the Lakia just sending out shock darts and stuff on the stage. Texture bawling his eyes out.
I mean, I feel like we could definitely put together a good compilation reel of Texture reactions.
Oh, I think we already. I want to say that we called for this last season.
Yeah.
And then somebody made it and tweeted it at us.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, like, just like every day, you just need to have one ready at the end, because I'm sure he's just putting out about 10 minutes worth.
Okay, and we might
for
see
every match
the
that
end
he's
with the outlaw here
playing.
because they can one-shot everyone.
Perpetually losing his marbles. Crystal with the glass cannon. Well,
There
and
we
he
go.
pays the price.
Solid read. I mean, GENG, they know what the economy is going to look like, so the outlaw comes into play, and Munchkin immediately gets value off of it.
For sure. Tough situation for Global Esports to be in. Looked like there might have been some legs to this defender's side. GENG kicked him out from underneath him. Foxy just going to be holding the line over on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, the main forces of the black and gold are setting up for the A-hit, and it is wide open for the taking. Yudotan does have his ult, so retake
pretty much
definitely
over.
doable if you can get to the right position.
Yeah, so insta flood. It's still
He can find
4v3.
his. The other players swarm through, get their kills.
You can take the Omen though, so that's nice. The jab the
There you
Omen
go.
flash. He just got
Well,
rid of it
not
though, so they
necessarily who you want to pull forward.
delay the flood.
See if you can win the fight. Shield broken.
Well,
Karan,
that really is it.
just an absolute monster. Relay to try to delay here. Darian dashing forward, does get stunned up, I do believe. Stuck within the cloud burst and dead immediately as soon as it expires. Texture now overdrive pop at the ready. Wanted to try to bring this one to an end, but they will just get shut down. A bit too silly with it. There's just nothing more to be done here. The spray through, the kill's going to be found. Karan with
nicely
3K.
done.
We'll go ahead and bring
Very,
this
very
to
clean,
a swift
especially
end.
easy with the double
13 to
pistol.
5, GENG looking dominant here on their map, Pick of Haven.
Yep, this is nice and steady for GENG. Took a few hero moments on some of the rounds, but overall, kind of what you've come to expect from these GENG players.
It was
Chris
dominant. Yeah, it was a
shooting,
little bit dominant.
good
I think G
decision-making,
got a little bit unlucky
good
in some of the
macro.
rounds, but
Like
I
the
don't know.
early start from Foxy9
with that comp,
the
you're probably not
Killjoy,
going to win
doing a
this
good
anyway.
job anchoring.
But they had to try and just
I
go
mean,
for
Karan
preference.
is Karan, Texture is Texture.
But
Ash, dude,
They
I
had
was
to stand in. Well,
I was leaving
maybe
the
stand
bench
in.
for
We don't know
last. I
exactly
thought
what's going on
Ash
with the team.
played
But
phenomenal that map. Great util, great shooting. Really impressed.
that Ash 4K was
That
awesome. So, great performance from him. That's one that's going to drive some momentum forward into the next map, which of course is going to be Global's pick of Pearl. And that needs to be staging ground for the turnaround here. Unfortunately for them, it is another one of those rocky starts. It is another slow beginning to a series. At this point, they
Ryan
have
needs to
be
do something
hoping
about
that that's
handballs,
all
but it is to
Yeah,
retake
no,
A.
for sure.
It's kind
I
of
mean,
on
I
everyone
think
else
these boys
as well.
Can definitely turn it around.
And
Just need,
trust
again,
me,
that
out of all the
confidence that
maps,
Kelly S was talking about at the beginning
there's
of today.
a lot
We heard him saying
more
it. Let's see if
issues.
they can find some more on the
Like,
Pearl.
It's
Turn
more
things around
down
and bring us to a
to
third map. Would love to see some
maybe if
ascent
they have ults to
from
get
both
over
these
towards the
teams.
site
Sure.
easy, you need to push
So,
behind them.
Fingers
Kind of
crossed.
vibes.
But GENG's fearsome, man. Still some phenomenal shooters.
The good thing about Haven is you actually have a lot of
Great
options.
decision making. IGLing is
Whereas
always
other
solid
maps,
with
your
Munchkin
options
there.
are
It
kind
just
of
feels like they've
limited.
gotten better week over week, returning to some of that previous form that was the best team here in the region from last year. But we'll go ahead and send it back over to the analyst as to break down the action from Haven.
Couldn't agree more with
14
our
to 4 in
casters
fast
here.
kills.
GENG
Holy.
looking great. Ash especially, who's sort of a missing piece and unknown if he was gonna be a good fit. I mean, we've seen players come and go, but he has stepped up, and this is kind of what GENG needs, especially if they're going to go into playoffs.
Yeah, really great game from him. Really nice to see the other, the other people that aren't, the usual suspects from GENG be able to step up. We've seen Munchkin all year. Now Ash really stepping up to the role, especially in this map. But it was overall a pretty dominant performance from GENG, right?
Yeah, they just got it done by committee, and I think particularly for Ash, although Foxy9's already got a lot of games under his belt, this will be a bit of a confidence builder for him, a little bit of an easier game against a GE that didn't really show up as much in some scenarios, although there were some close rounds where in the mid-round it was kind of like a make or break situation, an XVX, where you were kind of getting into a post plan or something like that. But every time we got into one of those kind of sketchy situations, someone from GENG would step up, and there was a couple of rounds from Ash, which is why it feels like such an outstanding game from him when really everyone was doing their job. You got a lot of opening kills from multiple players, Texture included, and Caron also winning some of those kind of make or break situations as well.
Yeah, I mean, just across the board, this GENG roster is so talented. Like, we can't fault them. And I mean, especially the Haven, this is a map that they love to pick. They've been playing such a similar style with it for so long. Munchkin is that fast rotate on the defense. They go 4-1 on the attack. This is the same thing we talk about with T1 a lot, where it's like, you know what to expect, but you can't stop it because GENG are just that good.
Yeah, I think you saw some development from Foxy9 as well. I saw him sit bottom grass licking a wall for 30 seconds. And he was AD spamming because he is still a teenager and he can't sit still. But he was doing his job, He definitely understands his role within the structure very well at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the duelist blood is still deep within, so...
He wanted to peak, but he didn't.
Just wants to go. But I mean, there was one round that I did want to talk about from GENG where I feel like, even though they are running that same comp, they are still adding a little bit of innovation. And I really like this round. This was such a fast set-piece round. They're so aggressive. They're going down mid. They're going down A. They have these kind of crunches ready, but I like this one a lot. I feel like the util was so punishing for GE, where GE are poised to just kind of do an A default and just get immediately shut down. So this round was a real pleasure to watch from GENG, and I feel like it goes to show that even though they still run the similar style of things, they're able to be creative and, use those same ideas in different ways.
I think that it's the kind of thing that you won't be ready for because no one's playing the Viper on this map. You're used to playing against Breach or the Duelist comp. So you're often expecting a fault line down sewer. You're not expecting Munchkin, the best player in the region, to be wide swinging you from sewer and just, getting in your face. Caron's TPing into mid window 2 seconds into the round and Texture's running it down long A with a bloody relay bolt in lobby. It's just not something that you're ready for. And then there's Teo missiles that are making you kind of dodge. And it's just a very difficult kind of fast set play to be thrown at you.
I think you guys, I mean, we've all been saying it, how comfortable GENG is on Haven, and they continue to look so comfortable that they can do these kind of plays at this point. And going back to what Solo and HSK like to do, they like to refine on the comps that they already have.
Yeah.
Haven is like a case where it still applies, thankfully. I mean, we saw some situations last week where that wasn't really the case. So, I mean, good showing from GENG there, and one thing's for sure, vibes are through the roof for this team.
It's so fun to listen to them, especially when we get them like after the replays. I mean, we can hear them from down there on the stage, and they're always going crazy. They're shouting. They have so many funny remarks. It's such a fun team to watch. So they love getting themselves hyped up.
They're kind of piquing my interest at the moment because you're seeing like some good comments from Foxy9 in the interview, some good discipline in the structure. You saw him on the active lurk through the middle of the map on a really good timing there, which I would have pegged him to not win those kind of situations in the past, and he was able to actually open up the map a little bit more. So he's understanding where he needs to play within the overall structure and playing a little bit more disciplined overall. I think you're seeing more and more flashes of this individual brilliance, and the reason why Ash was picked up into this team because he was that duelist player on GENG Academy with a little bit of init play, mostly on the Teo, but you're definitely seeing flashes of those mechanics and of that individual brilliance. And that in combination with this championship winning core, like it's only some easier games in the group stage right now, but I almost want to fast forward to the playoff game already where they actually take on another really good team again and see what happens.
Is it too soon for you guys to, you know, kind of soft predict how far they're going to go?
Oh, man. I mean, they were 3rd place last season in kickoff, which I know was disappointing for them because they would have expected Masters, but like, I don't know. I'm almost kind of feeling more convinced by this current iteration. I don't know how you feel.
I'm not. I mean, Boom weren't there in kickoff. RRQ weren't there in kickoff.
It's a harder field. It's a harder field. That's true. That's true. Fair enough.
Well, we are going to be going into Pearl now. We are expecting greater things from Global Esports this time around.
So I like this pick from Global Esports. I do think this is a very winnable map for them in this veto. GENG have not looked particularly strong here when they have played it, and they don't really like this map compared to GE, where they've had better results.
Yeah, you see 2 bans for GENG there. They have not played it since kickoff against T1, where they took a loss there, and they were playing a very kind of old style that almost feels a little outdated at this point. They were playing the Killjoy, KO Sova, almost the Ascent S comp on Pearl, which no one runs anymore. So they're going to have to, I think, reinvent what they're bringing here. I mean, it's got to be a Teo on Ash. I wouldn't be surprised to see Foxy9. I'd like to see him again on a Vice. We've only seen it on Lotus. So I want to see more Vice from Foxy9 and see how he's playing on other Senti agents other than Killjoy, because the only agents that I've been that convinced by him in kickoff was Killjoy and Gecko. And Cypher has been a question mark. I need to see more Vice. I need to see more Cypher and some other agents from Foxy9 to see how well-rounded his agent pool is in the Senti role.
Yeah, or play Killjoy and get a lot of frags and help me get a lot.
I mean, Killjoy can work on Pearl. Yeah.
It absolutely can. Yeah, I mean, Global Esports.
Meteor, he's like a decent player in Pacific. I don't know if you guys have heard of him. He plays that on this map, so
yeah.
He's a nice up-and-comer at the moment.
He's fine.
Yeah,
I heard he's all right. Yeah, he's...
But
maybe
no one's picked him for some reason, so I don't know what the hell is wrong with all of us.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, frauds. Fraud watch on this desk so far. I do think whatever GENG ends up going with on Pearl, they're probably going to stick to it for the rest of this year, and they're just going to refine and refine and refine.
Yeah,
that's their style, right? I mean, this is like, it's a nice approach to the game where you keep things simple. You don't need to catch your opponents off guard so much with some wild off-meta stuff if you can trust your players to execute. You know, they take this expertise approach to the game, to the maps that they like to play, compared to some of these other teams that like to be trickier, that like to, you know, try and steal maps, try and pull off more upsets. GENG don't need to do that. They know that they're at the top of this region, especially they were last year, so why change if it's not broken? You know, that's definitely their motto.
I do want to talk about Global Esports now. You know, there was a lot of hype for them at the beginning of this year, and we did see that potential come through, and then things haven't been working out. We kind of listed a lot of reasons why. You know, if you were coaching this team, what would you want to see in Pearl? Which players do you want to see step up? What kind of team play do you want to see happening? What kind of like comms do you want to see coming through?
I think the big thing is obviously Darion's coming into this game, so show us why you're in, Darion. I mean, they've had duelist problems this whole year. You know, it's been tough for them. Patrick, who didn't put up the numbers that they wanted to see, and Darion in that map 1 wasn't really there. So they need to find a way to get their duelist activated, because he's going to go against Texture in that head-to-head. So it's a big ask, so get them activated.
They have a great duelist. His name is Unitan, but he's going to be staring at a wall for most of this game, I'd imagine, because he's probably going to be thrown on the Senti. All right, GE, yep. Vice for Kelly S, and you're getting double Senti, so Killjoy and Unitan, it's a very slow comp, and especially starting out on the attack, that puts a lot of emphasis and pressure on Darion getting these entries. It's going to have to be a very slow, lurk-heavy attack from GE,
op come out on defense though if you want to play Jet so much.
On the op on defense.
GENG made some small changes from when we last saw this team play. So, yeah, we see the Neon coming for Texture, and the Teo, of course, on that choice of initiator. Again, it just feels like a slightly more updated, modern version of what they were doing before.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you guys. This is looking good for GENG, but let's see what's going to happen on Pearl as we send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Let's see what happens indeed. Pearl coming up, Global Esports looking to bounce back here in the series. Try to get this squad into the driver's seat, take hold of the game. We got a problem. It's a little cutout.
She wants to see the knives.
There's so many signs that have props
It would have to be out of Darion's hands here, given the jacket that she was wearing.
You saw the Cypher hat as well. Okay, GE on attack. We got GENG on defense.
We want to witness Global Esports running this one back. Udaton to start.
It's 2-0 on the pistols.
For the rest of global
You need to get some.
Yeah, this attacking
pistols.
side feels like it might be a little rough for them. We'll have to see. You only have Kelly S's flash. Nobody else has any in hand.
Udaton for that second kill, but Ash able to avoid taking damage. Will just be the trade out here. So Killjoy for a Neon if you're global overall.
3-person stack here.
Dashing forward.
Look at that though. Foxy9 just knows that no one else is going to flood through because of his molly. And they just isolate the jet.
Suddenly it's going to be Global Esports held at bay.
He's going to get the orb.
Don't do it.
Oh, what a
great flash though, fair play.
Oh
my god.
At least there was a flash here.
The timing there.
Yeah, timing on that.
Good
Still
flash.
though, kill was found. So now just Crystal and Poppy try to get themselves back into this one. Swing out and the headshot is in.
3-0 for the
Crystal now
pistols.
all alone.
Rough.
Try to turn the tides of this pistol. Otherwise, GENG looking to once again start off the map here with a win. Go 3-0 on pistols, and yeah, Charon gonna go ahead and scoop up the 3K.
Yeah. Pretty clean stuff. I mean, the early trade sends everybody over to the other side of the map. Try to break in. You know, Darion dashes through. He's instantly shut down the util there to stall the players behind. See the nano. And that's round over. There's maybe a moment where if that flash doesn't fully connect onto Poppy, he might be able to kill Foxy, and then maybe things get a little bit different, but instead it's
Charge,
smooth sailing there.
Marshall,
GENG
Bulldog,
again, undefeated in the pistol
and a
so far,
Guardian.
3 for 3.
Flash from Munchkin ended up catching Darion.
3 for 3 on the bonuses. Oh my.
And every single time I see him isolated on his own because there's some kind of util separating him and everyone else, and indecision.
Suddenly we're into a 2v2. Weapon's gonna be scooped up. Guardian here for Crystal at full HP. Still the players from GENG shifting over into position. And the onus still is on Udaton and Crystal to try to figure out how they get themselves back into this round.
This is quite curious. You're just trying to guess what the other team is going to do, how they're going to react off the back of that fight.
There was a Bulldog there, but I think it was too committed for them to get.
Even damage is done. Crystal with a Guardian,
GENG split into the 1-1.
That is
and they get
scary.
a lot of info, so it's like a 1-1 just watching here.
Sitting with a Marshall,
and info, then they can retake together.
Waterfall. Checking to see if maybe there was a player lurking through there, still close enough to his util.
Judge on the retake.
On
I mean, good news for Karen is he's got 3 stars. So he can
to do, anything to stop
do some weird smoke stuff to try and close the distance if he needs to.
Now they're changing direction.
Big break. Oh no, not like this. Hold up. This Karen.
Footsteps are going to be heard here.
Yep.
He heard him.
And then the double back
dear
comes
God,
through.
he heard him.
Karon looking to really upset their day. That headshot is so damn fast.
Jeez, dude.
Plant is in. Yep.
Okay, nicely done.
I love how Foxy comes bunny hopping in
Yeah,
there.
and the Bulldog's pretty far away, so he might be waiting for a while.
Guardian or whatever. Foxy just sprinting forward. Karen will get the defuse to half. Pauses. And all the time in the world.
Just, it's so brutal when Karon's on. He's looking for the damn gun. He's dropping.
Okay, he got it.
I was wondering where that Bulldog went too, because I thought it might have been dropped further up the ramp. But
No, that's why they couldn't collect it, because it was so like passive back.
Because I heard the Bulldogs going, and I'm like, how did?
It ended up being a not too
started
bad
with 3K
eco
there
for
from
GE,
Munchkin.
super winnable.
Eventually ran out of bullets. And then Karon there, just ready to be the finisher.
Other activity feed?
5-0 start.
Yuki.
So good.
Who
Still
gifted?
decent
Thank you,
damage
thank
dealt.
you.
Yes.
As we go into the bonus here for the side of GENG, so
Did you gift this so many?
go ahead
They got
and
2, 3,
reinvest a
5,
little bit, but
5 other as well, I
cash-wise,
think.
they're still in a strong position.
Maybe it's just that. Either way, thank you so much, Chamiyuki. Wait, this one was for a while, right?
For Karon.
10 minutes?
Bulldogs.
Well, that
Share
had
for Ash.
potential.
Texture seeing
The rats are out again.
a little jiggle peek out from Darion. Poppy just going to be left to go on a lingered. His best Sylvan impersonation, perhaps.
Well, they're so convinced.
I was you now as Tyler said at the
Going to
beginning.
be on
Right?
the other side of the map.
Oh, Poppy, if he had just started firing there through that screen, would have at least found some damage on the texture, but just looking to try to play this out a little bit more quietly for the time being. Double stack on Art here for Gen G. Triple push into main. Yudotan just gonna get.
You hate to see it.
Take it down.
Big buy rounds. We're out here just contact swinging everything.
Crystal catching a stray.
Oh, not this again.
On the entry, Darion goes in, finds one, but he's isolated. So the rest of Global Esports just don't have it in. Texture's still lingering here on this B site. As Poppy tries to clear the way.
Yeah, it's so tough.
Nice shot.
Texture. Just
And, well,
a magnet to Poppy's head.
Ah, this is our
made it a
first
little
big
over
buy
halfway
rounds.
there, but
That's
now
what
they
we
have to
do.
just stay put. Go for the save.
Oh,
It's going to be our first
Really
bonus
rough.
conversion of the day, I do believe.
10 seconds left.
Gen G getting themselves a 3-0 start.
Well, this is going to be so tough on these entries. I mean, the desk was talking about it. I was thinking about it. It's without much util to really clear space. You have to rely on Darion's entries to get the job done. And the smokes have to be perfect from your Astra. Maybe a good grab will to help.
you know, I remember that 3 weeks ago.
If there's a trade there,
Where I was looking at all their little
finds one and
micro
there's a
stuff they
trade,
had.
and you have so much stall util with Gen G. I mean, you have the nanos,
And
you
then
have
now
the
here
Astra
we are.
stuff, you have the Teho, you have the relay bolts, you have the fragment. I mean,
What a difference a bit of time
Gen G's
makes.
comp is very well suited to stop anything that G is going to be able to try to accomplish.
Right here.
So far, they've been executing it perfectly.
Okay, set strat with the 2 guns.
Trying to turn up the tempo a little bit.
The 5-pass and art hit.
Pause off the back of the smoke from Karan.
Oh, foot spotted.
Oh,
Taking that back.
There's a tiny little pixel there. Is Darion similarly going to get a tiny glimpse? So knows that there's going to be one holding on that angle, but forced away here. Whoa, my God,
Jesus.
Karan just swooping in, finding 2. Foxy looking for the second, can't quite make it happen, but they're just both so devastatingly low. Gen G just looking for the crunch, just looking for the confidence plays, and they're being rewarded for them.
What's the dash?
28
Meant
health.
to get a kill as they
Is all that's
try and
left.
shoot the recon.
Even the
But
drone gets canceled.
just impeccable. Munchkin threw a great flash. See it in the replay. Even though it doesn't connect with the global esports players, the timing.
Just look at the pre-fire, the angles here. And they just split across.
30
Crystal
seconds left.
can slowly maybe walk his way over to B.
yeah, and he's going to clear this, and they're going to be like, hold up.
Exactly what he's going to do. And Gen G getting a sense of this.
I think Ash might have heard the footsteps.
Yeah, he might have actually just barely caught it. The ping's
Actually,
coming
he's
down.
so
Salvo
fast.
Not quite going to be in position to disrupt it, but
I didn't
Texture
even get
is.
the plant. He's here
Swoops
so
the corner,
fast.
Classic in hand. It's going to be a 4-0
Okay,
start now.
let's see the buy rounds. You imagine a timeout's
Man, oh,
coming
man.
in.
Just so difficult for global esports to get through. See, there's that flash. Didn't even connect. It didn't matter. He just... It was a timing play, and he just hit the shots anyway. Obviously, texture with an operator is always a thing to be
Was
feared.
RRQ win deserved? Oh, yeah,
Smooth
for sure.
sailing.
It looked
Gen
way
G,
better on
early
Lotus.
timeout.
And I
For
think
Global
most people would
Esports has
beat
to be
T1 on
expected.
Icebox at the moment.
I
as
mean,
well.
this is tough.
A really bad map
These
for
are
them.
rough situations to be in. Again, you only have one flash from the arc Rose.
But their Lotus,
So,
the RRQ's Lotus was really cool.
You know, can you set up some kind of timing plays with Crystal's
Well,
utility?
it's probably one of the biggest snowballs
Again,
I've seen.
Combo with the Astra, those
Especially
are
from
really
like
your
a
best
one-player
options.
snowball.
If you could get to the
Like
post
Gemkin
plants,
kind of won them
yeah, you have a
6
scary
rounds
team.
on his own, really. Well,
But
obviously
Gen G
nice
is
strats.
Not keen
the
on
back
letting
end,
you
but-
get there at all. And elevated,
Oh, he's going in.
to elevate the team. Really emphasizing some of his points there. Gen G just all smiles, as it is looking pretty good for them. Have to wait and see what the response is going to look like here. Already some deep stars set up for Poppy towards the A site. They're pinging it out, so they're going to make some kind of play for A main. Try to get at least some kind of control.
Okay, another big buy round.
He's within one of their ult. You have
Show
a couple
me.
from two away from their ults for Global
Show me what
Esports.
you've been doing in practice.
So, okay, able to get there.
They love a
Step
early
one.
dash.
That required your dash from Darion. So now how do you get to the site? You can find ways to bait Genji's utility. That'll help. But trying to dial up answers is difficult here.
It certainly is. There's Munchkin getting rid of that shear wall. They're going to stick around.
Yeah, it's good info for everyone.
Lion share of Global looking to try to explore in towards mid. You've got Foxy at the double door. Texture going to back away. Doesn't want to give over the op position here. Well, this leads them in towards Foxy 9. Pops the nano. Not sure what kind of confirmation he quite had there, but regardless, looks to try to hold this door down. We'll be able to come away with a singular kill. It's a falling.
Okay, it does mean that Ash has to do a lot here. Texture can't really fast rotate as he does push through middle though, and he might be able to get some in the side here. Ball goes in to make sure the Munchkin can kind of send it. He does have a flash for his teammate. Flash goes in, swing happens. Texture has been running this whole time because of the sound block of the Astral.
Arriving in behind, Crystal cut down. It's all on Cali S. Relay bolt connecting. Holding him back, the defuse, there's just nothing more to be done. It's not planted for him.
That's such an unorthodox Cosmic Divide. Okay, well, that's the op.
Yeah.
Bit of an outclass.
Yeah. They can afford it. It doesn't matter.
Feeling kind of rough.
That's such an unorthodox
Even though
Cosmic
Recon's
Divide
missing.
there, and it's all because you know that you have texture free on the backside, so he can op on the other end of that Cosmic Divide. Even though you leave that space for the plant, they have plans behind it. You know, that was one where I initially looked at it and I'm like, oh, was he just a little bit off with it maybe? Nope. I think that was all according to what they wanted to do.
Another
very pacey
instant dash.
Tailwinding forward to try to take space over towards
The 4th round.
But similarly, again, stars get placed. Global, they take some solid early presence, some space here, but question is, how do you scale from here? 3-player approach from Art. Nebula dissipating. Foxy 9 just playing back, playing it patiently.
Big care flash?
Maybe being rewarded with the timing. The flash out over the top. Hoppy able to answer back to 2. Foxy 9 picking him down. Hunter's Fury on the hunt.
Wow, he actually got out of that.
Foxy
I thought he had him.
Avoid the follow-up, so keeps his life intact. Push now in. Kelly, yes, dead.
Yeah, rough on this one.
From the opposite side,
Amaro, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 60 months. Thank you, thank you.
Well, you can see some of the ideas there for the side of Global Esports is to just overstack that angle.
I'm just not
Gen G
sure
is
the ideas
responding
are
in
good.
kind, and they're doing a great job with the push and pull. Our Gen G of not giving up anything for free.
I also
Again,
feel like
flash,
it doesn't,
this time
like
it's
everywhere I
get the
look,
for
I feel like
and
Gen
part of
G
this
can kind of be
setup
stacking
here
like
for
4
Global Esports was to get
people
Crystal in a position
on the
where he
site
can use
each
his
time.
ult to maybe catch some Gen
Like
G
you got a
players
Killjoy
inside
that
of
gives
a
you
link,
double
and
info.
then let his players, you know,
And they're
if he
making the
doesn't get the
Killjoy
kills,
look
let them get
incredible.
them.
But not
It's
really
just not enough.
defaulting
Darren's got
in
the
many
blades, he's
places.
gonna go.
Another
Same
instant
little
dash.
Game plan here. Draft up and over the top. How quickly do they continue to push? I mean, right now, they don't know it, but the site wide open. Cosmic Divide now. We'll just go ahead and lock Taron away over in Flowers.
Okay, let's get them over towards site. They got a Killjoy
Site
ult
here for the side of GE.
to delay a lot of time.
Sends out the null command. So Knives now taken out of their hands. As, oh boy, slides back across the opposite side of the wall. Darion on the peak finds Texture. Caron dead. As GE up the pace.
Well, they made this one look
Pull
easy.
off Thrifty. Even the Armageddon coming out. Not
Yeah,
gonna be
it's
getting
probably going
much
to be the
of
last
anything.
time that Gen G give him a good amount of space.
Wry smile there on Crystal's face. As, okay, Global Esports, in flawless fashion, are going to get themselves on the board here.
It's actually incredible for their money, though.
Yeah.
They all
I
get
mean,
gun
it just took
upgrades.
a Cosmic Divide and an open site, and then a good guess on how Gen G was going to be setting up for the retake, and they were just a step ahead.
Gen G thought they were going to be playing more traditional after plant.
That's when Global Esports is making
They
their
absolutely
move.
sent it.
It makes it rather chaotic, because I suspect other Gen G players...
Yeah, I really do think the Gen
not
G aren't going to give them that much
anticipating that
space again.
A bizarre round.
That was a unusual round.
But sometimes that's what you need.
Yep.
Catch the team off guard, do something that they do not expect.
Exactly.
And ultimately just hold down those access points to the site through that Cosmic Divide. So some smiles resurfacing here.
Okay, GENG
Still
want to
very
fight
large
over towards
deficit,
middle.
trying to claw back here. Global needing to get a handful of rounds on this attacking side is what we'll say.
Yeah. I mean, I think 3 would be where I'd be like, okay, maybe. You can get the 3rd. 4, yeah. 5? Then I'm thinking
yeah,
maybe.
Feeling really good with the double Senti.
Yeah.
Looking for the stun setup. Not looking to overstay. Foxy. Different angle. Does get shut down. Now went forward though. Ash finding Chris.
This was a little bit better from GE though. Like at least they were actually just using a good amount of util to get through here.
That's the follow-up. Just like that, the advantage is found for the side of Global Esports, just ripped out of their hands.
I mean, Ash has just looked better and better week after week since joining this main GENG roster. And you could see why they wanted to bring him in. They wanted Tejo in here solo.
Hello.
Hello. Wanted to be a bit more meta with his compositions, and
this was a little bit better though, Bacon. They had
Poppy,
some.
though, staying tucked.
But
didn't matter.
the problem is,
Karan's just Karan.
what kind of flash have they got?
For it.
Other than the Vice flash.
GENG up.
Then, in which case, I think they
punch
probably
right
need to
back.
do
GE
like
finally
fake
able to get around
smoke,
to go and
put the Vice flash in the fake
just
smoke and
falls
then
apart.
flash it.
And you know,
Something
good
like
trading
that.
here early.
I think
But
you gotta
then-
get
Ash strikes.
weird with it.
Just waiting there with that util.
It's not something that you want to see, but it's something that unfortunately is very necessary. Second timeout now. Going to be sent out for the side of GE. They know. They have to be getting some more here.
I mean, I don't mind these 2 timeouts on this half
He's
at all.
going
Because
in
you know
again.
how difficult this was going
Problem
to
is
be.
I don't really know
And
what
if
he can
you
say.
have a solid defense on the other side, you're likely going to be
Like
getting
maybe
some
you can
timeouts
use the
burnt by
dash to
GENG
get
anyway.
through door and go into a smoke.
So you might
Or
be
you
able
got
to
a
use
fake
those.
smoke. Put the. I honestly think the fake
gotta try
smoke, put
something here, of
the
course.
Vice flash in there.
It is,
Smoke is like the one.
It's been a rough half, to say the least. And they're starting to try
Or
to
then like prod a
find
little
ways
bit
to
with
explore
spam and then use the drone.
mid doors to B-Link to try to put pressure on a Foxy 9, but he's always been good for at least 1.
Like we're getting
And then
stuck
he's
at door though. We haven't even thought about like
his
long
last 2
B
days,
Yes.
of play has
anywhere
been
else.
fantastic.
Speaking of long B,
He's come back in rejuvenated for sure.
Texture here with the op. It does look like he wants to commit a little bit. And
Now
Neon's,
Foxy has his ult.
it's not the
Texture's still
most
got an op
comfortable
with
to
an
get a
ult
shot and
behind
get
it. Ruzan
out.
does have the lockdown as well, so could see the Venn diagram of Killjoy. Oh no!
Oh boy.
Okay.
Well,
Actually just trying to avoid that 0 point.
yeah, he tried to avoid the
Nice little
recon and just
punish
gets
coming
caught out in
through.
the
Now going to
open.
be on the floor. As Munchkin is going to be lobbing in the fragment here and try to delay the push coming forward. Darian up and over the top.
Wait, how does he have no dash
As
again?
Munchkin to be gunned down. Lockdown invested though. Foxy 9 wanting to try to go ahead and turn this one around as they go backpedaling, and looks like widely everybody will be able to escape. Ash quickly greeted by an arrow to the face.
Okay, Ash to suck goes down.
Minor amounts of damage going to be taken. Salvo's going
Next
to be
tap
sent.
is
Nebula's
Ash to
still
suck.
up here. Kelly trying to play around this
Trying to
gap.
do the body
Watching
block.
the cut
Body
across.
Oh, they
Body
got it.
block.
They're looking
Oh.
for it, but
Okay.
there you go. Poppy.
Did the
Coming away with
smoke
those
go
twos there,
and they
able
were
to
still
find
trying to do
Foxy.
the body block?
And
That's sick.
flawless fashion is exactly
The 2
how
freest
Global
kills.
need to get these rounds.
And just a kind of bad guess on Texture's part off that 0 point. Not sure if there had been some conditioning with that 0 point earlier where there wasn't any contact off of it. This time it's the full forces of Global Esports marching their way towards
Okay,
the
you got them
B
both
site.
before I went.
Texture paid the price pretty quick. And then Munchkin caught in that, the edge of that smoke.
Well,
Not sure what he was trying to
it
get away
worked,
with
so
there.
they'll do
He's
it
on
again.
a side where he can't see much, and his opponents
Texture
can see his
playing
feet.
way further back.
Oh,
my goodness, he moved.
Movement coming through. Shot going very wide.
Almost never see that from Texture.
You should run.
And now attacking lockdown going to be invested. Global Esports
Got
looking to
really
just try
far
to
back
maintain the
Killjoy.
pace here.
Oh no, it's not. What am I talking about?
Keep things going.
I was looking at him on the
quickly as
minimap
they
thinking
can.
like, wait, what?
All's control now here in their favor. Thorn set
Yeah, they
up.
take a
Arrows
lot
as
of
well,
space.
just
They
looking
got
to try to
Forms
make
that
a
stops the
retake
fast fly
completely
down. You got
impossible.
Sova ult for the after plant. You
Sure,
got
Lordy gonna
mollies for the
swap
after
weapon
plant.
over here, just passing that
You
operator
got
to
a
Ash.
turret as well that we can put down for behind. They got Astra Suck, but Astra's kind of committing a little
Salvo's
bit.
going forward, blind connecting, Munchkin able to
Arm
climb
bot.
on the
We
slide
got
in.
Texture
All's
killing
now
everyone.
opened up. Hunter's Fury
Got
sent here
Sova
from
ult going
Crystal.
early. We got one more molly.
As Munchkin will get caught by one. Swing out, Texture dead, top of screen.
Oh, Yudotan.
Tap of the spike means Astra Suck.
Started, Boxy9, he's just here around the corner.
What?
And they need to try to get the shots through there, able to do so.
But Astra Suck was really late.
Munchkin now just sat here, pinged down.
Hey, nicely
dead.
handled. Yudotan just owned everyone.
Huge 4K. This is another clean round. Global Esports now.
I reckon the
massive economy behind them.
Now you might be able to get a timeout
He was
out of
suppressed?
GENG
Oh,
because
okay,
this
that's
B
why, that's
site
why.
has become a liability. They haven't been able to stop these pushes, and again, if Global Esports gets the plant down and can get into their post-plant situation,
goodness.
it is very
It's the instant head.
disgusting.
Just killing them all through smokes.
But again, if they
Hey,
can
well,
get to those
for
moments,
sure, it's gonna
Global
B
Esports'
spam this.
comp is very
Whoa.
well suited to stop
No more B spam.
the retakes, and you can see why.
Okay, save
2
it for
rounds
the
in a
next
row,
buy
they've been
round.
able to do that. Genji's going to turn up the tempo.
Relay bolt not going to catch anything.
Damn,
Elias
dude,
able to
look
make
at
it
that.
back around the
Kinda
corner.
sick,
Crystal
though.
to try to defend as
He handled it well.
just fishing for some damage
And
there
they
with
kind of
the
protect
zaps.
their wall a little bit as well.
And
They also
in the
have the
end,
flash to
nothing to
like
be
get
found, so all
information once
gets
they want to
expended.
retake it.
Just some minor control over the A main. It quickly gets abandoned.
Yeah, trying to set up for the combo play with the util. Set up texture, but could not quite get there in time.
Drone to clear
So
close.
a drone to re-clear
They
that
got
space here
flash
for
for
Global
after.
Esports. As now the players follow suit. And that has been widely abandoned by GENG, who's decided they've had enough of the B shenanigans. If you're going to beat us, it's going to be over on the other side of the map this time. Well,
And
Yudotan
that is
just-
correct.
Yeah.
Ping's coming down, no one there. Maybe a rude awakening here for the side of GENG, who just now start getting a sense of this given the time remaining. Plant to come through, and it's going to be another strong post-plant setup here for the side of Global. Darian leading the charge, swing onto the corner. 2 quick kills, looking for the third. Foxy will be able to find one with that stinger in hand. Finds the Vandal pick up, and Foxy finds himself completely unscathed and suddenly on for an ace. He's got the player advantage. Okay, he will be shut down, but Sheriff shots come through
how
from
did they
Ash
win this?
Caron. Scoops up a Vandal as well.
Oh, they played aggro with the
Foxy9.
aggro against
Foxy9.
Nico.
Foxy9.
Wow.
Thrifty.
Foxy9.
Astra playing close.
Last round in the
I
half.
know. That's so
I mean, Foxy9
heartbreaking
did
for
just
Global
absolutely own
Esports,
them.
dude. This looked like a round again that they're going to be able to turn the tide here on this map.
Show me his POV.
Beautiful from Darian.
Yes, there we go.
Stinger first.
Oh,
Oh,
Oof.
man, oh, man.
what a play.
That's just, I mean, the individual skill on that kid is incredible.
You go for their
Moments
mid
like that.
again, recon dash.
And your jaw's on the floor.
One bot.
Oh, hold up.
Okay, Darian able to survive.
And they actually beat
as
the ult.
Ash, ooh, trying to open things up here. Trying to slow things down, I should say, with that concuss. Poppy, ooh, my God. A ton of damage.
Now you've got a crossfire to contend with.
Yeah, dash would be pretty nice right now.
Didn't
And
he?
this approach from Art, yeah, he is
Oh.
just like, okay, we're going to put an end to it. The bounce back,
Damn, bro,
swings
they're actually
out,
gonna win
maybe
this
getting
one?
a little too confident.
Not ready yet.
Does get shut down. Crystal 30 HP, the other 2 players full health. Caron all alone to try to make this a 9-3. Otherwise 8-4, we talked about it. Feels like it might be doable. They're nearly lined up for him, but Caron just suffering way too much damage. Push comes in from Kellyus, the
Hey.
shorty in hand. And will be the
Another
final round
4-8.
getting closed out here by Global Esports.
Switching
So
sides.
8-4 at the half. Double Sentinel now on the defense. Global right now need to be looking at getting their first pistol win here of the series.
Yeah, and if you can maintain your discipline on the other side of the of the map here for the side of Global Esports. There's real hope.
So, yeah,
There's
it's the
real
same
hope
story.
that we're going to push this to a
Haven't been able to
third
get
map.
any yet.
I mean, you're going against a Neon, so it's not like there's an easy way to bypass some of that utility without at least taking a little bit of damage or slowing things up a little bit. This is doable. And you saw, once they got those retakes in place, how difficult it was for GENG to
Upload
get
the
through.
RRQ third map. Let's see where we are.
So I think, you know, we'll see. But I see glimpses of hope here for Global Esports. It is still going to be challenging. It is still GENG.
Yeah. MVP, Munchkin, very powerful. not untrue.
You're not wrong, yeah.
By the GENG Classic.
Yeah. Will you win? Yeah, by the GENG Classic.
All right, well, halftime now, expiring. Global Esports, they put that right foot forward. But Uton has been having pretty good half overall, alongside Crystal, trying to deliver here. Good day, I suppose I should say.
Sure. I mean, Crystal's very solid, like, most of the time. He's had a few rough ones here and there, but he's a very consistent player. Individual skill. I mean, he got that big double to break open the site there for him.
Surely they can get a pistol. Knife goes in. God, smoke if they wanna.
Classic in half armor.
Block the vision.
And Munchkin's just
Okay, they go for
try to
fake
sell this
smoke.
by himself.
They smoke
Solo
if the
KO.
knife hits. They fake
Sticking
smoke
around
if it
over at
doesn't.
B to try to keep players over there. Oxy, nothing that he's really seen.
The turret got broken. It was
Insert
on
one
the
over
shop side.
towards B just in case someone tries to clear the question mark, whether it jump spotting,
GENG is
whether
looking to see
using
if they can punish
recon's
a player.
drone.
Locating targets.
Smoke
Instead,
goes in, drone goes
Again,
in.
throwing a lot of their util over in the direction of B to try to sell that. And that's drawn Darion over.
Okay, let's have a look at this. 2-person aggro
So
from
they've created a
GE.
weak side.
Yes, tagged up. Munchkin just looking at flash behind, goes to the peak, nothing there. Nebula in his face.
They're all over the map.
Continue to go, yeah, on this linger is the whole rest of GENG gets clustered up.
Flash goes and they still know he's over towards B.
Kelly-Yasu.
They spot one and Tex is sending it.
Only catch a tiny little glimpse there. Slide
Shot.
in. Poppy turns his sights back
Yeah, you
over.
gotta kill two
Simplify
more
one.
somehow.
Eats the pressure though. Finds himself
Almost.
a second. Just the rest of the team of fighting chance here as Munchkin though disrespecting the nano. Just strafes over it. Darion gets completely caught off guard.
That was a great
Shock
shot.
dart, however, from Crystal, landing at Karan's feet, is able to find the punish, and now we go into a 2v2.
Just comes down to these crossfires for GENG.
On at the ready, Foxy9 eating some damage. Munchkin similarly down to 24. And it looks like they might just be able to make this happen unless Munchkin says otherwise. The tap of the spike.
Nice, done
And
from
Crystal
Crystal.
gets it done.
Okay,
Global
fast
Esports,
pistol.
their first pistol win. Their first step towards running back
Much
this
needed.
Pearl.
Huge. Good discipline from Global Esports. I mean, that was a really tricky round from the get-go. They read it pretty quickly that it's not going to be a B hit just off of Munchkin's contact, so they immediately backpedal. That does create that extra angle for the execute for GENG because Munchkin sticks around and they'll maneuver all the way through B-Link. But maybe GENG just overthinking that round is step too far. Might have been able to
Three
head
sheriffs.
towards A. I mean, no matter what, you had to deal with Crystal. You got another big
Winnable?
round
It
for
is
Global
winnable.
Esports. So
The comp
Sheriff
should be
for
very
Texture,
good on
Sheriff for
defense.
Foxy9, everybody else with classics. Let's see if they can do any damage.
Right here.
Unotan, oh, really close here, holding a tight angle.
Yeah, turret set up there. Basically, you know, it's like a 2.2 stack. The turret will just get cleared out from Texture. Unotan now is filling even more space and gets himself the double. Ash and Foxy9 both going to be taken out as Munchkin able to tuck back around the corner. Avoids taking damage. So 3 sheriffs still in play here for the side of GENG. Opportunities to deal some damage perhaps. As Texture does get caught by that concuss.
He's not going to be bothered. Unotan not quite in a position to punish. But still, info's there. Poppy up to bat.
How clean can they keep it?
Ooh.
Shots out, backs away. Darion, opposite side of Halls. Yeah, Marshall in hand.
Okay, minimap wise, it's
Big
looking
pass
like they
that
can
gonna
keep this
be
insanely
maybe a
clean.
little bit difficult. Quick
But
scope in. Munchkin
in reality, you never know.
get put down. Peek
Yeah,
out.
there's one.
For the second shot. What is that shot on the crystal? Holy hell.
Oh my god.
Looking for the plant spot. Down underneath. Will eventually die, but oh my god.
No way.
That was disgusting.
Shouldn't be a thing, man.
That.
It shouldn't be a thing. The agent was meant to
They
be
didn't nerf
nerfed.
Texture though.
Good lord.
Dude. Oh my god.
It's like the moment that he's about to get behind the box, too.
Jeez.
The last
That was
possible
so
pixel
sick.
that he could slide that bullet past before it would be a wall
I
bang.
shouldn't. That's crazy. Okay. Big buy rounds. Big buy round against the bonus. Recon goes in. And honestly, Gen G might have to win this one, really.
Sure, tiny little bit taken
Because
from the
I feel like if
thorns.
G get this, their comp should be so good that they're
See if they
fine.
can deal with this Vice
Because they're good
wall.
on defense.
Do have Munchkin's ult. They're actually just scooping that up and going to the other side. I mean, you'll see this a lot where teams are going to want to harass the longer
Okay, question mark over
angles when you're going up
towards
against the
A.
weaker buys. So therefore,
They know that the Sova's
B-side
nearby because there's an instant
seems like it's more
recon.
favorable
So they
to
keep
you.
one
However,
here. And it's the one that
Bulldog
can
there.
rotate real fast if they
Luton
want to
has
head
a
over
Guardian.
towards B.
Not gonna
And
be
he's
easy
just
by any
waiting
stretch
for
of
the drone
imagination.
reclick because it will happen.
Respam.
And probably should happen in reaction to this, you would imagine.
Behind screens, but
Recon
since
goes
Darion
in,
back towards
hide
the
from the
alley,
recon.
Caught him with the knife, so they've been able to
Drone
track
to get
Darion, and
deeper
instead,
info.
Just gonna try the other side of the map.
That was nice from Texture.
Quick relay, just
Stuns
threatening
him,
Crystal off that
creates
drone.
pressure like he's going to dash on him.
Hugging into the corner here at the bottom of the stairs.
30 seconds.
And they know he doesn't have a
crossover
recon
towards
for a
Art.
little bit.
Time starting to tick down. 25 seconds
An
remaining.
anti-KO setup so that we can get the
Command.
Fawns out.
Crystal, he's
Crystal's
blind up.
absolutely
Ash, okay, he's able to-
eaten
he's able
the
to get into
flash.
the punish before Texture ends up getting taken down. Kelly pushing out from Flowers. Two headshots found, but Foxy9 comes to the rescue. Keeping his IGL
Still though, I
protected
feel like
and
they
his
did the
team
right damage.
afloat in the map. Opponents not to be converted. Gen G re-establish a 3-round lead, but they do suffer some losses.
That was very messy.
What was the KO flash here? It
Just
looked
a
incredible.
timing entry where everything has to go well, and it gets pretty spicy there. I mean,
Was it
if
Vice flash?
somebody isn't coming through Art, that could be devastating. And Kelly, yeah, still able to find two. Foxy9 again coming up
It
huge
might
for
have been
Gen
a
G
Vice
when they need him most.
Obviously the
Get a
KO
big
gave
one, operator,
the
though, for
give the
Darion.
assist.
And they're pushing out along B.
Double
Meanwhile, Gen G
flash.
on the other
Oh my
side.
goodness, kind
Trying
of
to get
nice.
aggressive.
Oh,
Whoa,
just
this is
disrespecting
nice,
all this
dudes.
util. Alarm pod, nano
Where's
beam,
that
damn
stun
Texture.
from?
Up for his pound of flesh and finds it. Yutan
They have a stun that goes deep here. Whoa, this was
absolutely
sick.
destroyed. Kelly has stunned up there as the concuss comes through. Texture collecting a second.
Okay, they saved their best strat for the big buy round, and it was
Fast
really
pace here from the
nice.
side of Gen G and Global Esports just can't
Astra
quite
stun?
keep
It wasn't
up. This
Astra stun,
operator
right?
never getting
Was
put
it
in
not
a
the Teo
position to
stun?
actually really find some value. Texture, Mr. 4K. will end right there. I was going to say, Texture, I don't think you want that. We all know what happens if you get the ace.
You got to give the people. I just heard him.
His mode of despair down on stage. As Darion is desperately trying to hold on to this thing, but Foxy is in the perfect position to get the punish. The op going to be left down on the floor. 10-6. He is still going off.
Easy.
I hope that's coming through.
All right, this is disgusting
maybe,
from Texture.
no, that would,
I mean,
dude.
one
What
way to
stun
get
is
past the
this?
Sentinel util, just go.
Okay, full screen reaction. Here we go.
No.
Come
No.
on, come on.
Is Neon stun? Oh, okay.
Perfectly cut screams.
And then look at that side.
Perfectly cut scream. That is.
For Texture, the 4-kill is the most delicious.
All right, Darion, get spicy with it. Able to find the headshot on the one. Unfortunately, not the monstrous
Oh,
hero
it's a
play that they
close
were
Astral
looking for.
though. They like that.
Cosmic
Give
Divide.
you a little bit of space.
Just a setup for the nice and easy plan as it gets brought forward. And in the meantime, you've got Foxy9 on the late lurk. Playing out down. Oh, attempted the knife. Sun onto the corner. As the wall gets ready to fall. Double push up through the halls, and Texture able to go ahead and note them both. Slides out into the open. It's going to be Karen coming away with a 3K.
Karen and Texture.
It is now 11-6.
They use both timeouts,
so
right? So they got nothing for this.
When you come out here and you get to see Texture,
they're on their own.
get the 4K and get denied the ace. I mean, the people got exactly what they wanted today.
Oh, God.
It's just a thing of beauty. I mean, you just try to get aggressive with the Blade Storm here and it doesn't work out. Holding the halls well. I like the way Yudotan was trying to bait out some contact from GENG, working along the edge of that Cosmic Divide. Just didn't really pan out. Operator again, glass cannon for Darion. Trying to go through mid doors. He missed.
Oh, no, he hit the leg.
Oh, he hit the leg.
So the swap to the shorty comes away with the kill, but Foxy goes down 3. Overstays, however, and Yudotan is there for the punish. Suddenly we're into a 3v3. Just getting a little bit wobbly here in the round. There's the push up continuing here onto the side. Yudotan there at Hall. Peek out. Crystal able to find one. Karen eliminated. Able to try to really hold things down. So now attention going to be paid forward over towards this Soba. Deep flank coming in though, however, from Kelly S. Have they noted this at all?
Ooh.
Ash tagged up dead. There's the final blast, not finding anything, but the spike is still planted in play. Munchkin though, potentially at risk as the wider swing continues. And yeah,
yeah, very nice.
No idea
Crystal
where the
did incredible.
From. Global Esports will go ahead and pick up round 18.
Yeah, this time they're able to deal with some of that aggression. You know, Texture's just trying to fly through. And Darion switches over to that shorty. Got him with maybe 1 or 2 bullets out of it. Good enough, because he already hit the leg. Crystal finds a perfect time to take Khan out of the equation. Steps out the door, scoops up a kill, backs right up, has the Hunter's Fury, nails Yudotan right after he gets the plant down. Very well handled. Crystal again, playing very well. Darion having an okay map, 14 and 16. Had to do a lot of the dirty work on that attacker side, so I don't fault him too much for the death scoreline. Flash play to set up Texture. GE just holding at the bottom of the ramp. Oh, Crystal
nice
got him
shot,
though.
Got him.
Whoa.
Crystal's doing good.
Texture picked off. Great shot there from Crystal. Global Esports position to try to snowball this. Flash going through. Munchkin holding his own.
Nice bait and switch.
Shot.
Power on. Omnipresent. Yudotan clearly wanted to try to challenge for this. And it's a fight that he just cannot win.
Crystal's done a good amount of damage.
Munchkin
You got that shock
down
dart
low,
again?
shock dart. Let's see if we can deliver it once more. No, misses the bounce. Trying to bank it off the screen. Follow-up one was
it's a
on
pretty
the
cool
money,
shot
but there's no one
that
there
he
to
does,
eat it.
Would have been beautiful.
Knocking them. Can't use that yet.
As soon as that smoke goes up,
hold
it's
it
pretty
back.
much done.
Ultimately, for Global Esports, this is just going to have to be a save call.
Yeah, you might have to save, guys. He's got no money
have
as
the money.
well.
GENG.
Yeah, he
Look
wanted
to
his
go
ult orb.
hunting a little bit, so yeah, chase forward. Ult orb picked up. And that is just going to be the rest of GENG. Tucking back, staying alive. Getting the win. Taking this now up 12-7. Match point in their hands.
Man, sometimes
Karen? Yeah, I mean,
just looks so smooth.
it was sick from him.
This,
You mean most of the time?
most of the time. This first one. God, that's good. A little less, but still able to recover it in time. Just a smooth criminal. And you've got
A5 goes
smattering
at
of
it.
guns there. Stinger.
They
for
got
Yudotan,
they
Guardian,
got good ults,
Poppy.
but
And the AWP's gone, so
Yep.
3
that's pretty
ultimates
rough.
here to work with for the side of GE. So if they can get a good Steel Garden in, could mitigate some of the shortcomings here in the arsenal.
Okay,
Tough
confirms.
part is so many ults
Pressure
as well
over
to deal
towards
with.
B.
Just kind of have to wait out.
Heavy
So
rotate, as we can see. A
off
retake, but
I
makes a lot of sense,
don't
right?
know
They go
why.
like really, really good. Probably the best retake odds.
The ping down over on long. Will just be Darion left, watching from Flowers.
Maybe something to do with
We
Munchkin's
are going to
knife.
see
That's the
some
only
weird
thing I can
little
work
ult
out of
off.
They're sorry
And I'm telling
to
you, the KO ult is
drift
like
back over
the
in towards
one.
this position, but GENG, they're going to look for the exec here. As the Armageddon shoves Darion back over towards Secret. Behind the corner, 0 point. As the head confirms his position as Overdrive now pop texture. They're going to up the pace off the back of the Steel Guard and says, well, I don't need a gun. We've got lightning fingers, looks for a little bit more. Crystal able to go ahead and put him down, but eats so much damage. 17 health remaining here on the Sova of Global. Caron still alive here on the side. Foxy 9 gunning down 2. Spike now getting planted.
You are divided.
As Cosmic Divide going to be called in. Crystal dead before the wall ends up coming through. Swing out, Caron once again goes
Okay,
for
nicely
it
done
out
from
wide.
GENG.
And 13-7.
Very, very strong on this.
GENG looking dominant here in this series. Get themselves a
The
2-0 victory.
The G comp just had to dominate on defense, and it just
This
didn't.
is really starting to click for GENG.
Didn't feel like they covered up well enough on attack.
Little bit of a bounce back on Pearl for Global Esports, but they are still struggling here in stage 1 to really find their form. You gotta like some of the ideas at times, but you know, having to switch out duelists again, things just don't feel comfortable for them just yet. Meanwhile, of course, GENG wants to get back to another international event, wants to be one of those dominant teams from Pacific like they were last year again. Some changes on the roster. So far, so good here at stage 1.
Yeah.
They are definitely in playoffs now.
Very much back into the conversation for that. Felt like a slight little bridge too far, barring a potential off day from TRX T1. Back over at kickoff.
Stay for the interview? Yeah, we'll stay for the interview and then we'll raid someone watching the EDG
with
game.
3 slots available for that tournament.
On the second
The race
map,
to the
right?
top is going to get narrower and narrower.
Oh, yeah.
TRX, they had their stumble.
Yep.
T1 stumbled today. Boom. Look fantastic. RRQ are leveling up. GENG similarly. You've got a
EDG
handful
one round
of
away
teams
from
that are going
winning.
to be challenging for those positions, and only 3 of them are going to be able to make it. Can't wait to see how everything's going to shake out, but that's things basically done for the day, so we'll send it down to the stage where Bella's going to be standing by for our winners interview, and then the analyst
And
desk will break
EDG
down
will get
all of
top
the
seed,
action.
right?
Hey, for the post-match interview, Ash, 안녕하세요. 죄송합니다. 같이 내려. 축하드립니다.
안녕하세요.
와, 만나서 반갑습니다. 애쉬 선수 이쪽에 서주시면 됩니다. Hi guys, it's Bella with GENG's Ash for our post-match interview. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
EDG is basically over.
Ash,
It's fine.
you
We'll raid.
absolutely smashed that
Yinsu normally
game with
translates the
your
interviews, so we'll raid her.
And you're now off to the playoffs. So what's your take on the game today? 오늘 젠지 왜 이렇게 잘하지? 라는 말이 대기실에서 계속 들렸는데 애쉬 선수의 테오가 많이 빛나는 모습을 오늘 볼 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 플레이오프 진출까지 확정진 오늘 경기 승리 소감 한마디 들어볼까요?
네, 우선 플레이오프 진출이 확정돼가지고 너무 기분이 좋고요. 네, 좋습니다.
아주 그냥 좋다.
네.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we are off to the playoffs now. And you make your debut here in Pacific, starting right off with stage 1, and you joined the beloved GENG roster. I feel like there must have been a lot of pressure with that as well. So can you tell us what was it like for you? 이제 젠지에 합류하게 되면서 퍼시픽 데뷔를 하게 됐잖아요. 많은 사랑을 받는 젠지이기 때문에 부담감도 꽤 컸을 것 같은데 실제로는 좀 어떠셨을까요?
부담감이 없다고 하면 거짓말인 것 같긴 하지만 그래도 형들이 옆에서 잘 다독여주고 하다 보니까 부담감이 좀 덜어진 것 같습니다.
It'd be a lie to say that there was no pressure, but I think my teammates really gave me the energy to stay strong and to perform well. Speaking of that, I really wanted to ask you, was there anything special that the coaches and your teammates told you that really stayed with you? 이제 안 그래도 제가 여쭤보고 싶었던 게 코치진 분들과 뭐 팀원들이 특별히 해준 이야기, 기억에 남는 게 있는지 궁금했거든요.
기억에 남는 거는 뭐 하려고 하지 말고 스크림 때처럼만 해달라 그렇게 말씀하셨어요.
아, 뭘 보여주려고 하지 말고
네.
순서대로. They said, you know, don't try to do something special, you know, just play as you do in our scrims and you'll be fine. That's what his team and the coaching staff told him, and he played brilliant today. Thank you, Ash. Congratulations to making that playoffs.
Okay, lovely.
지금까지 젠지 애쉬 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. 그럼 퇴근하러 가보시죠. 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Okay, we'll raid Yinsu for the end of the EDG game. Thank you so much, guys, for watching. Thank you. We'll be here for Americas again, and we got Pacific around this time again tomorrow, if that's more your time zone. Thank you for watching. Paperex, yeah, Paperex can still do it. The FM and GE, it looks kind of doable. It's 4th seed though, so they would have to play.
Yes, it took them a little while to find their footing.
They can make playoffs. Can they make Toronto? I mean, they would have to do a big change around. They have to win out. They do have to win out. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate that. Again, we've got Paperex tomorrow if you want to watch that. We'll find out what's going down.
And I mean, this roster seems to be going from strength to strength, getting better and better each week, and now they've secured their spot.
Peace, everyone. Bye. Have a good rest of your day. I'll see you later for America's game.
The Suggest debut was that boom game, and even one of those games, those maps was OT at the end
YouTube
of the day.
chat. Subscribe if you can. It would support me. It would help me out. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you all. And I will see you all a little bit later for America's or Pacific tomorrow. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day, guys.
There's going to be a very strong team here at Pacific, and I feel like they're